championships. Can the 1998 team make it a third? Or will Peyton Manning and the Volunteers crash the Huskers' retirement party? Stay tuned. The N Report Showdown in Miami pregame show is next.
1011 N Report Showdown in Miami is brought to you in part by your local Dodge dealer, Pizza Hut, Good Samaritan Hospital, and your local Chevy dealer.
And now you're set to look at a live shot from Pro Player Stadium. In 90 minutes, the Nebraska Cornhuskers take the field, take the Tennessee Volunteers by storm, and take home the hope for a national championship. Good evening, everyone. An entire season of college football comes down to this. Tonight, we promise you live reports from Pro Player Stadium and downtown Lincoln. We'll have in-studio analysis, commentary from Tommy Frazier, a look at T.O.'s career, and, of course, much, much more. So let's get right down to the action. No time to waste tonight. Joining us live from Miami, Sports Director Scott Kilberry. Scott?
Thank you, Bill. You know, I'm not alone out here in Miami, of course, with plenty of Husker fans, media. Mentioning media, 1011's own Nicole Tyke is going to be with me throughout the course of the next hour, along with former Husker quarterback Tommy Frazier. Now, Nicole, plenty of things happening around this game.
That's right, a very emotional game, not only for the players, but the fans as well. This being Coach Tom Osborne's last game. We're going to give the fans an opportunity to talk about that a little later in the show.
That's right. Now, Tommy, you know as a former player that these players just can't wait for kickoff.
But no, these players have been here a whole week. You know, the time for football has come to a time where they just need to get out there, focus and concentrate, and be ready to play.
Now, you mentioned the players have been here for over a week. They arrived actually the day before Christmas. The second they touched down to the ground, they wasted no time in getting to the practice field, and it looks like it was just practice as usual.
The Nebraska football team put in 11 days of practice since their arrival in Florida. The team practiced every day but one. Coach Osborne says the drills have been as routine as those in Lincoln, even down to using the same weights. Monday threw a wrench into the plans when Joel Makovica pulled a hamstring and Bobby Newcomb strained his groin. Both should be ready for game time, as should Jason Peter. His back has hampered his mobility. Nebraska even participated in game-like drills.
I think our practices have gone well. The first 3 days we were here, we had some warm weather, which was kind of nice to have, and then we had some cooler weather, and we did have one major scrimmage and went about 110 plays and had no significant injuries.
The Huskers opened their season against the Zips of Akron, and the offense exploded. Amon Green collected nearly 100 yards in less than one half of play, and the Huskers rolled up 644 yards of total offense in a 59-14 romp. The next week, the Huskers faced one of the finest quarterbacks in the country in Central Florida's Dante Culpepper. The Husker defense gave up more than 300 yards passing, but the offense still moved the ball in a 38-24 victory. Leading up to perhaps the most important game of the year for the Huskers, 7th-ranked Nebraska traveling to Washington for a showdown with number 2, the Huskies. The underdog Huskers owned the entire game. Scott Frost rushes for 97 yards and 2 touchdowns, while I-back Amon Green and fullback Joel Makovica each gain 129 yards. Washington's offense was shut down. The Husker Blackshirts give up less than 50 yards on the ground. The next week brings another ranked opponent, Kansas State. Amon Green explodes against the Wildcats, gaining 193 yards on his way to 4 touchdown runs. The Huskers declaw the Wildcats by a score of 56-26. The next week meant a trip to Waco, Texas for a meeting with the Baylor Bears. The change of scenery didn't seem to bother Green. He rushed for 4 more touchdowns. Joel Makovica and Scott Frost also crossed the goal line in the Huskers' 49-21 domination of the Bears. Next up, another Texas school. This time, it's Texas Tech visiting Memorial Stadium. The Husker defense makes sure that this homecoming game will be one to celebrate. The Blackshirts give up only 144 yards in total offense in its first shutout of the season, a 29-0 win. The Husker defense repeats the defeat the next week. It pitches a second straight shutout, and Scott Frost and Joel Makovica each score twice in a 35-0 win over Kansas. What once was the biggest game in the old Big 8 Conference was just another easy win for the Huskers. Nebraska rolls 69-7 against Oklahoma, bringing an end to one of the biggest continuous rivalries in college football. Freshman sensation Bobby Newcomb gets in on the scoring explosion as the Huskers give Tom Osborne his 250th victory. And then a trip to Missouri. Brock Olivo opens the scoring for the Tigers. Scott Frost responds with a 16-yard touchdown run. Another Frost touchdown puts the Huskers up, but Missouri keeps fighting back. With just 7 seconds remaining, Nebraska trailing by a score, Scott Frost throws to Chevin Wiggins in the end zone. Wiggins can't catch the ball, but it deflects off his foot. Freshman Matt Davison makes a diving catch. The extra point sends the game into overtime, and a Scott Frost touchdown run gives the Huskers their first ever overtime victory.
Play where we were trying to run double slant to the left because they were playing outside man. Nobody was open to the left. I saw Chevin open late to the right. I got it in there. I think the guy probably hit him early. It was unbelievable.
The first time I saw Coach Osborne, actually after the game, was when I walked onto the bus to go to the airport. He was sitting there in his seat, and I walked past, and he said, "Nice catch, Matt."
The next week, the Huskers make sure it won't be another close one, especially for the 23 seniors playing their final game in Memorial Stadium. Amon Green rushes for 209 yards and 3 touchdowns in a 77-14 thrashing of Iowa State. The 11th game of the season provides another close call for the Huskers. 2 Amon Green touchdowns, a touchdown by Scott Frost, and 2 Chris Brown field goals are enough to hold off a stubborn Colorado team 27-24 to wrap up the regular season schedule. That leaves the Big 12 championship game. And if anyone had any doubt about the Huskers' desire to win the conference title, it was gone early. A Scott Frost touchdown and 3 Chris Brown field goals in the first quarter alone gives Nebraska an early 16-point lead. And they never look back, cruising to a 54-15 win over nationally ranked Texas A&M.
Now, for the 4th time in 5 years, the Huskers finished the regular season with a perfect record. Now, just only one opponent stands in their way to adding to that, to going 13-0, and that's Tennessee. You know, Tennessee went and practiced just down the road from the Huskers. They were over at Berry University while the Huskers were at St. Thomas University. But all the focus wasn't on the drills there. It was on one question. Could one man walk? See, the news took Tennessee by storm, and it rocked that little state there. At every camera in Miami pointed at this man, quarterback Peyton Manning. He ruptured a bursa sac in his knee, and it swelled up to the size of a grapefruit. Early in the week, there was a question about whether the Heisman runner-up would even play.
I'm very pleased with his continued progress, and I think that he is certainly capable of managing the football game, and from a physical standpoint as well as a mental standpoint, but from a physical standpoint, and that it's up to us to make sure that we help him all we can to keep the rush and so on so forth off of him.
Okay, as the week went on, Manny began limping less and run even more. So that means as the swelling in his knee went down, the hopes of the Volunteer fans went up. It stands like this, the status of Peyton Manning. He will start the game. As for his knee, they don't anticipate any problems. So, Bill, the Huskers were hoping to have the best of Tennessee to play against, and it looks like they're going to get what they wish for.
Oh, they certainly are. You know, he's a 3,000-yard plus passer. He's something else, Scott. We'll check back with you in a moment. You know, it has been a record-breaking year for the Tennessee Volunteers, and right now Luke Stuckmeyer comes on board for more on the Huskers' opponent. And Luke, they've only slipped up once so far this season.
It's a team with a lot of tradition, just like Nebraska, and they've been bowling before. This is nothing new to Tennessee either. This is their 38th bowl appearance. The Vols have 21 bowl wins. That's 3rd all-time behind USC and Alabama. But this season's been special, a little different in the Smoky Mountains. Here's a look at the Tennessee season. With their big gunslinger back in town, the Volunteer fans had high hopes for this season. Tennessee opens up against Texas Tech at home, and Manning unloads 5 touchdown passes, 52-17, Vols win it. In week 2, Tennessee traveled to Pasadena, California. They grabbed a 24-0 lead on UCLA. Then they hold on for dear life and win it 30-24.
Johnson with plenty of time.
The Vols' much-awaited game in the swamp with Florida turned out to be a disappointment. 353 yards and 3 touchdown passes weren't enough. Florida whips Tennessee for the 5th straight time, 33-20.
A minute 20 remaining in the half.
The Volunteers bounce right back against Ole Miss in Week 4. Tennessee wins at 31-17 at home. In their next game, the Volunteers would find a new weapon. Freshman running back Jamal Lewis gains 232 yards on 22 carries. Volunteers bury Georgia 38-13. And then the very next week, the Vols roll for the 3rd straight time over the Tide. They beat Alabama 38-21 in Birmingham. Tennessee then runs their record to 6-1 behind 205 yards rushing from Jamal Lewis as the Volunteers beat the Gamecocks 22-7. On homecoming weekend, over 107,000 fans would witness the Volunteers' 24-point win against Southern Miss. Manning piles up 399 yards and 4 touchdowns. In Week 9, the Big Orange trailed by 5 points, but scored the final 13 points of the game to beat Arkansas 30-22. Week 10, the showdown between Kentucky quarterback Tim Couch and Peyton Manning. Peyton throws for over 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. Tennessee wins by a cool 28. November 29th, it's the final home game for Manning. Tennessee clinches the SEC East title as they beat Vanderbilt 17-10. And then finally in the SEC Championship, the Vols come from behind thanks to Peyton Manning's 73-yard touchdown pass to Marcus Nash in the 4th quarter. Tennessee wins 30-29, and it sets up a showdown with Nebraska.
As they defeat a game, the Raging Auburn football team by a score of 30-29. For both teams, their first SEC championship game.
And now for both Tennessee and Nebraska, it comes down to just this one night. We're going back to Scott Kilbury in Miami now. Scott, you're with someone who has all kinds of experience in this type of game.
That's right, Luke. Now, he's been in the locker room before. Now he joins us alongside the field, waiting for kickoff. Tommy Frazier, former Husker quarterback. A little different out here than it is in the locker room. We can only guess what's going on inside there.
Well, it is a little bit different out here. As you see the fans here filling the stadium with adrenaline and emotions, but the players are doing something different. What they're doing is basically you have some guys there finished up in last-minute taping so that they might need during the game. You have some guys who probably laying down, saving their energy for the game. And you have some who are just probably off listening to music, joking around. And each person is different because they do something that's going to relax themselves.
Now, how about yourself? Going games like this in 94 and 95, bring national championships back to Lincoln. Your idea of what you were like inside the locker room?
My idea was when I was in the locker room, I tried to do anything I can that was going to relax me. So I would go around and joke around each player, and then for about 30 minutes, then I would sit down and just listen to nice, calm music. So I can keep my mind and keep focused on what I have to do.
Now, as far as emotions are concerned, there's a little more riding on this game, maybe for the Huskers. It's Tom Osborne's final game. Do you think that comes into play with motivation, anything like that?
Well, it's going to come into play, but I think Coach Osborne, what he's going to do is go out there and tell the guys, don't win this for him since his last game, win it for yourselves. And that's going to be a key factor right there. What Coach Osborne says to them, you're going to see the real Nebraska team coming out.
Okay, well, tonight's game is big for a number of reasons. Still to come, we'll find out why the players want to end this season in style.
I think it's important in this business to walk away while you can still walk and while you can still function and perform. And I feel that I can at this point.
This sternum I've got here is wired together, and they don't feel it's a good idea to bang that real hard against the steering post for a while. And so the doctors probably don't think I'm a very good driver. But they've never seen Nancy drive.
It took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital.
We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalized blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems, heart care close to home.
Yes, we've discovered that Nebraska lottery winners all exhibit remarkably similar physical effects. a sudden interest in home decorating, a significant drop in stress levels, a fascination with rock collecting, the desire to visit local clothing merchants.
And in absolutely each and every case, one honkin' big smile.
If you're a corn grower, you've probably heard about Regent, the new low-dose insecticide in one-pass application system that simplifies handling and completely does away with dust. And this is what's really amazing. A single at-plant application of Regent controls corn rootworm together with European corn borer. Prior to Regent, the only way to do that was to do this.
Regent. From now on, this is how it's done.
Anybody got a towel?
Everyone seemed to know I had a gambling problem, but me.
I never missed a game. I always had too much money at stake.
My life revolved around gambling. I was never there for my family.
I became so good at lying about my losses. I was even fooling myself.
Family arguments were always about money. The money I was losing.
These people got help. You can too.
We are about 75 minutes from kickoff of the Orange Bowl. Miami's Pro Player Stadium is mostly empty right now, but you can bet it won't remain that way for long. And, you know, this is more than just the Orange Bowl, Luke, more than just the final game of the season. Something special happening here tonight. The end of a legend, Coach Osborne, 25 years, 25 bowl appearances, something else.
He's an incredible coach, and, you know, Coach Osborne most likely has got one more masterful game plan in store for us, in store for Tennessee, and in store for the Huskers tonight. He's ready to coach his final game tonight. One of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest ever, caught us all by surprise earlier this month.
Essentially, you know, at this time, obviously, I'm going to step aside after the bowl game. I want to make that very clear that it's got to be after January 2nd.
They were the words Husker fans have been dreading for seasons. After 25 incredible years, Tom Osborne is ready to step down. 59-3 the last 5 years. A fluttering heart, his family and faith helped make the decision.
The hardest thing is talking to players, because those are the people that I care a great deal about. And the thing that I've enjoyed about coaching is the players.
And while the retirement shocked and saddened Husker fans, it was the players who were just as surprised and emotional about losing a father figure.
He doesn't just teach us on the field, but, you know, by his example and the example he sets, we don't just learn football around here. We learn how to be grown-ups, how to mature, and how to become men. And that's the thing that he's taught me the most, and I'd like to thank you for that. And we're just going to do our best to go down to the Orange Bowl and make sure that he goes out a winner and goes out a champion.
And with the Nebraska players wanting to send their coach out a winner, a lot of people really not giving Tennessee a chance tonight. We go back to Miami now. Nicole Tyke is there. So how about it, Nick? Anybody down there think the Vols have a chance in this game?
Well, the couple thousand fans wearing orange down here definitely think the Vols have a chance. And you can bet your bottom dollar that these folks are pretty positive they know who's going to win tonight's game.
We don't give a dang about the whole state of Nebraska.
Tennessee's going to win, of course.
Whole state of Nebraska.
Tennessee Vols by a touchdown.
Whole state of Nebraska.
Well, Tennessee all the way.
We don't give a dang about the whole state of Nebraska.
Peyton Manning, he's going to be the difference.
Clear from Tennessee.
Go Vols!
Well, now that we made you listen to that, we'll serve you up something a little better. Husker fans, they know what they're talking about. Here they are in another musical number, this time with a bit more choreography.
Nebraska by 20. We'll pound him in the second half.
So I think they probably just tear their heads off.
By more than 14.
My prediction is 42-14. Nebraska, of course.
Nothing's got easy. I'm going to go for the Cornhuskers.
Now, granted, the Husker fans and the Volunteer fans we talked to tend to be a little biased, so in the interest of fairness, we decided we'd talk to some people who were unbiased. So we caught up with some of the folks calling the game for CBS tonight to hear what they had thought about for tonight's matchup.
And I think in many respects, if Nebraska goes undefeated and Michigan goes undefeated, that they ought to share the national championship.
Well, I know most people think Nebraska is a considerable favorite, and I agree with that. I think they should be. I think when you match up the two teams, you know, I wonder how Tennessee is physically going to hold up against this Nebraska team.
And I think there are a couple of things that will really dictate. One is, will Peyton Manning get the time to throw the football? I just go back to 2 years ago where Peyton Manning's counterpart, if you will, Danny Werfel, had no time to throw and Florida got blown out. Number two, can somehow Tennessee defend Nebraska? It's so hard to stop that attack.
I think it's a great matchup. I think Nebraska is always very strong offensively. Their front seven's very good on defense. Question mark on Nebraska is their secondary, and that's the strength of Tennessee.
Now, from the Rose Bowl to the Orange Bowl, the attention has now shifted here to Pro Player Stadium, and so have we. Coming up, what yesterday's game means for the Huskers and the Big Reds' end-of-the-year ranking.
I'm neither confirming nor denying anything regarding the Oilers, you know, other than to say that I will be here next year. I guess a report said that I had said I was not leaving Nebraska until we win a national championship, and I hope that's true, but I didn't say that.
Alliance Cellular would like you to meet two powerful little Huskers.
We refuse to lose!
No, that's not quite what we had in...
Nothing but net tonight.
No, we mean the Husker phones, exclusively at Alliance Cellular. Available as a Motorola personal or bag phone with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phones. Great phones. And a great way to say, go Big Red.
You're gonna buy a net. Put some more filling into a buddy.
Go Big Red!
Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
Grandma's value number one.
A job well done is time well spent.
Value number two.
You can't put a price on quality.
But you can get quality at a terrific price at Runza, like our 100% ground beef burgers, special Runza sandwiches, or hand-sliced onion rings and great French fries. Value number three.
It's better to give than to receive.
Thanks, Grandma.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
Last year, the Bryan Heart Care team traveled more than 1 million miles and never left the state. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
I'm very picky about quality. That's why I have my business insurance with American Family. My agent, she understands my business needs. And claims I know will be handled quickly and fairly. American Family's a quality business insurance company. Quite frankly, it helps us all sleep a little better at night.
All your protection under one roof.
American Family Insurance.
Look in the white or yellow pages for American Family and call today.
The cameras are rolling in South Florida tonight. Number 2 Nebraska is ready for number 3 Tennessee. Tonight, it is the Orange Bowl, of course, but yesterday, oh, what a game. Husker fans were banking on a Washington State win in the Rose Bowl. Luke's back on more with the game that it just broke our heart, Luke.
Well, I think you know what happened. Michigan had the better game plan yesterday. They probably just had a better team, and Brian Griese played simply out of his mind yesterday, probably the best game in his career. It's not what we wanted to see, and really it wasn't all that impressive, but Michigan did what they had to yesterday. They beat Washington State. As far as Husker fans were concerned, the game started off just rosy.
Touchdown, McKenzie.
It's a 15-yard touchdown pass, and Wazoo leads 7-0. At the start of the second quarter, it looks like Wazoo's going to go up 14-0. Leaf goes for the end zone, but it's picked off by guess who?
Charles Woodson.
The momentum shifts to Michigan.
Gets his pass in the air for Ty Streets, and he's got it, and he's gone. Touchdown, Michigan.
It's a 53-yarder, and the game's tied at halftime. The Wolverines take the lead for good in the second half. Greasy to Streets.
Touchdown.
It's 53 yards this time, and Michigan leads 14-13.
Thomas is back in, the big back. Ryan, play action, throws. He's got Tooman open. Touchdown.
That's the game winner to Jeremy Tooman in the fourth quarter. Michigan goes on to win 21-16. Michigan runs the table and stakes their claim to number 1. Okay, we're going to be Husker fans, and we're going to assume the Huskers win tonight, so we'll have 2 undefeated teams. What would happen if somehow these 2 teams could just get together and play a game maybe next week? Well, here's what some of the experts think about it. Oddsmaker Danny Sheridan says the Huskers are a 7-point favorite against Michigan. Gary Harris also liking the Huskers in that game. And former Notre Dame coach and CBS analyst Lou Holtz, well, you heard him earlier, he would take the Huskers in a game against Michigan. Coach Osborne, meanwhile, reacted to last night's Michigan win.
It was a well-played game, and obviously both teams are talented. As far as our team is concerned, we set a number of goals at the start of the season, and I don't think that any of those are eliminated at this point. We'll certainly wait and see how we play. Tennessee is going to be a very strong opponent, and we'll just have to see how we play and what people think after the game is over.
Well, Husker fans are certainly excited tonight, but they certainly weren't too thrilled last night. Doug Walker is downtown as the fans get ready to rock. Doug, how's it going down there?
Well, fans are getting ready for tonight's big game down here, packing into sports bars like this one, Luke. A lot of people, a lot more enthusiasm down in this bar tonight than there was in Lincoln last night. A lot of fans still holding on to hopes that Nebraska could somehow pull out a national title if Tennessee absolutely or if Nebraska absolutely annihilates Tennessee tonight. Tonight's also a historic game for the fact, of course, that Coach Tom Osborne will be leading his troops out onto the battlefield for the last time tonight. A lot of people excited about that, a little bit sad as well, but nonetheless looking forward to the historic game. So we'll have more reaction from fans tonight. And right now we'll take it back to Bill Robertson, who's standing by live in our 1011 studios. Bill?
Now, lots of people have front row 50-yard line seats there, Doug.
This is a good seat.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Well, it's not all Orange Bowl 97. Straight ahead, we'll take a quick look at the other news of the day.
As you probably know by now, because it seemed to be a matter of interest to a lot of people, I got my my car towed away down there in Lawrence. And I'd like to set the record straight on that. I did not park the car originally. My wife did that.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust, so the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Join me.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Pizza Hut salutes Tom Osborne for his dedicated years of service. Best wishes from your Nebraska Pizza Hut.
Took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital.
We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalized blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems. Heart care close to home.
When Cooper Tire asked me to be their spokesman, I wanted to make sure it was a good match. So I took a tour of one of their factories. I found out that Cooper's been around since 1914, a time of grassroots values that still drive the company today. Hard-working folks dedicated to their craft. My kind of people, always striving to be the best.
STC is proud to distribute quality American-made Cooper tires throughout the Midwest.
In America, if you want to go someplace, just go. See the grandparents take off. Drive cross country, Go right ahead. And during the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event, roaming America's more affordable. Now you can get 2.9 APR financing or great smart lease on Chevy Malibu, the car you knew America could build. Check out great offers on other 98 Chevy cars and trucks, too. Get to the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event now.
Get 2.9 financing for a limited time at your local Chevy dealer today.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll continue our pregame in just a moment. But first, a Lincoln library gets trashed by vandals. Police need your help in tonight's Crime Stoppers. The vandals broke into the Anderson Branch Library Christmas night. They entered through large windows. Once inside, they destroyed equipment, knocked over books and shelves. Damage is in the thousands.
There's a minimum of $7,000 worth of damage, and it could certainly go up in excess of $25,000.
If you have information about this vandalism, please call Crime Stoppers at 475-3600. Your tip can be anonymous and could lead to a cash reward. Well, think twice if you're planning to celebrate after the Orange Bowl game. Lincoln police plan to patrol downtown in force tonight. Large crowds are expected to watch the game at downtown bars. Police want to avoid and control mass celebrations like those back in '96. But police say you can still have fun.
We have ample officers to maintain order, to ensure that traffic moves in a safe manner downtown. And traffic includes pedestrians, because obviously people will be watching the game on television in some of the local drinking establishments downtown.
Well, the officers say safety for all is the main concern. A perfect day, a really nice day to get the week going, or in the week rather, but going to change?
Yeah, it is going to change. We're going to see reality come back as an Arctic front will visit the state of Nebraska, but not before tomorrow. So it looks like for tonight, things will be very quiet. Well, let's take a look at the high temperature today in Lincoln. 56 degrees, 29 the morning low, 52 in Grand Island, and 32 the morning low. Temperature right now, 46 degrees, dew point at 43, 89%. The humidity, a south wind at 9, and the pressure at 29.70 and falling. Temperatures right now very mild across the state. Still 51 degrees at Valentine after a high of 68 today. That was a record high. 43 degrees for Grand Island, 47 for McCook, and 43 the current right now at Goodland. We'll take a look at the satellite loop across the country. Lots of clouds across the central plains, but this is just basically mid-level cloudiness. Some lower clouds across northern sections of the United States. That's where some precipitation is, and some low-level moisture across the south. We take a look at the precipitation across the country. Some light showers from Texas all the way up into the Ohio Valley, and to the north of us here, some snow shower activity. That's going to begin to slightly move to the south of the next 12 to 24 hours to give us a chance for precipitation and a Pacific storm system producing rain across northern sections of California. Here's the current conditions across the country right now. Very mild across a good part of it. Temperatures very nice in the central plains all the way into the northeast. But you take a look to the north of us, very cold conditions right now in sections of Canada. This Arctic air is going to move into the central plains, but one thing is going to happen. We do not have a lot of snow cover across the northern plains or southern sections of Canada. So when this Arctic front does plunge southward, it's going to modify dramatically, and that means we're not going to see the bitter cold temperatures, but temperatures will be dropping probably 20 to 30 degrees over the next 12 to 24 hours. We take a look at the surface map. Here's the current situation. Arctic front just now about ready to move through the state. It will during the overnight period, probably move in through the Lincoln area by tomorrow morning, and we'll see some light scattered precipitation, maybe a little bit of light freezing rain across portions of the state. That could cause roadways to become a little bit slippery. We're not expecting anything heavy across portions of Nebraska, but once again, just some inconvenient precipitation. Most of the heavier activity will be to the east of the state. Forecast for tonight, 15 to 25 in the northwest as that Arctic air does begin to move into the northwestern part of the state. 25 to 35 for the overnight lows across central and eastern sections of the region. 35 for Lincoln and 33 degrees for Grand Island. For tomorrow, falling temperatures throughout the day. These will be highs early in the day as the Arctic front continues to plunge southward. We'll see 35 early in the day, 34 for Grand Island, and once again, the chance for that light freezing rain or sleet, possibly mixing with snow by Saturday afternoon across southeastern portions of the state. 25 to 35 for Sunday after some morning clouds across the southeast. We'll see partly sunny skies to develop, but it will be chilly. 29 for the high in Lincoln and 30 degrees for Grand Island. Your extended forecast, this Arctic air will not last long. We're actually going to see a warming trend as we head into next week, possibly back up into the 40s by Wednesday. We take a look at the kickoff forecast. Variable cloudy skies with scattered showers, and temperatures will be in the upper 60s, so not too bad.
Sounds like a great night to play football.
Oh, it certainly will be.
At least to watch it.
That's right.
Thanks, Brad. Well, still plenty more to come. How do the Huskers stack up against the Volunteers? And what's the scoop on Tennessee's big shooter?
Still have swelling, still swelling in the knee and in the ankle, and they say when you practice on it, that's just normal. It's still going to be there, but the doctors and the trainers say it looks better every single day.
Well, the doctors say Manning's cleared to play. We'll tell you what that means for the Big Red.
Somebody called me from one of the newspapers Friday night at the hotel in Oklahoma, said that they had heard I was going to announce my resignation after the game. Well, after the game was over, maybe I should have, but you know, I have no intention of that. Now, these rumors keep popping up. I guess it's because of health-related reasons.
If you're ready for the most incredible deals of the year, shoot into your local Ford dealers year-end clearance, where you'll ring up to $2,000 cash back or 1.9 financing on Taurus, $1,000 back or 2.9 financing on Escort. You'll score $1,500 cash back on Windstar. Get into a 98 Contour SE for only $229 a month. Rack up points in a new ZX2 for just $179 a month. But don't wait. This year-end clearance, and you won't get a replay for another year. Year-end clearance. Shoot into your local Ford dealer now.
Last year, the Bryan Heart Care team traveled more than 1 million miles and never left the state. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust, or the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Join me.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Pizza Hut salutes Tom Osborne for his dedicated years of service. Best wishes from your Nebraska Pizza Hut.
If you've been postponing the thrill of driving a new Dodge, we have to ask why. Because by acting right now, get up to $1,000 cash back on America's best-selling minivan, Dodge Caravan. Or choose this Dodge Caravan that's loaded with all these features. Get it around $17,200, it's still America's lowest priced minivan. But don't delay, because the thrill of driving a new Dodge may not always be so affordable. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Welcome back. We're not far away from kickoff between the two teams, the number 2 ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers, number 3 ranked Tennessee Volunteers. Now, these two teams live by totally opposite styles. The Huskers are going to run while the Peyton passes.
Nebraska leads the nation in rushing offense, and the Volunteers admit they haven't encountered a style like this all season.
We have, in the SEC conference, we've never seen the type of game that Nebraska plays. From the physical standpoint and from, just mental standpoint, a lot of different blocking schemes that they're going to throw at you and everything.
He's going to throw the ball. On the other side of the ball, yes, the Huskers will have to worry about Peyton's place in passing. After all, he threw for 3,800 yards and 36 TDs this season.
It's definitely our job up front to start it off, because if we don't give a good pass rush, then it's going to put a lot of pressure on the secondary. So what we need to do is to get in there and mix it up.
Tennessee does have a running game. Jamal Lewis was heavily recruited by the Huskers to do just that. He's run for 1,300 yards in his true freshman season with the Volunteers.
The coaches knew that we needed to establish a good running game, for Peyton to get his passing game down and everything, and so he can pass the ball even better. And I think they found it, and it's been going pretty well now.
The key to the passing game is the running game, and if we can go out there and maybe control the running game and shut it down, it's definitely going to limit their passing game.
The condition of Peyton Manning's right knee is reason to concern the Tennessee football team. But the Bursar sack has healed just fine, and the Volunteers quarterback will be in the lineup. Manning knows that will concern the Nebraska secondary.
I plan to get the ball in Jamal Lewis's hands and Marcus Nash's and Paris Price's hands and let those guys earn their scholarships, as I say.
We know they're young and they're really on
as experienced as defensive backs we've faced in the past throughout the season, and we hope to take full advantage of it.
The Cornhusker defensive backs know what's in store for Friday's game, and they hope to take full advantage of the opportunity.
That's a great challenge, just to say I played against, one of the top-round draft choices, and he throws the ball where it's supposed to be, and if I'm where I'm supposed to be, then that's going to make, the secondary look good.
As a true freshman, Erwin Sweeney knows Peyton Manning and the Volunteers will probably be picking on him.
It's very thrilling. I know the guy's good, I'm a freshman. I don't know a lot, but, I'm going to try. I'm going to come out there. I'm going to stay focused and do what I have to do. So, it's not nothing I can't handle, put it that way.
Tonight marks the end of what is perhaps the most incredible, remarkable coaching era in all of college football. Coach Tom Osborne, who has calmly stood on the sidelines with the Huskers for the last quarter century, is stepping down after tonight. Now, no one ever expected what was in store for the man who took over for the legendary Bob Devaney 25 years ago.
It didn't take long for Tom Osborne to get his first of 254 victories. It came in his first game, a 40-13 rout of UCLA. With Osborne on the sidelines, the crowds kept pouring into Memorial Stadium during the 70s. In his first year at the helm, Tom Osborne led the Huskers with 9 wins, 2 losses, and a tie, and a Cotton Bowl victory. That 9-win record was duplicated in 1974 as the quarterback David Humm used his strong arm to lead the Huskers to another bowl victory, this one over Florida in the Sugar Bowl. The next year, 10 wins and a trip to the Fiesta Bowl. That game ended in an upset loss to Arizona State. Osborne and the Huskers made up for that loss the next year with a stirring come-from-behind victory over Texas Tech in the 1976 Astro Bluebonnet Bowl. Quarterback Vince Ferragamo led the Huskers to a 27-24 victory. In 1978, Osborne led the Huskers to the team's second Big 8 co-championship under his leadership. That year marked one of the biggest games in Husker history, Osborne's first win against Oklahoma. The narrow lead held up in the final minutes when they recovered the Billy Sims fumble inside the 5-yard line. That joy was short-lived, however. The Huskers played Missouri the next week. A last-ditch pass fails for Nebraska, and in Lincoln, the Tigers come away with a 35-31 win. That set up a rematch with Oklahoma again in the 1979 Orange Bowl. In this hard-fought second meeting, Oklahoma comes away with a 31-24 victory behind the strong running of Billy Sims. In 1983, Tom Osborne coached what many still call the greatest college football team of all time. That season will always be remembered for this defining moment, the failed 2-point conversion that would have given the Huskers a victory in Osborne's first national championship. 11 years later, Coach Osborne led his team down the tunnel of that same stadium, and this time he would not be denied that national title. After the Miami air attack strikes, so does Nebraska with a Brooke Behringer touchdown pass. Then in the fourth quarter, down by 8 points, fullback Corey Schlesinger breaks through the middle for a touchdown. Down by 2, Tom Osborne calls for a pass play. This time completes in the same end zone in nearly the same spot as a similar pass thrown 11 years earlier. A second touchdown by Schlesinger puts Nebraska up by a touchdown. And the defense makes sure that's all they need to bring the coach his first national championship and the team's third. In 1995, Osborne coached what some are again calling one of the best teams ever. Quarterback Tommy Frazier leads the Huskers to their third undefeated regular season. And when the top-ranked Huskers played second-ranked Florida in the Fiesta Bowl, it wasn't even close.
Numbers, more yards to those big numbers. Oh, they don't have them yet. Look at Tommy Frazier. How many tackles can one man break? Touchdown.
Tommy Frazier and the rest of the Huskers ran around, over, and through the Florida Gators on the way to an impressive 62-24 win and a second straight national championship.
What an incredible career thus far. Coach Tom Osborne, 254 wins, 49 losses, just remarkable.
It's absolutely amazing, Scott. And Coach Tom Osborne has just taken the field in his very last game here down in Miami. But we wanted to give fans who had traveled all this way a chance to say thanks, Coach, for the memories.
Most Nebraskans would die for him. And the players especially, they love him. And
it might seem a little extreme, but after all, we're talking about Tom Osborne, a man who can't walk down the street without signing a T-shirt or posing for a picture. To his fans, news of his retirement hit hard.
I'm glad I get the chance to see his last game.
It's going to be exciting, but it's going to be a little sad.
Yeah, I suppose a lot's going through his mind. There's so many great things that happen to coaches through your lives. You know, meeting people and having great kids on your teams and just being involved with great people. So I'm sure a lot's going through his mind.
It's one of those things you hope you never had to see, but glad I got the chance to see it now, so mixed feelings.
And of course, players don't want to see Coach Osborne lose his last game. I'm with a former Husker who sees guys like Peyton Manning every week in the NFL. I'm joined by Eric Stokes here, a former Husker and now a Seattle Seahawks safety. Eric, a big challenge ahead for the Husker secondary, but it's kind of similar to the Florida game you guys played in a couple years ago.
Yeah, a lot like it. I think what you're going to see is a lot of zone blitzing by Nebraska. Their primary emphasis is going to be to stop the run first, because once you do that, you know, we'll get Peyton Manning to one-dimensional, and hopefully corners will hold up really well. Zone blitzes should take some of the pressure off them, and have the help from the safeties. They'll be okay.
Hopefully it turns out like Danny Werfel did in that game.
I hope so too. I hope so too.
Well, of course, Manning is the big challenge. Do you think he's stoppable? I mean, is he a guy that you can stop?
Yeah, he's definitely a guy you can stop. I think what they're going to have to do is a lot of disguising and coverages, and I think that zone blitzes will protect him a lot. As you can see here in some of this footage, you know, I think that Tennessee is going to try to throw over the top, because I don't think that they're going to be able to nickel and dime their way down the field. So I think, you know, what's important is for the Nebraska safeties not to try to come up on the run and just rely on that front seven and just kind of play over the top for that deep ball.
Now we're seeing here Manning was intercepted in the one game they did lose against Florida. Is that something the Huskers go after as an interception or not?
Definitely. I think Manning will try to force it, because, you know, he does have a strong arm, and at times, you know, he will throw it in the coverage. So, you know, just like Werfel, I think, you know, he's a guy that can be picked off. He's a guy that, you know, you might be able to confuse a little bit, and when there's a lot of pressure in his face, hopefully he'll force some passes.
How important is it for guys like Grant Wistrom and Jason Peter, those frontline guys, to get pressure on him? It's their responsibility too, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's up to that front seven to really put a lot of pressure, and once that front seven stops the run, you know, then those guys can really turn it loose, and they won't have to worry about so much play action pass and trying to defend both the run and the pass. So eliminate that run, let those guys get upfield, get a lot of pressure, and the corners will hold up hopefully real well against Tennessee's, and we'll just see what happens.
Husker bias aside, you've watched Tennessee, you've seen some of their interviews. Do you think they can win, or do you think they believe they can win this game?
I don't think that they think they can necessarily win the game. I think it's with Nebraska. Nebraska knows they can win the game, and they expect to win the game, whereas Tennessee kind of hopes to win the game, and they think they have a chance. And I think that's always been a mental edge that we've always had, even when I was at Nebraska, is that we know we're going to win the game. We know what it takes, and when it comes down to that fourth quarter, I think Nebraska will be just fine.
Well, I hope you're right, Mr. Stokes. We'll find out tonight. Eric and I will be here to pick apart the highlights of this Orange Bowl game in our post-game coverage. Still to come on the pregame show, we're going back to Miami, where Tommy Frazier tells us what's on the Huskers' mind just minutes before kickoff.
Obviously, I'm not quite 100% strength. I don't think I could go out and run 5 miles today, but I'm not really what you would call damaged goods either, in that I expect within a month, 2 months, to probably be more fit than I have been in 4 or 5 years.
Unleash the power of the internet in your computer. We can help you create and maintain an internet image your customers will notice. As internet marketing specialists, we offer service you can trust. Serving over 140 clients locally and worldwide, Information Analytics provides a secure environment you can rely on. As the area leader in database and electronic commerce, our expertise can maximize your internet potential. Information Analytics, bringing a world of new business to your desktop.
This is Charlie McBride. When I'm recruiting, I look for players that are strong, durable, and ready to tackle the tough jobs day in and day out. Those are the same qualities I wanted in a pickup truck, and that's why I bought an F-150 from Anderson Ford. I found the model, options, and price I wanted, plus the service I'll need for years to come. Whether you're looking for a truck, car, or minivan, do what I did. Go with the winning team at Anderson Ford.
Anderson Ford in Lincoln and Grand Island.
You just feel better when you're working with number one.
Alliance Cellular would like you to meet 2 powerful little Huskers.
We refuse to lose.
No, that's not quite what we had in.
Nothing but net tonight.
No, we mean the Husker phones, exclusively at Alliance Cellular. Available as a Motorola personal or bag phone with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phones. Great phones. And a great way to say, go Big Red.
You're gonna better than that. Put some more filling into it, buddy.
Go Big Red.
Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
When Cooper Tire asked me to be their spokesman, I wanted to make sure it was a good match. So I took a tour of one of their factories. I found out that Cooper's been around since 1914, a time of grassroots values that still drive the company today. Hard-working folks dedicated to their craft. My kind of people, always striving to be the best.
STC is proud to distribute quality American-made Cooper tires throughout the Midwest.
Well, the clock's ticking till the big game, and no one knows that more than Doug Walker. He's the man on the street, or should I say in the sports bar. And Doug, looks like you're where the action is this evening.
That's right, Bill. Fans are pumped up down here tonight, ready to see tonight's big game. No shortage of enthusiasm down here tonight. As you can see very well, fans are hopeful that Nebraska can somehow pull out a big one tonight and possibly a national title. They've got some hopes down here, as you can see, and really excited about seeing Osborne's last game tonight as he leads his troops out onto the field. So the atmosphere is great in Miami, and it's also great down here all over Lincolnville. Right now, we'll hear more from Ken Levin's Scott Kilbury.
Welcome back. I'm Scott Kilbury, along with former Husker quarterback Tommy Frazier. Now, we talked about this off the top of the show. These players, the Cornhuskers especially, they can't wait for kickoff, but they can't wait to get this thing over with.
You're right. You know, it's been a real long week for these guys. As you know, most of these guys haven't been home since the summer, and they miss Christmas at the time to spend with their families. So they're ready for this game to get going, get over, so they can go home and spend quality time with their families.
With the long time off like this, away from a game to span between the Texas A&M game and then coming down here with practices, can you get into a rut, or is it easy to be fresh in this situation?
No, it's easy to be fresh. You know, this time off between games helps the players who are injured out there. It gives them that much more time to heal up before they have to go back out and have real serious contact. As far as the players losing their will to play, losing their timing, I don't think so, because the way Coach Osborne does his time, he practices at least once, twice, maybe 3 times a week during that time after for exams and all that, so they won't lose their timing.
Now, as far as this game being compared to other games, this looks back at the Fiesta Bowl with the incredible game that you had for the 1995 National Championship. Do you see a lot of parallels between this game and the Florida game of '95?
Well, you try to see a parallel, but I don't think there is that parallel, because it's a totally just different situation. We knew going into the game in the Fiesta Bowl that we're playing for the championship. Here, the guys know that they're playing for it, but there's a very good chance they might not get it if they win. So there might be some letdown, but this being Coach Osborne's last game, this being the last game for 24 seniors, they're going to go out there and play their hearts out.
That's right. We do expect a good one, so we hope to have a good one in store for you. So in the meantime, we'll just send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Scott and Tommy, thanks very much. Hey, kickoff is in just about, let's call it around 27 minutes or so. It's Nebraska's #1 rated offense against Tennessee's 32nd ranked defense. Who will prevail? Nebraska averages about 47 points a game, and they rush for about 513 yards, or rather total offense around 513 yards a game. It is high-powered stuff, folks. When we return back to Miami for a final recap and last-minute preparations.
And I hope that I can truly, in the remaining years that I have meaningful years, and that I will be able to honor God with my lifestyle and with what I do.
This is Charlie McBride. When I'm recruiting, I look for players that are strong, durable, and ready to tackle the tough jobs day in and day out. Those are the same qualities I wanted in a pickup truck, and that's why I bought an F-150 from Anderson Ford. I found the model, options, and price I wanted, plus the service I'll need for years to come. Whether you're looking for a truck, car, or minivan, do what I did. Go with the winning team at Anderson Ford.
Anderson Ford in Lincoln and Grand Island.
You just feel better when you're working with #1.
Grandma's value #1.
Here, look over here, come on. Honesty is the best policy.
Value #2.
You get what you pay for.
Like the honest meal at an honest price you get at Runza. Bigger portions, higher quality, better value. Nobody gives you your money's worth like Runza. Grandma's value #3. Only the best will do.
Live a little.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
You got to surround yourself with talented people, stay focused, and work hard.
Norwest salutes Tom Osborne's 25 years of winning with Tom's Loan Challenge. Take the challenge by applying for any new Norwest loan of $5,000 or more. If you qualify, you'll get a free commemorative jacket or flag.
It's nice to know Norwest is as proud as I am to be part of Nebraska.
Nebraska can make home the winner.
You and I are among the Nebraska Lottery's biggest winners because our lives are enhanced by more than $38 million in grants made by the Nebraska Environmental Trust Fund. These environmental grants create and revitalize. They shelter and restore. They enliven natural beauty and safeguard precious resources. The state of our environment is prospering through grants funded by the Nebraska Lottery.
And around we go, ladies and gentlemen. 22 black, red loses.
A compulsive gambler will gamble away their possessions, everything they own or can borrow. They gamble on football, basketball, horses, dogs, cards. A compulsive gambler will gamble away their friends, their family, their life.
For help, call 1-800-560-2126 or the Nebraska Council on Compulsive Gambling.
Back, we're getting ever so closer to that kickoff between the number 2 ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers and number 3 ranked Tennessee Volunteers. Now, we've been here all week, not quite as long as the players, but Nicole, you've kind of gathered the sense of all the dedicated fans out there coming to this game.
Exactly, an extra special reason for the fans to make the trip to Miami this year. Of course, this being Tom Osborne's last game, a lot of them have a lot to say about that. And in fact, when the team came out here just a couple of minutes ago, the entire stadium was just in an uproar. It almost felt like you were back at home at Memorial Stadium.
Definitely a lot of electricity out there, and I'm sure, Tommy, you know a lot about electricity. Do you sense the juices flowing once again like you when you were a player?
Oh yeah, the juices are flowing. The players are out there, you know, as you can tell, they're going to have their adrenaline going. But I think the key thing for them is just keeping it within themselves, keeping them to a minimum, and go out there and just focus on what they have to do.
Now, I know it's a little different for you. Now you're on the other side looking. Yeah. Is it just the same or different? What do you think?
Well, the approach to the game is different. Now I can find myself getting more excited about the game. I can let the energy out, but as a player, you can't let it out because you have to stay in total control of your emotions.
Well, we'll certainly find out how focused they are and how emotional it's going to be. We know it is going to be a good one. Number 2 ranked Nebraska Cornhuskers, the number 3 ranked Tennessee Volunteers. We expect a good one, so you don't want to miss it because kickoff is coming up.
Okay, Nicole, Scott, and Tommy doing a great job down there. I thought it was interesting when you were talking to Eric Stokes. He mentioned Nebraska plans to win. Tennessee hopes and thinks maybe they have a chance to win.
And I would say if Nebraska scores right off the top, maybe those hopes get real small at the end of that game.
Well, let's go Big Red. We'll see what happens.
Right.
We are just minutes till kickoff. We're about to turn it over to CBS. But remember, there is still plenty more to come. Our Showdown in Miami coverage continues with our post-game following the CBS national coverage, and you'll want to keep it here on 1011 News. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you after the game, and of course, go Huskers.
All right now.
You got to surround yourself with talented people, stay focused, and work hard.
Norwest salutes Tom Osborne's 25 years of winning with Tom's Loan Challenge. Take the challenge by applying for any new Norwest loan of $5,000 or more. If you qualify, you'll get a free commemorative jacket or flag.
It's nice to know Norwest is as proud as I am to be part of Nebraska.
Nebraska can make home the winner.
If you've been postponing the thrill of driving a new Dodge, we have to ask why. Because by acting right now, get up to $1,000 cash back on America's best-selling minivan, Dodge Caravan. Or choose this Dodge Caravan that's loaded with all these features. Get it around $17,200, it's still America's lowest-priced minivan. But don't delay, because the thrill of driving a new Dodge may not always be so affordable. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
If you're a corn grower, you've probably heard about Region.
The new low-dose insecticide and one-pass application system that simplifies handling and completely does away with dust. And this is what's really amazing. A single at-plant application of Regent controls corn rootworm together with European corn borer. Prior to Regent, the only way to do that was to do this.
Regent. From now on, this is how it's done.
Anybody got a towel?
To understand our dedication to keeping your car running its best, visit your team of pros at Big A Auto Parts. They'll have you back on the road in no time. Big A, America's parts pros.
These Big A dealers would like to pay tribute to Tom Osborne for his 25 years with the Cornhuskers. Congratulations, Coach.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Circuit City's New Year's clearance is going on now.
Okay, gotta be smart. Huh? Computer literate.
Whoa! Cyber waffle!
Speaks several languages.
Say, habla español.
A hard worker.
I'm not exactly a computer. Slow down.
A real people person.
Thank you. You helped me so much.
The Late Show with David Letterman. The right man at the right time.
One of the colors in America's autumn and has been since 1869 when Princeton and Rutgers played in the first game, and later when Harvard and Yale started their rivalry. College football has become a part of our lives and its traditions and symbols a part of our culture. From Pop Warner, Alonzo Stagg, and John Heisman, great men were drawn to the game. And as it grew, so did its legends, Knute Rockne, the Bear, Joe Paterno, and Tom Osborne. From out of the dust and soil of its classic conflicts, heroes were born. Jim Thorpe, the galloping ghost Red Grange, the Four Horsemen of Notre Dame, Mr. Inside and Mr. Outside, Blanchard and Davis. And tonight, one legend will leave the game after 25 years and countless compelling moments at Nebraska. Tom Osborne makes his final tribute to the game he loves tonight. And a college football folk hero, Peyton Manning, spirited and strong in body and heart, raised with a passion for the game, will play his last as a volunteer. Tennessee and Nebraska, more college football history tonight. One team hails from the South, the other from America's heartland. And tonight they meet in Miami, the Tennessee Volunteers and the Nebraska Cornhuskers in the FedEx Orange Bowl. Tonight is Tom Osborne's final game after a 25-year career as head coach of Nebraska. He's won 2 national championships. He's averaged an eye-popping 10 wins a season. Nebraska's success rests on Scott Frost, the first quarterback in Husker history to rush and pass for 1,000 yards in a single season. His counterpart on Tennessee is Peyton Manning, playing in his final collegiate game, capping a career that is already legendary. His love of the game brought him back to play his senior season. And the man on whom Peyton will rely to share the Volunteers' offensive load is Jamal Lewis, the leading freshman rusher in the country. Hi, everybody. I'm Jim Nance. Welcome to the College Football Today 4th Division pregame show. I hope you're enjoying the new year. I'm joined once again by my partners, Craig James and Lou Holtz. And gentlemen, despite what you may have heard last night, Michigan has not won the national championship yet.
I guarantee they haven't won a national championship yet, and they know it.
They had a great year, but you go to bed the night before the voting, and you have no idea how the people are going to possibly vote.
I said a few days ago that I was going to wait on my vote to cast in. I was going to watch both football games. Michigan's made their statement. Now we're going to see Nebraska in this game. And keep in mind, at least I am right now, that the Big Ten opponents of Michigan are 0-6 in bowl games this year. And the SEC, they're 10-0 over the last 2 years. Enough said. Tennessee's a good football team.
Hey, the SEC hasn't lost a bowl game since 2 years ago when Nebraska annihilated Florida. All right, let's put one thing to rest. The Rose Bowl last night, the last second here at the end of the game, spiking the ball, Ryan Leaf. Lou, did Washington State deserve one more play from the 27 of Michigan?
If I was a coach, I'd say yes, but the official said no, and that's all that matters. Everything else is irrelevant.
Hey, get over it, America. I mean, Michigan won the football game. Great football team, undefeated.
Yep, they did their part. Earlier, Craig caught up with Tom Osborne as he arrived at the stadium for some final thoughts before the coaches' final game.
Everybody in America wants to know, is Nebraska playing for national championship?
Well, we hope so, Craig. You know, some things we can't control. We can't control the voters, how people perceive. We just got to hope we can play better than Tennessee does tonight. But I think we're really ready to play a great football game. We've got a very good team, and so I'm kind of excited about it.
Your emotions on the day, knowing this is the last one after so many years as a football coach, what do they feel like?
Well, I feel about the same as I always do. You know, you're a little bit nervous, but more anticipation, and so it's going to be a lot of fun.
Did you take note of anything like this is the last bus ride, this is the last time to walk with the players?
No, I didn't even think about that, but now that you mention it, I guess it was.
Thank you, Coach.
Okay.
He never changes. His even emotions, unwavering Tom Osborne. The other story, really for the last 4 weeks, the condition of Peyton Manning's knee. He says it's as close to 100% as possible. What do you think, Craig, you'll see tonight?
And one thing about this thing, from an X and O standpoint, Peyton Manning is the guy that goes back 3 steps, gets rid of the ball, 5 steps, gets rid of the ball. But the number one issue he'll deal with tonight in this ball game is the weather, the windy conditions out here. This is one of those deals where, look at the wind, gusts up to 32 miles per hour. The big boys up front with the humidity, they're going to sweat. But here's the thing, wide receivers downfield, that ball, the deep ball, will float. They have got to keep their eye on the ball because it's going to move on them, Coach.
If Peyton can't play, his backup is T. Martin. We tried to recruit T. Martin. He's a great quarterback. He came to Tennessee because he wanted to play in a game like this. The only thing that might happen, he might play a year earlier than he thought.
Yeah, if he has to play, remember, he's only thrown 16 passes in 2 seasons. And now I'm pleased to introduce the newest member of our CBS family, Armin Katayan. Welcome to CBS.
Nice to be here.
We've been talking about Peyton. You spent some time with him this week.
I did. You know, last year we wondered whether Peyton Manning would even return for his senior year. This year we wonder whether his decision was worth it. Well, that depends on who you talk to.
For 3 years, it was Peyton's place. Home to heroics that left a young man debating the decision of a lifetime last spring. Become the darling of the NFL draft and earn a king's ransom, or return to school in a community with about as much at stake.
I made up my mind. I don't expect to ever look back. I'm going to stay at the University of Tennessee. I really didn't do it to make a statement. You know, people ask me why you did it, and I really think I was selfish in my decision. I did what I wanted to do.
Those words may prove costly. Despite throwing 36 touchdowns and setting several SEC records this year, Manning is no longer the consensus #1 pick. After a crushing loss to Florida and remarkably the Heisman Trophy race, in some eyes, he's not even the best quarterback in the draft.
It was a monumental mistake. I couldn't believe that a guy would turn down a guarantee of $25–30 million to play for Bill Parcells and the New York Jets, to be the king of the largest media market in the world.
Everybody should want to go to the NFL. That's real healthy, but just to bypass college fast, whether you use 3 or 4 years to go through it and just to get out, that's wrong, I think. While you're here, you need to play for the love of the game, play for your university and enjoy it, and then make the next step.
Clearly, no one profited more from Manning's step back than the state of Tennessee. According to this study, the football team generated nearly $40 million in local income last year. This season, Manning Mania helped produce millions more in record TV, ticket, and concessions, and that's just on campus.
Well, certainly in terms of this year's economic impact from the football season, it was worth a lot more to the business community to have Peyton here in terms of nights in hotels and restaurants and sales of souvenirs than it was to the university. And so the business community had a lot at stake.
The impact that he had on the store is, this is a perfect example right here. This would have a whole lot more merchandise on it.
It's impossible to ignore his economic impact, as it is to put a price on moments like this or this. Memories of a season Peyton Manning likely lost millions to remember. A season and young man college football will not soon forget.
I wouldn't change one thing about my senior year, about my entire career. I would not change one thing. People, want to pick at things and look at things like that. I did things the way I wanted to this year, and I wouldn't change a thing.
The agents I talked to said Peyton's decision to stay in school may have cost him as much as $10 million in contracts, bonus, and endorsement money. They also said if he has a great game tonight, he makes up a whole lot of that money.
Right, Armin. I think it's amusing. As exasperated as these agents are, they don't understand that's not his motivation. Lou, how would you frame his senior year at Tennessee?
He came back for the right reasons, not for money. He came back because he loved Tennessee. He loved the game, wanted to win a conference championship, which he did. Should have won the Heisman. Tennessee's better because he came back. College football is better because he came back. We need more Peyton Manning.
I agree with all that. We watched Ryan Leaf play on national TV against a good defense. Now it's time to watch Peyton Manning against a big-time team. How's he going to perform? Guarantee NFL scouts out there are watching.
All right, Craig. Armin, thank you for that report.
Jim.
Coming up, a look at the life and times of Nebraska head coach Tom Osborne when we continue from the FedEx Orange Bowl after this.
Well, if I had money, I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd go downtown, buy a Ford truck or two. I'm crazy about a Ford truck. Lord, I'm crazy about a Ford truck. I'm gonna buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road. I'm gonna buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
For the last 50 years, there's only been one truck built Ford tough.
Горбачев, из-за него мы на краю экономической пропасти.
Да благодаря ему у нас свобода.
Из-за него мы на краю политического хаоса.
Благодаря ему мы теперь свободны. И можем дойти до края этой пиццы.
The Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut with no outer crust, so the toppings go all the way to the edge.
За Горбачева!
За Горбачева! За Горбачева!
Almost everyone's been to the edge. Have you?
We're back at Erickson Stadium where we're down in the final seconds of the game and it's still tied. The kick's high.
Ericsson mobile phones. Catch the excitement.
Every 10 seconds or so, a stop sign goes up somewhere in America. And every 30 seconds, a traffic light goes up. It's as hard on your car as it is on you. It's stop and go. Stop and go. Stop and go driving. Use Pennzoil. Formulated for today's stop and go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil.
Welcome back to the FedEx Orange Bowl where they're getting set for tonight's showdown. Junior high-back Amon Green carries on the Husker tradition of heralded backs. He finished second in the nation in rushing. There will be another head coach on the field tonight. Tennessee's Phil Fulmer. He's 4-1 in bowl games. There he is meeting with Tom Osborne. And his success recently was rewarded with a contract extension to the year 2003. 25 years, 25 bowls, 25 seasons with at least 9 wins. You might wonder how a record of such sustained excellence was achieved by Coach Tom Osborne. But as Michelle Tafoya discovered, it all becomes clear when you learn about Tom Osborne, the man.
Enjoyed the game, and it's something that I don't think I'll ever, get over. Is just my fascination with football. I've been very, very fortunate to have been just in one place, let alone a place that very important to me. I like the people here, I like the work ethic, I like their values. It's a state that I'm very comfortable with and have grown to really care about.
Osborne's character has its roots in Hastings, Nebraska, where his grandfather played on the football team. A man of conviction, he later became a minister. Tom's father, Charles, also played football at Hastings College. After he graduated, he became a traveling salesman, but always carried a football uniform in the trunk of his car, forever in search of a game. Tom developed a sense of responsibility early, when his father's service in World War II kept him away from home for 5 years.
I really didn't know him. When he came back, I was 10 years old, and he liked athletics, and I wanted to please him, and so I think that's really how I first got into athletics, was just trying to do the things that he really enjoyed and liked and admired.
Tom was named the best athlete in the state of Nebraska his senior year of high school. Turning down scholarship offers from Nebraska, he went on to star in 3 sports at Hastings College. It's never been easy for Tom Osborne. He tried the ministry, but missed football. He was hired as an assistant coach at Nebraska by the legendary Bob Devaney. He took over for Devaney, and the program flourished. But there was doubt. Tom Osborne's teams couldn't win the big one.
Nebraska will go for 2. Going for 2. Gill takes, looks, rolls, deflected away! Deflected away!
I really assumed that if you were going to win a national championship, you had to go for the win. And I felt probably the players would only respect going for the win. They'd won 12 straight. They thought they were a great team, and so I thought that that's what they would want.
Tom Osborne finally won a national championship, 2 of them in fact. But there was criticism that his success had come at the expense of his program's integrity.
There have been some bumps along the road, obviously, but you just do what you think you need to do. I think everyone has to deal with criticism at times and with problems. And you ask players to come 1,500, 2,000 miles away from their home to basically because they trust you. And it's very difficult then when things don't pan out quite the way you'd like for you to then abandon them. I suspect, like a lot of people, you're always not quite sure you measure up. And so I think I really spent a lot of my life trying to please my father. And I think everybody, or a lot of people at least, go through life in some way trying to satisfy something that originated a long time ago.
While he does suffer from a mild heart condition, Coach Osborne insists his health was only a contributing factor to his decision, the primary reason being he wanted to spend some more time with his family. The last 5 years, 59-3, did not lose a home game his last 5 seasons. Coach, you went against him twice. What's his legacy?
Well, he's a great coach, but the thing I remember most about him is his willingness to help other coaches to make them better football coaches. And the coaches may reward him in their voting.
Yeah, and the thing that I remember the most about the guy is, you know, when all of this power game was at Nebraska, that's what he had. Big, strong guys that couldn't run a whole lot. He readjusted his recruiting philosophy, brought speed to Nebraska, and competes with everybody in America.
Earlier, volunteer quarterback Peyton Manning was honored for his academic achievements at Tennessee, and Craig was there for the occasion.
I'm here with Al Berkeley, president of NASDAQ, who has a special presentation for us.
On behalf of the NASDAQ stock market, it is with great honor that I present this check for $5,000 to the University of Tennessee on behalf of Peyton Manning, the NASDAQ Scholar Athlete of the Year. By achieving an outstanding academic record, Peyton Manning is preparing for competition in an arena even bigger than football and a more important game, the game of life. Peyton is an example for all of us to follow. We at the NASDAQ salute you, Peyton Manning, as everyone at this game and those watching this game salute you.
I'd like to thank NASDAQ for presenting me with the Scholar Athlete of the Year award. I'm both honored and proud to receive the award on behalf of the University of Tennessee. I've always been taught that you have to balance your time between academics and athletics, but academics have to come first. And I try to do the right things both on and off the field, and it's very nice to be honored with an award such as this.
Next, one lucky football fan will get a shot at $1 million in the Gillette Touchdown Challenge. That's coming up live when we continue after this.
Do you
think you're getting the best shave? Take the Sensor XL Challenge. We bet you can't find a closer, safer shave than Sensor XL. No other razor has Sensor XL soft microfins for extra protection and self-adjusting blades for extra closeness. Take the Sensor XL Challenge. Once you experience the safest way to the closest shave, we bet you won't go back. Gillette Sensor XL.
I will not accept anything less than a perfect quad twisting triple.
I will not accept anything less than my personal best.
I will not accept anything less than 80 miles per hour.
I will not accept anything less than 1 minute 17 seconds.
I will not accept any card but Visa.
At the 1998 Olympic Winter Games, only the best is accepted. Visa, worldwide partner of the Nagano Games. It's everywhere you want to be.
Competition can't explain how a car that broke all the molds still has enough power to keep blowing away the stereotypes. Ford Taurus SE Sport, now with a 200 horsepower Duratec V6. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Welcome back to the FedEx Orange Bowl. Tennessee and Nebraska just a few moments away, but right now let's go to our colleague Ed Cunningham, who's down on the field for the Gillette Touchdown Challenge. Welcome, Ed.
Thanks, Jim. We're here with Terry Pledger, who will try a pass from 10 yards for $1 million in the Gillette Touchdown Challenge. His coach of the week has been Bernie Kosar. Bernie, any last words of encouragement?
We're excited. We're going to thank Gillette, and let's get him, Terry.
Terry, you ready to go?
Here we go.
Let's do it. Guys, what's We have Jim LeMay here from Gillette, the Director of Sports Marketing, to present you, Terry, with that huge check for $1 million. Jim?
Terry, congratulations. On behalf of the Gillette Company and all its employees, I'm very pleased to present you with a check for $1 million.
Jim Nance, we have a new millionaire in Florida. Back to you across the field.
All right, way to go, Terry Pledger. Maybe it's a night for the passers. I know this, Lou. He made as much money in one pass as you made the whole season doing this job.
I'm here because I made it under the salary cap, but I want to say this. I wouldn't trade that $1 million to have the thrill and the excitement I've had over the years of being on the sideline in games like this.
You know, this is a ball game where we can watch. It's pretty much simple for me. If Wistrom and Peter at Nebraska can get to Peyton Manning, the ball game's over with. That offensive line at Tennessee, the biggest burden of the game rests on their shoulders.
All right, coming up, the FedEx Orange Bowl, and we'll see you later. But right now, let's send you to the gentleman who will be calling the game, Sean McDonough and Terry Donahue. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jim. Happy New Year, everybody. Certainly a tough act to follow, what we just saw from Terry Pledger, but these two teams will try tonight. And obviously, since Michigan's victory in the Rose Bowl yesterday, the big question is, can Nebraska get a piece of the national title?
Well, Sean, there's no question the pollsters have flip-flopped this year. Teams that have been ranked #1 who have won, but not been impressive enough, have been dropped to #2. Michigan had a hard-fought victory against the #7 team in the country, Washington State, yesterday by 5 points. But Nebraska plays the #3 team in the country tonight, Tennessee. If they win big, if they're impressive, some of those pollsters will flip-flop again.
And if Nebraska is to win and win impressively, they'll have to deal with one of the top quarterbacks in the nation, Peyton Manning.
Well, Peyton Manning has been hurt prior to this game. He's going to play tonight.
To me, the key is the offensive line of Tennessee. They have got to do a great job protecting Peyton Manning, or that Nebraska defense will knock him out of the game. If they knock him out of the game, Tennessee will go to their backup quarterback, T. Martin. T. Martin is a player who's not played a lot, but he's a versatile athlete. And remember, mobile quarterbacks at times in the past have been effective against the Nebraska defense.
And while Tennessee does most of its damage through the air, Nebraska does it on the ground. They're the #1 offense in the nation, the #1 rushing offense as well. And the key man is their quarterback, Scott Frost.
Well, Tennessee, if they expect to win, they must stop Scott Frost. At times, they will have 2 defenders assigned to him. He is the heart and soul of this Nebraska offense. Scott Frost can beat you throwing the ball or running the ball. He has rushed for over 1,000 yards. He has also thrown for over 1,000 yards. One of only 11 players in the history of the NCAA to do that.
We'll be back for the coin toss. It won't be a coin worth $1 million. We had a throw worth $1 million from Terry Pledger a moment ago.
Of the party. Be a designated driver. Same friends, same fun, just no alcohol for you. From where I sit, that makes you a good friend.
For the Olympic Winter Games, the address is CBS.
When Cooper Tire asked me to be their spokesman, I wanted to make sure it was a good match. So I took a tour of one of their factories. I found out that Cooper's been around since 1914. A time of grassroots values that still drive the company today. Hard-working folks dedicated to their craft. My kind of people, always striving to be the best.
STC is proud to distribute quality American-made Cooper tires throughout the Midwest.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust, so the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Join me.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Pizza Hut salutes Tom Osborne for his dedicated years of service. Best wishes from your Nebraska Pizza Hut.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
The quarterback and the coach, 2 men of different generations. Tonight, they meet at the crossroads to close out an era of college football. The quarterback, Tennessee's Peyton Manning. As a young boy, he seemed destined to follow in his Hall of Fame father's footsteps, and he did. Spurning the lure of pro football, Manning returned to the balls for his senior season. Though the Heisman Trophy eluded his grasp, he led his team to the SEC championship and left an indelible mark on the college football landscape. The coach, Nebraska's Tom Osborne, handpicked by his mentor Bob Devaney to continue the Cornhusker tradition. Osborne steered the program to unprecedented heights. He proved to be a man of courage and conviction. In his first national championship game, he played for victory and lost, when a tie would have guaranteed the national title. And he stood in support of his most controversial players. The coach and the quarterback. Only one will be victorious, but both leave as champions.
Sports is proud to welcome you inside Pro Player Stadium, just north of downtown Miami, Florida. It's the FedEx Orange Bowl, the first ever meeting in football between the Nebraska Cornhuskers and the Tennessee Volunteers. Final game of this college football season. Final game of the glorious careers of Peyton Manning and Tom Osborne. Here come the Tennessee Volunteers. The Vols are 11-1. Their only loss at Florida back on September 20th, 33-20. And now the Cornhuskers. Nebraska 12-0, the Big 12 champions, having defeated Texas A&M in the Big 12 championship game in San Antonio on December 6th. We have coverage on each sideline. Let's begin with Ed Cunningham.
Hey, thanks, Sean. Tennessee, the wind is going to affect them a lot more than it does Nebraska. Peyton Manning especially, his plant leg is his right leg. That's where the injury occurred. As he goes to plant and throw the ball may flutter a little bit in these high winds. Also, Dwayne Goodrich, a starting cornerback, will not start tonight. In his place, Gerald Griffin, a sophomore, who made 2 starts on the season, had an interception against UCLA. For a report on Nebraska, let's go over to Michelle Tafoya. Michelle?
All right, well, 2 quick Nebraska injury updates. Jason Peter has a strained lower back muscle. He'll play with a protective device while he's playing tonight. And fullback Joel Makovica has a strained left hamstring and a sore right knee. He'll play with neoprene sleeves on both, and he'll have that knee scope within the week. One final note on the emotions of this Nebraska team. Scott Frost told me, we feel privileged to be playing in Tom Osborne's final game because will be the last thing he remembers about his coaching career. Back upstairs to Sean and Terry.
We'll return for the opening kickoff of the FedEx Orange Bowl from Miami right after this.
You don't need binoculars to see why Escort is so popular. It's a value so enticing, it's like getting cake with extra icing. You can get power, lots of power, power galore, to whisk down the windows and unlock the doors, adjust the side mirrors, but wait, there is more. Opt for a remote, AC, a smooth automatic, and a CD player for the music fanatic. And if that's not enough, you can get an anti-theft system to protect this good stuff. The buck starts here for Escort thrills, somewhat higher, loaded to the gills.
I believe that if you really go out and do exactly what you want to do, you find happiness.
If you can do what you love, that's incredible.
Anybody that says that one person can't make a difference is wrong.
So Nicoderm CQ is working for you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing just fine, cold turkey.
Oh, well, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Take a break?
Oh, nice one. Come on, you know we quit for New Year's. Oh, wait, I'm coming.
Jack, no.
Just one cigarette.
No.
Why are you so calm?
Because I got help. CQ, a 24-hour stream of medicine that's always with you, even when you first wake up. Helps calm the cravings, my friend.
All right.
Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
I can put that spoon down anytime I want.
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, too irresistible for adults.
You just don't get as much milk with a fork, that's all.
Frosted Flakes have the taste adults have grown to love. They're great!
Do I hear 2,000 for a date with supermodel Jennifer? 2,000.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals?
Sold to number 10 for $2,000.
Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue #1. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
Very pleasant night here in South Florida. It has not been a great week for these two teams. in terms of the weather, but comfortable tonight. 70 degrees at kickoff. As Ed Cunningham mentioned, the wind could be a factor, particularly for the Tennessee passing attack, and they'll be going directly into that 14-mile-per-hour breeze to start the game. As Tom Osborne's Huskers will kick off. Tennessee won the toss, and Philip Fulmer elected to receive. Cedric Wilson is back deep for the opening kick. He's a true freshman from Memphis, Tennessee. Ordinarily, they have Dwayne Goodrich back returning kickoffs. But as it was mentioned before the game from Ed Cunningham, he has an injury. A quad muscle pull. Chris Brown kicks off. The junior from Southlake, Texas, puts his foot to the ball, and the final game of this college football season is underway with a touchback. '60-year-old Tom Osborne in his final game as Nebraska coach. So many memories from the Orange Bowl. In recent years, they've been sweeter memories. Peyton Manning in his final game. He holds every passing record at the University of Tennessee. Huskers spread the field to start the game. And Manning checking on the first play from scrimmage. He throws on target, close to a first down. Marcus Nash. There is a flag on the play thrown to the offensive backfield.
Sean, I think we're going to have a holding penalty to start the game with.
Terry McCauley is the referee. It's an Atlantic Coast Conference officiating crew.
Spencer Riley, number 68, the left guard. He was the culprit. He was working against Jason Peter, number 55.
Offensive line of Tennessee had difficulty early in the season, particularly in that loss at Florida. They were manhandled up front. They've been much better since, particularly when they put the true freshman Posey Coleman in the starting lineup at right tackle. Instead of a gain of 8, the ball back on the 8-yard line. First and 22. The quick hitter caught for a short gain. Out across the 12 goes Peerless Price, tackled by Erwin Sweeney. The Tennessee backs and receivers, 3 wideouts to start the game. Jermaine Copeland, Peerless Price, and Marcus Nash. Their leading receiver, Sean Bryson, an excellent pass-catching fullback. And Lewis is the tailback. And up front, from left to right, Clifton Riley, Teague, Hamilton, and Coleman. Teague, an all-conference center. The coaches say the strength of that line, the tackles, Clifton and Coleman. Jamal Lewis out to the 14-yard line. The true freshman, leading freshman rusher in the nation this season, averaging 114 yards per game. Tripped up by Tony Ortiz. Great front 4 on defense for Nebraska. Grant Wistrom won the Lombardi Award. Jason Peters, an All-American. Wilson Rucker, the rest of the front. The linebackers are Jay Foreman between Tony Ortiz and Octavius McFarland. The leading tackler on the defense is the rover Mike Brown. Ralph Brown, the right corner. Erwin Sweeney, the true freshman at left corner. And Eric Warfield at free safety. 3rd down and 16. Shovel pass. Sean Bryson to the 20 and tackled by Jay Foreman. 10 yards short of the first down. The holding penalty really hurt.
Well, you really have to wonder, Sean. Tennessee came out, had good protection on the first pass play of the game. The line did protect them. Then all of a sudden, the holding penalty really set them back. Here, they out of the shotgun formation, they run just a little shovel pass underneath. But the speed and the mobility of the Nebraska defense, that's going to be the tough thing on the Tennessee offense tonight, how to counter that speed.
Tennessee had to use a timeout. You saw the punter, Chris Hogue, signaling timeout. They did not have enough men on the field. Sean Bryson came on late.
Nothing goes together quite like the great taste of Tostitos tortilla chips. And Tostitos salsa. Tostitos, the perfect chip for the perfect salsa. Now's a good time.
I thought quarterbacks were the smart ones.
That's right.
Ooh, he hasn't shaved.
But it hurts.
Another foam shaver. Hey, he didn't know about Edge Pro Gel.
New Edge, Reg?
This is New Edge Pro Gel, and it's a moisturizing formula, so it protects better than the foam.
Doesn't hurt.
Would I let you get hurt? And now he is beautiful, just like me.
New Edge Pro Gel, the best edge ever. Save your skin.
Oh, mama, Prego is the best. Oh, mama, Prego won the test. Oh, mama, Prego has success. Prego beat the rest.
Big news for mamas. Taste tests prove it. Families clearly prefer the thick, rich taste of Prego traditional to these other sauces. Give your family the best.
Prego, taste the best.
The all-new Mazda B-Series truck. A powerful V6 engine, stronger suspension, a shift on the fly at any speed, four-wheel drive workhorse.
5/8 or 3/4?
10 millimeter.
My favorite. Right now, get a great lease or low financing on all 98 Mazda B-Series trucks. Mazda, pure truck.
CBS Sports presentation of the FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by fast, reliable FedEx. It's the way the world works. Budweiser, Mazda, and by Tostitos tortilla chips and salsas.
Chris Hogue ready to punt now into that 14-mile-per-hour breeze. It should be excellent field position for Nebraska on its first possession. Hogue, what a kick into the breeze. A boomer. It sends Bobby Newcomb back to the 20. That rolls inside the 5, and it looks like it will stop near the 2. What a kick by Hogue. By far the longest of his career, 78 yards. His previous long was 52, and that 78-yarder is just 4 yards shy of the Orange Bowl record.
Sean, in big games, coaches talk to their teams before coming out about turnovers and field position. That kick by Chris Hogue was dramatic in terms of field position.
He wasn't even the starting punter at the beginning of the year. He was the backup, but the freshman David Leverton had trouble. Scott Frost, hands off. Joel Makovica stopped with very little, perhaps a half yard. Raynoch Thompson led the surge for the Tennessee defense. The Nebraska quarterback is Scott Frost, the senior from Wood River, Nebraska. Started his career at Stanford after 2 seasons there. Transferred back to his home state university, and this year he became the 10th quarterback in Division I-A history to pass and rush for more than 1,000 yards in the same season. Chris McCoy of Navy also accomplished that feat this year. Frost keeps on the option. Out across the 3, and that's all. Torrey Noel, the strong safety, up to make the play on the Nebraska quarterback.
Nebraska backed up here in their own territory wants the best player on their team with the ball. That's Scott Frost on the option, but the speed of the Tennessee defense, the quickness and mobility of that defense played the play perfectly.
On 3rd and 9, Frost has a man open. It's too high. He was looking for the tight end, Sheldon Jackson. Jonathan Brown applied some pressure on Frost and forced a hasty throw.
Well, one thing Nebraska does not like to do is throw when you expect them to throw. That's exactly what happened here. Scott Frost does not want to be in a throwing game tonight. They want to surprise you with the play-action pass. They hate it when they're behind the down and distance.
Terry Fair has the same injury as Peyton Manning, a bursa sac injury. Back to receive the punt from Jesse Cush. And his first punt is a beauty, but he had the aid of the breeze. Fair bobbled it. Retreated all the way back to the 33. And he is stopped at the 37-yard line. A 56-yard punt by Cush, and the punters are the story here in the first 4 minutes. No score. Tennessee back on offense in a moment.
Today, some very unlikely people woke up and decided to change the world. A small shop owner set wheels in motion in faraway lands. A young designer made people sit up and take notice oceans away. A publisher stirred imaginations and turned classrooms into kingdoms. And a dressmaker helped brides everywhere become just that much more enchanting. How did such ordinary people come by such extraordinary powers? Believe it or not, all it took was the wave of a wand. The simple touch of a finger that let them open new doors, create excitement, and reach farther than ever before. People didn't always possess such global power, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works.
The all-new Mazda B-Series truck. A powerful V6 engine, stronger suspension, a shift on the fly at any speed, four-wheel drive workhorse.
5/8 or 3/4.
10 millimeter.
My favorite. Right now, get a great lease or low financing on all 98 Mazda B-Series trucks. Mazda, pure truck.
In Brooklyn South, unnecessary roughness is sometimes very necessary.
Let's take him for a ride.
Brooklyn South, CBS Monday.
One of the joys of coaching for Tom Osborne, serving as offensive coordinator. He's working in that role at the moment on the Nebraska sideline. That's another one of the reasons he decided to get out of coaching. He felt because of his heart condition that he just didn't have the ability to work the kind of schedule that it takes to be the offensive coordinator and the head coach. Tennessee on offense for the second time. Whistles stop the play.
Sean, I think it's interesting to note that Tennessee tonight.
False start on the offense. 5 yards, still first down.
Is playing for the first time without a lot of pressure on them. They're the underdog tonight, a heavy underdog to Nebraska, and sometimes that allows you to be looser. You play with more of a carefree spirit, if you will, and it'll be interesting to see as this game unfolds if Tennessee can take advantage of that underdog role.
Well, one thing the Michigan win did do without question yesterday is eliminate Tennessee from national championship consideration. More than 11,000 yards passing in Manning's career. Only Todd Santos and Ty Detmer have thrown for more in college football. Bryson, as we mentioned, the fullback, is an excellent receiver. He's back to the 35-yard line, tackled by Erwin Sweeney. Bryson, a junior from Franklin, North Carolina. And Sweeney's a true freshman who became a starter in the 4th game of the year when he took over for Jerome Peterson. Many analysts believe the one weakness of the Nebraska team is the secondary.
Well, you know, they're young. It's not that they're not talented. They're very talented, but they're inexperienced. Freshman, sophomore, they have some younger type players in that secondary.
2 sophomores and a true freshman, the starters. Quick pass, and it didn't go anywhere. Peerless Price wrapped up immediately by Octavius McFarland.
A lot of people don't give the Nebraska defense credit for their speed. That ball was thrown to the outside. David Cutcliffe, the offensive coordinator of Tennessee, wants to make Nebraska defend the entire field. So he bunches receivers here, throws it outside, but watch the closing speed of the red shirts. That is why Nebraska is one of the better defenses in the country. They can run to the football.
3rd down and 12. Manning's 4 for 4. But for only 13 yards. He's under pressure. Short pass. And Derek Edmonds, the reserve fullback, is thrown down immediately. Again, Erwin Sweeney in on the stop for Nebraska. So the penalties have really hurt Tennessee on its first 2 possessions, and the Volunteers will punt again 5 minutes in.
Well, remember, we said at the beginning of the telecast, the Tennessee offensive line has got to keep Peyton Manning clean. That's not a sack, but it's a little bump, and who knows with that knee of his, they've got to make sure they keep him clean all night long.
Well, what can Chris Hogue do again? He can boom another one. High punt taken by Bobby Newcomb, the true freshman. He started at the 12. He's driven back at the 22-yard line. Ball came out, but he was ruled down by contact. A 51-yard punt. And a 10-yard return for Newcomb. Chris Hogue, the man of the hour for the Volunteers. Still no score.
The all-new Mazda B-Series truck. A powerful V6 engine, stronger suspension, a shift on the fly at any speed, four-wheel drive workhorse.
5/8 or 3/4.
10 millimeter.
My favorite.
Right now, get a great lease or low financing on all 98 Mazda B-Series trucks. Mazda, pure truck.
They created their microprocessor in 1971, and the faster their chips have performed, the faster their company has grown. Today, the Intel design is the brains behind the majority of the world's PCs. By the 21st century, their chip could execute 2 billion instructions in 1 second. Where do you learn about such fast-thinking companies? NASDAQ. Shaping the new world of investing.
Every player has a weakness. Tonight, Mr. Grant Hill's weakness takes center court.
There's only one place to go for the irresistible taste of America's favorite fries. Did somebody say McDonald's? Now come to McDonald's and vote for your favorite NBA All-Star.
This pilot wasn't the only one who died after this crash. So did one of his 2 mechanics. He shot and killed himself after the Air Force charged him with negligent homicide. 60 Minutes, Sunday.
Scoreless here at the Orange Bowl in Miami. Michelle Tafoya with you here on the sidelines. Nebraska fullback Joel Makovica, after 1 rushing attempt, re-injured that left hamstring. Trainer Doak Ostergaard told me they think he's strained an even larger portion of the muscle than before. They're giving him some medicine. They're warming him up. They'll see how he responds. But, guys, his return to this game is unlikely. Back to you.
And obviously, that's a big blow to Nebraska. Makovica averages 6.5 yards per carry. But Billy Legate moves in at fullback, number 40. He's blocking for Amon Green. Raynoch Thompson made the tackle for Tennessee. Amon Green, second leading rusher in the nation this year, behind Ricky Williams of Texas. Makovica got the start at fullback. Lance Brown, Jeff Lake, and Tim Carpenter, who is not a pass receiver, at tight end. And an outstanding offensive line. Aaron Taylor was the winner of the Outland Trophy this year. Eric Anderson, the tackle, first team all Big 12. 4 50-year seniors and the junior Josh Heskew at center. 2nd and 9. Frost chopped down behind the line of scrimmage by Raynoch Thompson. Back at the 21-yard line. So Thompson has been active early, the sophomore from New Orleans. Coaches say he's going to be a big-time player. Has great speed and does a great job diagnosing the play early. The defense up front, Jonathan Brown, their leader in sacks with 13.5. Duff, Green, and Terry, the rest of the front. Leonard Little, one of the best defensive players in the nation. First team All-SEC. Thompson and Wilson surround him. In the secondary, Griffin, Noel, Gaines, and Fair. Frost on 3rd down. Hit as he threw. Open the tight end, Sheldon Jackson. He's short of a first down out of the 29. Corey Gaines made the tackle. And it will be another punt.
Sean, right now, the speed, mobility, and quickness of the Tennessee defense is affecting the Nebraska offense. There's no question about it. They are matching up very well early in the game, and the more they can put pressure on Scott Frost right there, that's going to help him as the game goes along. Get Scott behind the down and distance, make him a throwing quarterback, take him out of what he does the best, and that's running. Fair waiting for the punt from Cush. Cush came to Nebraska as a walk-on, and that was not a very good punt. Down at the 37-yard line. A 36-yard punt by Cush. No score midway through the first quarter at the FedEx Orange Bowl.
Budweiser has 12 breweries located across the country. The Budweiser that you get from your local brewery is usually the freshest beer available in the marketplace. As a matter of fact, an import in its home country will taste much different than it does by the time it gets here to the United States. An American beer brewed locally is going to be far superior in taste. Our policy is to have beer on the shelf no older than 110 days. Budweiser sells very quickly. The average age of Budweiser on the shelf is about 30 days. And compare that to an import, which could be upwards of 180 days or 360 days old. Having local breweries across the country in specific geographic locations ensures that your Budweiser is the freshest possible beer it can be by the time you purchase it.
Are you gonna fix that fence today?
Yep. 1948 was the first year for Ford F-Series. And after 50 years, there are more tough F-Series trucks still on the road today than any other make. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough for 50 years strong.
It's been 50 years, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe it's about time you fix that fence.
Yeah.
Double or nothing.
The Magnificent Seven, 2-hour series premiere CBS Saturday.
In the 1995 Orange Bowl, Nebraska was #1, Miami #3. Nebraska trailed by 8 in the fourth quarter. Corey Schlesinger led the Cornhuskers back with scoring runs of 15 and 14 yards. Nebraska, a 24-17 victory to bring Tom Osborne his first national championship. Of course, they repeated at the Fiesta Bowl the following year with an annihilation of Florida. Some of the Tennessee players believe the reason they're such a big underdog in this game is that people are thinking about that SEC team, Florida, getting hammered 2 years ago by Nebraska. Another flag down. Manning trying to stretch the defense, throws incomplete, looking for Marcus Nash. He was well covered by Ralph Brown, an outstanding cornerback. Consensus first team all Big 12 this season, but we check out the flag at the line. Sean, the Tennessee team offensively wants to keep
on the defense, lined up in the neutral zone, 5 yards, still first down.
The Tennessee offense wants to keep the threat of a running game on Nebraska all night, but yet they've run 7 offensive plays total, but only 1 run. Jamal Lewis, a great freshman tailback at Tennessee, has got to get into the game. He's got to become a factor. And the Tennessee offense improved dramatically this season once they did establish the ground game with the emergence of Lewis. Here is Lewis fighting for a couple out to the 43, tackled there by Jason Peter. Lewis rushed for 1,364 yards this season, and you have to remember he started only 9 games. He was not the starting tailback at the beginning of the season. In the first 3 games of the season as a team, Tennessee rushed for 100 yards, just more than 99. Since then, you see what they've done, a dramatic improvement, more than 168 yards per game on the ground.
Well, and it took Lewis a little time to learn pass protection, and in this offense, you have to protect Peyton Manning when you're a running back.
Second down, Lewis trying to get outside. He has a great combination of power and speed, and he's across midfield. Mike Rucker made the tackle. That's a gain of 8.
This is what I was referring to. Tennessee, if they become two-dimensional, if they can run and throw the ball, they can attack the Nebraska defensive team effectively. If they are one-dimensional, they're playing into the hands of what Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator of Nebraska, wants them to do.
Lewis provided the first down of this game for either team. Ball at the 49 of Nebraska.
Manning with time as a receiver. First down at the 31-yard line. Andy McCullough tackled by Ralph Brown, the senior from Dayton, on the receiving end of that pass from Manning.
And John, you said it correctly. Manning with time. That is the key. Peyton Manning had plenty of time to get back, get planted, and put that ball on the target. That is what will affect this team as much as anything. Give your great player, Peyton Manning, time to throw.
Derek Edmonds now in at fullback, leading the way for Lewis. Good cut back to the inside, and Jason Peter helped drive him back. Jason Wiltz, the other defensive tackle, also at the bottom of the pile. When we chatted with David Cutcliffe, the offensive coordinator for Tennessee, earlier this week, he meant no disrespect toward this Nebraska defense, but he felt that Florida defense as a group was better, tougher.
Well, there's no question about it. The Tennessee coaches certainly have a lot of respect for this defense, but they're not awed by it. When they played Florida, they played one of the better defenses in the country, a fierce pass rush, really no different than Nebraska in the Tennessee coaches' minds.
5:20 remaining in the first quarter. No score. The fade incomplete. He was looking for David Martin, a true freshman, who the Tennessee coaches think will be a star, but he hasn't played much this year. He's a surprising target in this game, having appeared in just 4 games during the regular season with just 1 reception.
Well, and Tennessee was trying to get a mismatch here physically. Erwin Sweeney for Nebraska is only 6'1". Martin is 6'5" for Tennessee. They liked the matchup they got there. The ball was about 6 inches off target.
Now 3rd down and 7. Neither team has converted on 3rd down tonight. Manning again with plenty of time, and that's caught for a first down. Sean Bryson tackled by Erwin Sweeney. Tennessee at the Nebraska 20, 1st and 10.
Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator at Nebraska, has got to be concerned, not because Peyton Manning is completing some passes. He's a great player. He's going to hit some open receivers, but because Peyton Manning is getting time to throw. Wistrom, the great player, is working against Chad Clifton, 67. Clifton won that particular war.
The pitch to Lewis. Bryson leading the way. Lewis hit hard and fumbled. And Nebraska has recovered. Ralph Brown knocked it out, and Mike Rucker recovered the fumble at the 21-yard line. What a hit by Brown. Then Rucker pounced on the football.
I said earlier that you're always concerned about field position and turnovers. That's what you preach to your team in the locker room before the opening kickoff. Jamal Lewis, a young player, just didn't have the ball put away quite tight enough, and consequently Ralph Brown gets off the block, makes a great tackle, the ball's loose, Nebraska recovers.
Tennessee showing blitz. They're up near the line. Amon Green out across the 25 to the 26. Well, Philip Fulmer said earlier this week his team cannot afford to make many mistakes against this talented Nebraska bunch, and he watched the first major miscue of the night.
Well, I'm sure Philip felt that they had points on the board there. They were certainly in field goal range as a minimum, and probably touchdown range.
Second and 6, no score. 4:10 remaining in the first quarter. Now one back look from Nebraska. And Green was hit immediately from behind. Excellent penetration by the Volunteers. Buck Buxton, who's been a backup defensive tackle much of this season, forced into action with the season-ending injury to Billy Ratliff, who went out for the year with a knee injury suffered against Southern Miss.
What the Tennessee defense is doing right now is they're penetrating upfield. Whenever you penetrate against an option team or a counter team, which Nebraska runs a lot of counter plays, it's disruptive to the offense. That is what they're doing effectively.
Play action fake to Green. Frost throws, man open, caught, first down Nebraska. Sheldon Jackson across midfield with the first down of the night for the Huskers. A gain of 25.
Sheldon Jackson is the best receiving tight end at Nebraska. He's going to come from this side of the screen, drag across the field. It's a nice counter pass by Nebraska. All of the Tennessee defense flowed one direction. Frost comes away from that flow, finds Sheldon Jackson. Great hand placement and concentration by the big tight end.
Joel Makovica back on the field for Nebraska. He got the carry and got 2 to the 46 of Tennessee, where he ran into Raynoch Thompson.
It's going to be critical to see if Makovica can stay in this game. He's such a wonderful blocker as well as an outstanding runner. Your fullback's got to lead that tailback all night long. And boy, when you lose a guy like that out of your lineup, it affects your running game.
Talking with Joel a couple of days ago, he said lately teams have been keying on him, taking away those inside runs. As a result, his stats haven't been as impressive lately. Whistles before the play. No play.
Boy, and Tennessee is lucky there were whistles. Nebraska came in an unbalanced line and ran an option to the short side of the field. Tennessee wasn't lined up properly. That play might have gone.
Ball start on the offense. 5 yards. Repeat second down.
That play very well might have gone for a Nebraska touchdown. There's only 2 men over here on this side. Everybody else is over here. Tennessee had to adjust, didn't get quite lined up, and the pitch is wide open with a lead blocker. No one else in the defense out here for Tennessee.
Tom Osborne gives the opponent just about every formation, just about every play out of every formation. It's amazing to watch them practice. Here's Frost throwing, on target again. Matt Davison, the true freshman from Tecumseh, Nebraska. Perhaps best known for his diving catch at the end of regulation against Missouri for a touchdown that forced overtime in that game against the Tigers, a game the Huskers went on to win in OT.
Well, Tom Osborne's been in a lot of big games, and he knows when you're playing against a fired-up defensive team that's really penetrating and flying to the ball, counter them. Play-action pass and counter plays, and that's exactly what that was, a play-action counter pass that was effective.
Nebraska starting to get in rhythm after the fumble by Lewis. Frost throws, looking deep, and is caught by Newcomb, and bodies out of bounds at the 14-yard line. Tackled by Torrey Noel. 21 yards on the throw by Frost to Newcomb.
This is what makes defending the Nebraska offense so difficult. It's the most effective and difficult offense in the country to stop. It's a play-action pass. They make it look like option, then Frost jumps back. Newcomb runs an inside post corner route. He runs to the post and then back outside. The ball is thrown where either he catches it or no one catches it.
The option, he had to pitch it. It's Shevin Wiggins inside the 5 and down near the goal line. Gerald Griffin made the tackle that saved the touchdown. Wiggins, a wingback, taking the pitch, and he has Nebraska inside the 2, first and goal.
This is a 3-back play where it's the famous option play for Nebraska. Scott Frost takes the hit but dishes the ball off just beautifully. Scott Frost, half the time when you watch him play on the option, he doesn't even look where he's pitching the ball. He just flicks it out there, knows his wingman is with him.
Amon Green, short of the goal line. He was stopped by Leonard Little. It will be second and goal with 1.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. And there was a flag on the play. So it remains first and goal.
Amon Green here on the power play. Fights for heavy yardage and then all of a sudden fumbles it. Tries to sneak it across, but the officials saw it. No touchdown. Sean, it's amazing. Just a few seconds ago, Tennessee's defense was in control of the Nebraska offense. But that is what makes it so difficult to defend Tom Osborne's attack. All of a sudden, they have so many weapons, so many formations, and your defense just can't keep track of all of it.
Many of the coaches who've talked about Tom Osborne since he announced his retirement talk about his great skill as a game coach. There's many adjustments. Up and over and in for a touchdown. Amon Green makes it 6-0 Nebraska.
the fullback, Billy Legate, number 40. He takes the place of Makovica. He's the lead blocker on the play. He's the one that isolated on the linebacker. Right there, number 40. He knocked Leonard Little out of the hole, which enabled Amon Green to score the touchdown.
Chris Brown out of the hole to Ted Retzlaff. And it is 7-0 Nebraska. Now this Orange Bowl memory.
This FedEx Orange Bowl memory is sponsored by Nicoderm CQ. The power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
The 1984 Orange Bowl matched number 1 Nebraska, number 4 Miami. Nebraska trailed by 7 with less than a minute to play. On 4th and 8, Jeff Smith scored from 24 yards out. Nebraska went for 2 in the win, but Turner Gill's pass was knocked out of Jeff Smith's hands. Miami won the national championship with a 31-30 victory over Nebraska.
Hey, stranger, where you been?
I don't smoke anymore.
Sorry. I mean, great. How'd you do it?
Nicoderm CQ.
CQ? Isn't that the patch with the, 3 steps?
Mm-hmm. I'm doing the steps.
Nicoderm CQ has 3 steps, so you gradually step down your dose the way doctors and pharmacists prefer.
Steps, Dad. It's the way to go.
Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
Nebraska leads 7-0 with 1:10 left in the first quarter. Our overhead shots are from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. Goodyear's blimp fleet will double this year with 3 new blimps arriving in international markets. After the fumble by Jamal Lewis at the 22 of Nebraska, the Cornhuskers went 78 yards. It took 8 plays. And Frost was 3 for 3 on the drive, with Tennessee concentrating on stopping the run. He hurt them with the pass. Chris Brown bounces it down the field. Nice hop for Cedric Wilson, the true freshman. He's in trouble and stopped short of the 20-yard line. Knocked down to the 17. Clint Finley in on the stop. Mike Brown also in on the tackle for Nebraska. Click on to CBS Sportsline, where you'll find a wrap-up of tonight's game and news and all the College Bowl action. Get the latest scores, stats, highlights, exclusive columns, and the latest breaking news in all of sports. Plus, check out the most in-depth Olympic site on the web. Get in on the action at cbs.sportsline.com. Again, confusion in the Tennessee huddle. The player running on late. They'll have to hurry to get this play off. Play clock at 3. Mark Levine now the tailback. He's out to the 21, tackled by Tony Ortiz. Levine was the starting tailback at the beginning of the year before Lewis won the job.
You know, you go back, Mark Levine is now in the game for Jamal Lewis. Jamal Lewis right here with the ball. He has it in the wrong arm. He should have the ball outside, in the outside arm, away from all those defenders. I'm not sure that that necessarily is what caused the fumble, but you always fundamentally put that ball away from the defense.
Antron Peebles, one of 3 tight ends used regularly by Tennessee, being helped off. The junior from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Started his career at linebacker. Also a defensive end, then moved to tight end in spring practice. Tight end's not a big part of the passing attack. As a matter of fact, UT tight ends have just 3 catches this year.
Mark Levine, the running back, fell into his right knee. It was a good block by Peoples, but all of a sudden he got hit from the behind there.
Levine again, big hole. Mark Levine breaks free. Good move on Warfield, and he's tackled out at the 48-yard line by Carlos Polk, a backup linebacker. Gain of 27 for Levine. And Polk is slow to get up for Nebraska.
Nebraska wants to make sure they eliminate the running game. Tennessee has established early in this game that they are capable of finding some creases in that Nebraska front. So far, Levine found them, so did Jamal Lewis. It's encouraging if you're a Tennessee fan.
Jamal Lewis trotting along the Tennessee sideline, might have been injured on that hit that caused the fumble. Play action fake, a good one by Manning. He throws into coverage and it's almost intercepted by Mike Brown. He was looking for Marcus Nash, and it was nearly picked off by the sophomore from Scottsdale, Arizona.
Well, Mike Brown is the rover back for Nebraska. He read Peyton Manning's eyes. Peyton Manning was looking where he was throwing. Brown made a great break on the ball, very close to an interception that could have gone the distance had he been able to hang on to it.
Brown was an outstanding two-way player in high school in Arizona. The Arizona High School Player of the Year as a senior. He won the award as the best running back in the state and also the best defensive back. Manning. That pass deflected and intercepted by Eric Warfield. Warfield at the 30 and tackled from behind at the 25-yard line by Sean Bryson. Manning has seen this before. His receivers had a tough time hanging on in the SEC championship game against Auburn, and as a result, the Volunteers just did squeak out a victory.
Well, you have to wonder, Jermaine Copeland, number 6, the wide receiver, he is dragging across the formation, but Peyton Manning throws a hot ball here. This ball is an underneath route, and it needs to be a little bit lower and a little softer. It's a little bit hot. I don't say that Jermaine Copeland shouldn't have caught it, but it wasn't an easy catch.
Third interception of the season for Warfield, the only senior starter in the secondary for Nebraska. He hails from Texarkana, Arkansas. The end of the first quarter. The score: Nebraska 7, Tennessee nothing. We'll return to the FedEx Orange Bowl after this message and a word from your local station.
This morning, strange things are happening all over the world. Shops are about to open empty. Parts suppliers are partless, and assembly workers have nothing to assemble. Is this any way to run a business? With FedEx it is. Every morning the world gets just what it wants, just when it needs it, without expensive warehousing. Gone today, here again tomorrow. Now that's the way the world works.
Lie, Counselor, and it's bedtime for Bunny! Now, which battery will last over 30% longer in these palm-top computers? Duracell or Energizer?
Energizer.
Someday, Bunny.
The holidays can be stressful, but help is on the way. United Artists invites you to meet the antidote to the holiday season.
Lucky for you, I stopped by.
Tomorrow Never Dies. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
I'm Dahmer, and he's Greg. Our show moved to Monday night.
Leo, what are you doing?
Whatever it takes.
Watch George and Leo, Monday night CBS.
Right? Or that.
For college football action, the address is CBS. Welcome home.
Alliance Cellular would like you to meet two powerful little Huskers.
We refuse to lose!
No, that's not quite what we had in...
Nothing but net tonight.
No, we mean the Husker phones, exclusively at Alliance Cellular. Available as a Motorola personal or bag phone with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phones. Great phones. And a great way to say, go Big Red.
You're gonna buy a net! Put some more filling into it, buddy!
Go Big Red!
Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
Last year, the Bryan Heart Care team traveled more than 1 million miles and never left the state. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
The 64th Annual Orange Bowl rolls on. Don't miss analysis and player interviews after the game.
Interception that Peyton Manning just threw. Jermaine Copeland, number 6. He comes across the formation on a little drag route. The ball certainly should have been caught. I would say, though, I've seen it on practice fields for 29 years. The ball, when it's a little bit high or a little bit hot, wide receivers have oftentimes tipped it up in the air as they did right there.
Carlos Polka was injured a couple of plays ago. Has his shoulder pads off and is heading to the locker room for Nebraska. He's a backup linebacker. Frost on first down. Keeps and gets drilled right at the line of scrimmage. What a first half Raynoch Thompson is having. Let's get more on the condition of Carlos Polk from Michelle Tafoya.
Well, Sean, they took him to the sidelines, as you saw, and he was laying flat the entire time. They think he may have broken his right collarbone, so they're taking him back for x-rays, and we'll have more after that. Back to you.
2nd and 10. 7-0 Nebraska. They capitalized on the first turnover by Tennessee. A fumble. 178 yards for a score. Now at the interception, they're at the 26. Newcomb in trouble behind the line and thrown for a loss by Jonathan Brown. Antron Peebles heading to the dressing room for Tennessee with his right shoe off.
Jonathan Brown, the left defensive end for Tennessee, plays the reverse play perfectly. It's a little counter play to number 12, Bobby Newcomb, the fastest player at Nebraska. But Jonathan Brown did exactly what his coaches told him to do, play the reverse.
Quarterback draw, Frost trying to get outside. 2 flags thrown at the feet of offensive linemen. Raynoch Thompson and Terry Fair made the tackle, and it's against Nebraska. Play would be short of a first down, and it would be 4th down at the 22. Certainly a makeable field goal distance for Chris Brown, one of the best kickers in the country.
Tennessee will have to take the penalty, back him up, and give him another down, but certainly put him out of field goal range, or at least in more difficult range.
On the offense, 10 yards, spot of the foul, repeat 3rd down.
Let's get more on the Tennessee injury situation from Ed Cunningham.
Hey, Sean, the running back Jamal Lewis has a slight sprain in his left ankle. He's going to be able to go back in the game, hopefully run it out. Looks a little bit gimpy on the sidelines. The news is not so good for tight end Antron Peebles. They've taken him in for x-rays. Right now, it's severely sprained right ankle. He will not return unless a miracle happens before now and the next time they go on offense.
Nebraska back at the 39-yard line. Frost setting up a screen to Green. Leonard Little pulls him down from behind. Saw the great speed of Little. He's played most of his career lined up outside as a pass rusher. This year he's made the transition to middle linebacker. And no matter where you put him, he's a terrific player.
Leonard Little playing in the middle here, runs underneath the block. He's man-to-man on the tailback. They tried to block him. He ran underneath the block. He used that athleticism of his to track down Amon Green on the screen. Couldn't be played any better by a guy playing man-to-man coverage.
Jesse Cush, the son of a former Husker. His father, Bill, was a defensive back on their 70 and 71 national championship teams. Jesse hangs it up high. Oh, another fumble! And a touchdown for Nebraska. Lance Brown ran it in, but it was a muff punt, so the ball will come back to the 15-yard line. But it's another key mistake by Tennessee. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line. Terry Fair could not handle the punt.
Sean, right before he dropped this punt, I was about to say what a terrific stop by the Tennessee defense. What a job they did on defense. But the muff punt obviously brings them back into a very difficult position, but they're going to have to rally here. They got to go right back in and say, hey, guys, whatever we do, we can't give up a touchdown. Tighten it down, and let's play defense and just suck it up and go.
You wonder if Homer will continue with Fair at the punt returner. He's had a tough time hanging on lately. Makovicka breaks tackles. He's inside the 10. Down to the 8-yard line. It'll be 2nd down. Jonathan Brown and Gerald Griffin made the tackle. Tennessee fortunate now to just be down 7-0 with 3 turnovers, but it could be 14 shortly.
Well, you make a good point about Terry Fair. He had a couple fumbles on punt returns in the SEC championship game, and tonight the wind's a factor. There's no question when that ball gets up there, it's difficult to catch and hard to handle. I think you'll see punt catchers on both sides have some difficulty.
Problems with personnel and a flag thrown against Nebraska. Magaviga was trying to run off. They had too many men on the field. Huskers were trying to get a timeout, but instead they're flagged for the illegal substitution. Confusion. He wanted the timeout, but the flag had been thrown. The ball's back at the 13, where it'll be 2nd down and 8. Magaviga still out of the game. The fullback is Billy Legate. Frost pitches to Green. Green dragged down at the 10-yard line by Torrey Noel. They've done a good job bottling up Green, who's rushed for at least 100 yards in each of the last 11 games. The only game this season in which he failed to reach 100 was the opener against Akron, and he had 99 in that one.
Well, so far that Tennessee defense is utilizing what they have the most of, and that's that speed and athleticism. They're able to run laterally down with that option play and chase it down.
Green 2nd in the nation in rushing this year behind Ricky Williams. Frost pitches. Here's Chevin Wiggins again inside the 10. Touchdown!
This is the option play that Nebraska ran at the other end of the field that came up just short of the touchdown. Frost comes, fakes to the fullback, comes outside, and now all of a sudden finds Chevin Wiggins, his wingman, pitches the ball. Tennessee doesn't have enough support in the secondary. He goes into the end zone clean.
Chris Brown, still perfect this year in PATs. 64 for 64. Wiggins the touchdown. Philip Fulmer knows his team cannot keep turning the ball over.
In 1993, we changed everything. Dodge became the new Dodge, and the new Dodge became Intrepid. Now we're changing the way cars are created. Today's new Intrepid is the world's first car designed, assembled, and proven on computers, enabling a degree of precision never before possible. Welcome to the world of the new Dodge Intrepid. We're changing everything. Again.
From the moment you draw your first breath, you are different.
Unique in look and personality.
Footprints and DNA.
And no one understands that more than the men and women of Fidelity,
who work with 12 million investors,
no two of whom are alike.
How you work with us is your choice.
Because it's your money. And helping you make the most of it
is what makes Fidelity different.
The muff punt by Terry Fair gave Nebraska outstanding field position. It led to the second score of the night for the Huskers. Sean McDonough and Terry Donahue. They were able to overcome the turnover problems against Auburn in the SEC championship game where the balls, but they're playing a tougher team.
Well, it's going to be much more difficult for Tennessee to overcome those mistakes tonight. Already 3 turnovers and 14 points off 2 of the turnovers. And if they continue to do that, it's going to be a long night for Tennessee.
Chris Brown to kick off again. He bounces it. The short kick taken by Brian Darden, a backup running back. And quality field position for the Volunteers as Darden brought it out to the 38-yard line. Tomorrow, the legend rides again. The Magnificent Seven, the greatest Western of all time, is now a series. Don't miss the exciting 2-hour premiere tomorrow, right here on CBS. 14-0 Nebraska. Cornhuskers hoping for a convincing victory to sway voters, perhaps earn at least a share of the national championship. Voters have been flip-flopping all year. Jamal Lewis back in the game. 2 hands around the ball as he dove to the 43-yard line where he was chopped down by Mike Brown.
You know, it's funny about turnovers. When we talk about turnovers, Tennessee 9 turnovers in the last 6 quarters. Sometimes they just come. You coach the same, you emphasize the same fundamentals, you talk to your players about them, but sometimes they just occur. In this particular turnover, the ball needed to be in the outside arm for sure. Maybe it could have been avoided.
On 2nd and 5, Manning. Flag thrown as Marcus Nash has a first down at the play stands. Erwin Sweeney made the tackle at the 47 of Nebraska. The flag thrown in the secondary.
There's a penalty flag on the play.
Holding against Nebraska. That will likely be refused. Result of the play, a 10-yard gain and a first down. There's Grant Wistrom, concluding a brilliant career at Nebraska. For the 2nd year in a row, he's a first-team All-American in football. He's also a first-team academic All-American.
Penalties decline. First down.
For the 2nd straight year, the only other Nebraska player to have that double-double, Dave Remington. Grant Wistrom is a pre-pharmacy major, very difficult major. He carries a 3.43 grade point average.
Well, he was a Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year in '96 and '97.
Manning, take the draw, throws, nice catch. His receiver helped him there, Jermaine Copeland, who had the costly deflection that led to the interception earlier. Made a nice sliding catch at the 34-yard line. 13 more for the Balls and a first down.
Well, Copeland is in the inside slot position. He's just going to run down the field. If you're a Tennessee fan, the thing that you have to be encouraged about is there are some holes in this Nebraska defense, both throwing and running. What you're discouraged about is you got to hang on to the football if you're going to take advantage of those holes.
Jamal Lewis, the lone back. Marcus Nash, the motion man, lobbed out to Lewis. And he's bounced out of bounds after a short gain. Tony Ortiz put the hit on Lewis. Ortiz from Waterbury, Connecticut. Nebraska has players in the program from 26 different states. Ortiz, a state champion in track while he was at Crosby High School in Waterbury, won the 100 meters in Connecticut, the 110-meter hurdles.
Nebraska has a lot of former track athletes on this team. In the early 1990s, Tom Osborne changed his philosophy and went to recruiting more speed, and they have plenty of speed on this squad.
Lewis down to the 30-yard line. Grant Wistrom and Jay Foreman combined on the stop. Foreman, the son of the former great Minnesota Viking Chuck Foreman. He switched numbers this year to wear the number worn by his dad.
Grant Wistrom here just on a little stunt to the inside, played it very well. He has a school record 58.5 tackles for losses throughout his career at Nebraska.
Big third down, 6 yards to go for a Volunteer first down. Tennessee trails 14-0. Manning throws short of a first down. We'll see where the forward progress is spotted. Mike Brown put the hit on Jermaine Copeland. Looks like the ball will be just inside the 27, meaning they're about 2 full yards short of the first down. So Philip Fulmer sends on the field goal unit.
Peyton Manning had to get rid of that ball a little quicker than he wanted to. There was pressure from Nebraska. He had to unload it. I know he's frustrated about that because he knows how critical that first down was.
Jeff Hall, the junior from Winchester, Tennessee, will try a 44-yard field goal. Benson Scott is the holder. That is right down the middle, and Tennessee is on the board with 8:28 remaining in the first half. Jeff Hall, Tennessee's 4th all-time leading scorer, gives the Vols their first points tonight.
I believe that if you really go out and do exactly what you want to do, you find happiness.
If you can do what you love, that's incredible.
Anybody that says that one person can't make a difference is wrong.
Today, we have more computing power than the entire industry had when we designed the first Dodge Intrepid. We have the power to digitally blueprint, assemble, and test a car to make sure things fit right and work well. To make a quieter, roomier, quicker car. We have the power to change. The new Dodge Intrepid. We're changing everything. Again.
When one is competing for the eye of the judges, one must keep a firm leash on odor and perspiration. Thus, right guard, clear stick or clear gel. Powerful protection that glides on clear to make sure odor and wetness obey. Okay, boys, we're on. Blue 22, 64, 38, heel. Right guard, clear stick or clear gel. Anything less will be uncivilized.
CBS Sports presentation of the FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by fast, reliable FedEx. It's the way the world works. The new Dodge. Right guard clear stick and clear gel. And by Microsoft.
Tennessee on the board. It's 14-3. Here's Ed Cunningham.
Sean, Peyton Manning came to the sidelines, was not real happy that they didn't go for it on 4th, but then he immediately came over to the offense and he said, guys, even though we didn't go for it on 4th, it's our job to get first downs. Don't put it on the coaches to make that decision.
Peyton looked sharp tonight, Ed. 11 of 14 for 70 yards, and he had the one ball deflect off the hands of Copeland that could have been caught. Chevin Wiggins waiting for the kickoff.
And Sean, Peyton Manning, responsible for 75% of the Tennessee offensive production this year, certainly is on target tonight.
Jeff Hall to kick off. Darrell Griffin had to hold the ball. Chevin Wiggins has a seam, spins out across the 30 and goes down at the 34-yard line. Nice return by the junior from Palmetto, Florida, back in his home state. He's out of Manatee High School, the same school that sent Tommy Frazier to Nebraska. Turnovers, the story early. Tennessee has turned it over 3 times. Nebraska capitalized on 2 of them for 14 points.
Well, and the other statistic right here, if you look at rush yards, Tennessee 49, Nebraska only 35.
From the 34, Frost hands it off. Green. Tackled by Raynoch Thompson. He managed to break through the tackle for an extra couple of yards. Out to the 41-yard line. Thompson limping a bit after making the tackle. He had a bruised kidney earlier in the season that caused him to miss their big win at UCLA out in Los Angeles.
Sean, Joel Makovica, number 45, the fullback. When he's in the game, Nebraska's a different offensive team than when he's on the sideline.
He's in the game now, blocking for Green, who squirts across the 45 with a first down for the Cornhuskers. And Corey Gaines made the tackle. 7:40 left in the first half. Nebraska leads by 11.
It's about time for a little play action pass by Dr. Tom Osborne. This is where he likes to pound you, and all of a sudden make something look like a run and go up top on you.
The option, Frost keeps. Gain of 3 to the 49. Darwin Walker at the bottom of the pile for Tennessee.
Tennessee tonight on defense is going to try to read the path of the fullback to determine whether it's option or power football. That particular time, Makovica showed him a clear-cut path to the option. As a result, the linebackers were able to flow and get into that play.
Frost has 2 wide receivers to the right. He keeps and gets across midfield, run down again by Darwin Walker, backup tackle. Corey Gaines also in on the play.
Boy, Sean, Darwin Walker made a great defensive football play from the inside position. He kept his pads perfect. He went down the line of scrimmage, and he ran like a linebacker to that play. It was impressive.
He's a big, strong man, strongest man of the team. Benched 515 pounds in the spring.
Well, you could do that, couldn't you? You or me, we
I
could
get
that
the
up.
15 part anyway. Big 3rd down and 5. Frost went spinning into difficulty and then escaped. Now he throws for a 1st down. Sheldon Jackson down to the 34-yard line. 14 yards on the gain. Al Wilson made the stop. It was Darwin Walker who put the pressure on Frost, and if you let him escape, you're going to pay the price.
Well, I mentioned that play-action passing. That's exactly what this was. Coach Osborne came back with a play-action pass. Darwin Walker with tremendous pressure, but great players make big plays, and that's what Scott Frost did. He got off the hook and found an open receiver for the 1st down.
Just inside the 35. Frost down the middle. Newcomb dropped the ball. Had he caught it, in all likelihood would have been 6 points. He was behind Torrey Noel, and the pass hit him in stride, but Newcomb could not squeeze it.
Bobby Newcomb came off a fake of the option and ran right down the field working on Noel. The ball is just maybe an inch or 2 long, but certainly should have been caught, or if Bobby Newcomb did anything, maybe lay out for that ball, give himself those extra inches to come up with that reception.
2nd and 10. Frost keeps, and he's run down from behind. Jared Hayden, the backup linebacker, showing his speed. Frost can run, and Hayden gained ground coming from behind.
Well, the Tennessee defense, all 11 players on the field can run. Hayden is the right side linebacker. He comes underneath the block, number 48, and then races, lays it out to get Scott Frost by the ankles.
Another 3rd down and 10.
Tennessee has the speed defensively to counter this offense.
Frost throwing on the run, and it is incomplete. It's short-hopped Kenny Cheatham with Gerald Griffin in coverage. So now a decision for Tom Osborne. It would be a long field goal, better than 50 yards, into the wind. As a result, he'll put the punting unit on. Jesse Cush. And it is Terry Fair back deep for Philip Fulmer. So despite his problems catching punts tonight and in the SEC championship game, he's back there. Might not have to worry about that one. It's a little long. Landed in the middle of the end zone, a touchback. 36-yard punt, but a net of just 16. Tennessee gets the ball back, down by 11 in a moment.
The new Dodge wanted to take the sport utility concept to a higher level.
Enter the new Durango. Its best-in-class power, cargo space, and seating for up to 8 raise the bar considerably, as do its strongest-in-class frame and its stable, longer, wider stance.
Dodge Durango, a higher form of sport utility, from top to bottom. Durango, new ground for the new Dodge.
How fast do I really have to be going before I get a ticket?
The law is the law.
What is it, 5, 10 miles over?
Deli-style Lays. Ooh. Well, it's a guessing game out there, Mike. Here, let me show you something.
72?
Yep.
Let me see that. 90. Hey, you're fast.
Put crunch in your lunch. New Lay's Deli Style.
Go where you wanna go. Find the road you've never taken.
This is the tire that changed driving forever. The all-season Goodyear Aqua Tread. With the advanced Deep Groove Aqua Channel that sweeps water away for serious traction in the wet, especially in braking. Goodyear Aqua Tread.
Serious freedom. Goodyear, Goodyear.
This is the Great American Race.
Oh, I won the Daytona 500. I won the Daytona 500.
The Daytona 500 is on CBS.
Monday on CBS, kick off the new year with a night of great television. The fun starts with Cosby. Then it's the show critics are raving about, Everybody Loves Raymond, followed by Bob Newhart and Judd Hirsch and George and Leo. And say hello to the new Monday comedy, Style and Substance, starring Terry Donahue. No, actually starring Gene Smart.
Yeah.
Finally, television's most important new drama, Brooklyn South, returns with an episode you cannot miss all Monday night, right here on CBS. Tonight it's the FedEx Orange Bowl on CBS. Final game for Peyton Manning. As quarterback at the University of Tennessee, Lewis up the middle. That's 5. Steve Warren, a backup defensive tackle with help from Jay Foreman on the stop for Nebraska.
Tennessee, when you get 5 yards on 1st and 10 against the Nebraska defense, it means your offensive line is starting to control the line of scrimmage. And it's not an easy defense to control. They have great pass rushers, a lot of mobility and athleticism, but Tennessee can move the ball.
They're moving against the 5th best defense in the nation in total defense. Manning in the flat, and it's incomplete. Low ball looking for Andy McCullough. I think the other good news for Tennessee, you'd never know Peyton Manning had a bad knee. The way he has thrown the ball tonight, the way he's been taking his drops. Here's what we were talking about the Nebraska defense. The black shirts, 5th in total defense, 3rd against the run, 12th in scoring. I think when you compare them to Michigan, most would say Michigan has the better defense, but many would make the argument Nebraska has a much better offense. Nebraska averaged 47 points per game. Michigan never scored more than 38 in a single game. Manning under pressure, has a man in the flat and went through the hands of Lewis. A little bit high. Warren was putting the heat on Manning. And this time it is 3 downs and a punt for the Volunteers.
Well, Steve Warren, the nose guard, came up the middle of the Tennessee offensive line this time, working against Trey Teague, number 70. It's one of the first times tonight that Manning hasn't been able to set his feet and throw properly.
Chris Hogue having a career night. Running with the wind this time. He's kicked 2 beauties against the wind, and here's another cannon shot. Newcomb back to the 20. And he stopped at the 31-yard line. A 55-yard punt by Hogue and an 11-yard return. Chris Hogue, the senior from Memphis, an early star for the Vols.
So Nicoderm CQ is working for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing just fine, cold turkey.
Oh, well, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Take a break?
Oh, nice one. Come on, you know we quit for New Year's. Oh, wait, I'm coming.
Jack, no.
Just one cigarette.
No.
Why are you so calm?
Because I got help. CQ, a 24-hour stream of medicine that's always with you, even when you first wake up. Helps calm the cravings, my friend.
All right.
Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
Reggie! Did you eat your chunky soup?
How did you get down here? Ma?
Did you eat your chunky soup?
Yeah, Ma. Chunky beef with country vegetables. With more beef than any other soup. Lean beef, potatoes, vegetables. Chunky always hits the spot. Where'd you get that outfit?
Can't talk, gotta go. Just want to make sure you're eating good.
That's my mom.
Oh, yeah? Which one?
Campbell's Chunky Soup.
It's loaded with beef.
Computers, they're like a tutor. They help you learn.
Guess what I want to look up today? Spiders. Do you like spiders?
We looked in ancient Egypt at their cities.
I play chess.
Cool, I found a shark.
That's gotta hurt.
It's cool to be smart.
Let me show you what it's all about.
Now it's time to check the results from the CBS Sportsline all-time greats poll. The fans chose college football's all-time greatest team, and the results were overwhelming. The 1995 Nebraska team, which dismantled Florida in the Fiesta Bowl, received 40% of the votes. Among 16 choices, Amon Green slipped down as he tried to cut upfield. Al Wilson was coming quickly for Tennessee. And Green's down with a loss of 2 back to the 29.
Boy, Al Wilson playing the inside linebacker position. He forced the sweep like you want your linebacker to force it. He ran right downhill at it, and Amon Green just flat ducked to keep from getting deheaded by him.
Remember what we told you about Nebraska. Not only leading the nation in rushing this season, but they average 60 yards per game more than any other team in the nation in rushing. Having a tough time tonight against this very quick Tennessee defense. Frost on the run. The receiver upended. Newcomb draws the flag. He collided with Torrey Noel. And the officials threw the flag at the 45-yard line.
Well, it's a good call by the official. One thing you can't do when you play pass defense is put your hands on someone. Torrey Noel working against Bobby Newcomb right in the slot. When Newcomb breaks outside, Noel takes him by the shirt and tried to hold him. Scott Frost saw it. He saw it. Once he saw the flag, he was okay. Phillip didn't see it.
I think maybe Phil Fulmer has an argument that it could have been defensive holding. Frost, I think, still had the ball when the contact was made. Newcomb took a couple steps and then fell down. Given a 5-yard penalty instead of the walk-off out to the spot of the 44. Green up the middle. Now a flag thrown where you would expect offensive holding.
Guarantee this is going back another 10 yards from the spot of the foul.
Holding is the call. Interesting, the results of the all-time greats poll. The 95 Nebraska team. We asked Tom Osborne some of the highlights of his career, memorable games or seasons. He said 78 when he beat Oklahoma for the first time.
Repeat first down.
That was the knock on him early in his career. He couldn't win the big one. He finally beat Oklahoma. He mentioned other teams along the way. But the 95 team, he said, the 95 team I enjoyed on the field.
Right.
And he said it was probably his best team. But he did make the distinction on the field. Those off-the-field problems were a distraction, and obviously they still weigh.
He clearly made that distinction in the conversation with him. And you do as a coach. It affects you.
Shovel pass to Green. Green trying to turn the corner. He does. Amon Green back into Tennessee territory. First down and much more. All the way to the 36 of the Vols. Darwin Walker and Raynoch Thompson brought down Green after a gain of 29.
This is a little shovel pass that Nebraska runs. It's almost like an inverted option play. Instead of the back being on the upfield of the quarterback, it's underneath, and the quarterback Frost just shovels it to Amon Green. He gets a great block by Bobby Newcomb, number 12, the wide receiver, and Amon Green is a very powerful back, and he'll punish you rather than run out of bounds. He'll run right through you.
How about Darwin Walker downfield again to catch up with Green?
Sean, one thing about Amon Green, he averages 172 yards when he's playing against ranked teams, when he generally averages about 156 yards a game. So the guy gets up for big, important games.
Raynoch Thompson left earlier in the game with a sprained ankle and returned, but looks a bit more serious this time around. And he has been a major factor on defense to this point for Tennessee. First and 10. Nebraska at the Tennessee 36. Green cuts back. Green delivering a blow, and he got knocked down by Leonard Little. Terry Fair had the first hit low. And Green just smiled at Little, was barking a bit in the face of Amon after the hit.
Watch the Outland Trophy winner. Well, there's some hitting going on down there, Sean. And number 67, Aaron Taylor, the Outland Trophy winner, the left guard, made a great block to open up that cutback lane for Green.
Second and short, 2 yards to go for Nebraska first down. Green to the 26. It will be close. Bill Duff and Anthony Hampton combining on the stop. Hampton wears number 85. He came in to replace Thompson, who left 2 plays ago.
Sean, if you're playing defense right now at Tennessee, you've got to be talking about, listen, fellas, let's make sure we only give up a field goal here. Let's not go in there 21-3 at halftime. If we go in at 17-3, we're 2 touchdowns down with Peyton Manning, some of our receivers, we can get right back into this game.
Timeout for a measurement. It is a first down. Our overhead shots are courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes. It was 1960 when the Goodyear Blimps first began live sports coverage right here in South Florida at the Orange Bowl. Back in those days, the game was played at the Orange Bowl Stadium. Moved a little bit north. This beautiful new facility, Pro Player Stadium. Jay Sims now in as the I-back for the Huskers. Frost pitches to Sims, and he's out of bounds. Perhaps a gain of 1 for the oldest player in the game tonight. Jay Sims, 26 years old. He spent a couple of years working after high school before he came to the University of Nebraska as a walk-on. He's now on scholarship. Graduated in December with a degree in communications.
Sean, in the second quarter here, the Nebraska offensive line is beginning to assert itself. It's starting to come off the ball better than they did earlier in the game. They have better field position, playing with more confidence.
Sims still the I-back. The give to Makovica. Short gain. Al Wilson wrapped him up. Makovica, Green, and Frost, the starting backfield, have combined this season for 3,657 yards rushing and 50 touchdowns.
Well, and when you run behind this big offensive line, number 67, the left guard right there, Aaron Taylor, he just took the nose guard, knocked him 5 yards off the ball with the center, and they create a little void in that defense. But Tennessee's quick enough to fill it up with some of the defender.
And it's still Sims, the I-back. They hand it off to Wiggins, and he is close to a first down. Shevin Wiggins had just 1 rush all season prior to tonight. He's handled it on a couple of occasions tonight, including the 10-yard run for the second Nebraska touchdown.
I think Nebraska will go for this. They run 68 running plays per game on average.
Timeout. Back to the Orange Bowl in a moment. Actually, the timeout now is for the measurement, and they are about a foot short. 1 minute left in the first half. 14-3 Nebraska. We'll see what Tom Osborne does.
Sean, you're the best running team in America. Yeah, you average 68 rushes per game. You're going to go ahead and run this and not even think twice about it, whether you make it or not.
Almost a guaranteed field goal for Brown, who's made 16 in a row, but the first down is almost an automatic, as Terry suggests. Given the prowess on the ground by Nebraska, and was Frost on the keeper. First and 10 at the 14-yard line, and the time is becoming a factor. 55 seconds left.
Look at the push by this big offensive line. They just moved the line of scrimmage. They'll get their pads underneath. Frost easily makes the first down behind Aaron Taylor, the left guard.
Now this formation, all the backs lined up in the eye.
This is a stack eye.
And it's Frost. He ran into trouble and put it on the ground. And it is still free. And Tennessee has recovered. First turnover of the night by Nebraska, and a big one. Jonathan Brown came up with the ball after Terry Fair and Anthony Hampton combined to level Scott Frost and knock the ball loose.
Well, Scott Frost on the option just gets stripped. It's just a great play by Terry Fay.
Finally, a turnover goes in favor of Coach Fulmer. He's more than a little pumped up.
The new Dodge Durango is like no sport utility you've ever seen. Say, for instance, you live in a neighborhood with a rhino problem. In a Durango, you could outrun him with the most powerful engine offered in the class. Or you could move him with its best-in-class towing capacity. Or, if push really came to shove, Durango's superior horn would prevail. Durango, new ground for the new Dodge.
Let's start with the brewmaster for just a moment. The brewmaster is the chef, and that is the key brewmaster role, to understand the blending of his or her ingredients. Not only he or she tastes the beer every day, there's another person who tastes the beer every day, and that is me. The ability to have hands-on brewmasters working with the finest ingredients gives you Budweiser.
Green Bay is a small town. When someone leaves here, it means something. It means the entire community's been diminished. It means an acquaintance, a neighbor, a friend has left your life forever. Most importantly, it means there's now some extra seats available for Sunday's game.
Well, it's awfully tough to get tickets from the Super Bowl champs. It's absolutely impossible with American Express. So bring your Visa card.
Go Packers.
The official card of the NFL.
Hi, Jim Nance here at our anchor position at the FedEx Orange Bowl. Coming up on the College Football Today Ford Division halftime report. Greg and Lou will join me for their first half analysis, and then it's the FedEx Orange Bowl Spectacular halftime show. Colors of the Tropics featuring John Cicada. That's at halftime. Now back to the game.
And that is a spectacular, annually the best halftime show of all the bowl games. Lewis up through a big hole. Look at him power his way across the 40. And now Tennessee will use a timeout, a running play to see if they could get something to get some breathing room and then perhaps take a chance, and that's what they'll do now. One timeout left for the Volunteers, 26 seconds left in the half. They're out at the 42.
When you're backed up like Tennessee was, whatever you do, you don't want to turn the ball over. It's a great lead block by the fullback, Sean Bryson, and Jamal Lewis showing why he is such a strong runner as a freshman tailback. This guy has powerful legs. He drags Nebraska tacklers with him. And he hasn't had a bad first half except for that one fumble that occurred to him early in the game. If he can get on track, it'll open up Tennessee's game in the second half.
He was compared with Jamal Lewis coming out of high school to Herschel Walker, both from Georgia. Jamal's from Atlanta.
I think
this season, Lewis, the second highest freshman rushing total in the history of the Southeastern Conference. Only Herschel Walker rushed for more yards in his freshman season in the SEC.
I think Tennessee may take a shot down the field with 26 seconds left in the half here.
Why not? Now that they're at the 42. Manning hit as he throws. That might be a compelling argument. Why not? Grant Wistrom finally got to Peyton Manning. No problems with the knee as Manning gets back up with 23 seconds left in the half, 2nd and 10.
Well, and it's surprising because Tennessee's line has done a reasonable job tonight giving Peyton Manning plenty of time, but on this particular play, Grant Wistrom coming on an inside stunt puts tremendous pressure on Peyton, and like you say, you worry about that knee as the game goes on.
3 straight incompletions thrown by Manning. 2nd and 10. Peter got through, but the pass is caught by Marcus Nash. Nash hit hard, but he held on at the 40. And Tennessee looking to the sideline to see if the last timeout will be used. Tony Ortiz made that hard hit on Nash. They have one timeout left. And I don't think Peyton wanted it called. But it was. You could see him hollering at his teammates.
Yeah, you really needed to save that timeout for your field goal team, Sean. Peyton Manning easily could have gotten up, down the ball. He had more downs than time left. He had 4 downs because it was a first down. He could have used the down, saved the timeout for the field goal team. Peyton Manning under real pressure there by Jason Peter, number 55.
He drove Manning a long way back after that ball had been thrown to get him on the ground. Scott Frost told us last season he had the bursa sac injury to the knee. It got puffy just as Manning's did. Frost had his drained 19 times. He said in games it didn't bother him until he was hit and that knee got driven down into the ground, and all of a sudden it would puff back up. I wonder if Scott has said that to his defensive teammates. He made a real effort to drive Peyton down into the ground that time.
But you know, the Nebraska players talked freely about wanting Peyton Manning to play in this game. They felt like their only chance for a national championship was to beat Tennessee with Peyton Manning, not without him.
15 seconds left and no timeouts. If they go over the middle, they'd have to get up very quickly to spike.
Get out of bounds.
Oh, he stayed in bounds and lunges for a first down. The one break for Tennessee could be that it's close to a first down. They should at least stop the clock for a measurement here. The officials conferring and the half ends. I think that's a very bad piece of officiating there. They otherwise had a good half, but that was right at the 30-yard line. And very close to a first down. But it took the referee, Terry McCauley, a long time to get into position to see. He tried to stop the clock just as the half end, waving his arms over his head.
Well, the key is Jermaine Copeland, Sean, has to get the ball out of bounds. The yardage is nowhere near as important as the time. Get the ball out of bounds so your coaches and players can have one more shot at a field goal or at the touchdown.
No question about that. Let's go to Michelle Tafoya.
All right, with Tom Osborne, well, turnovers have certainly been key. 3 by the Vols have led to 14 points for you, but 1 there before the half really changed the momentum a bit.
Yeah, that was a big play because it looked like we could really get up on them pretty good there. But, you know, it's been a while since each team's played. It's been 3-4 weeks, and sometimes you see that. But hopefully we can take better care of it in the second half.
What's been the difference between your offense being able to drive and not being able to drive?
Well, I think we threw the ball a few times there and got them off our backs, and that helped a little bit. So we're going to have to mix it up.
Coach, good luck.
Okay, thanks, Michelle.
Peyton Manning frustrated late in the half. They could not get the spike to stop the clock. That's the end of the first half. The score, Nebraska 14 and Tennessee 3.
Yesterday, it was just an idea, a notion, a whim. A few hours ago, it was a yearning, a dream. And then, as if by magic, overnight it all came to be. Wishes crossed the sea, ideas took flight, and yearnings and cravings in all 4 corners of the earth were satisfied. It wasn't always this way, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works.
The Olympic Winter Games return to CBS. Share a moment with the world.
If you've been postponing the thrill of driving a new Dodge, we have to ask why. Because by acting right now, you can get $1,000 cash back on the technologically advanced 98 Dodge Stratus. The fun-loving Dodge Neon comes with $1,500 cash back. Or choose low 1.9 financing, which over 60 months can save you over $2,700. But don't delay, because the thrill of driving a new Dodge may not always be so affordable. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust, so the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Joe M.D.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Pizza Hut salutes Tom Osborne for his dedicated years of service. Best wishes from your Nebraska Pizza Hut.
Took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital. We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalize blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems. Heart care close to home.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
The College Football Today Ford Division Halftime Report is sponsored by Ford Division.
And welcome to the College Football Today Ford Division Halftime Report. Our score at halftime is Nebraska leading this one 14-3. Jim Nance along with the birthday boy, Craig James. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
The coach, Lou Holtz. A rather bizarre ending to the first half. I thought Nebraska might go in for the back-breaking touchdown, then the turnover. Then I thought Copeland might have gotten out of bounds to give him a chance to move with an 8. What did you think here, Lou?
You just have to make a decision. You know, it's easy for us to sit here and say, hey, he could have gotten out of bounds, but they had run out of timeouts, and here he cut back in. He did get the first down, and consequently, they lost an opportunity to score.
What were some of your thoughts in the first half?
Well, it's a tight game. You're going to halftime, and you're happy regardless of which side you're on. Number one, Tennessee's offense and defensive line have played well. They've held Nebraska to 69 yards offense. That's surprising. On the other hand, Nebraska say we can run the ball better, but we got to be pleased with the way our secondary's played and how well Scott Frost has thrown the ball.
Yeah, and I tell you what, when you talk about you can play a little bit better, I guarantee you right now Nebraska's in there trying to figure out what's going on running the football, because the 69 yards is not what they usually are getting on the ground. But for Tennessee, these guys have done a great job. You got to understand, if you're a tailback at Nebraska, you want to have the cutback ability, but the backside blocking of Nebraska hasn't been there in the first half. Backside, they get in the back of the offensive guard and tackles hip pocket. But here's your running lane back inside here. If that guy's not there, the runner has the ability to cut back. That's why Nebraska is so successful when they do run the ball well.
Craig, you were one of the elite few. You were one of the voters in the AP poll. What has Nebraska shown you here in the first half? Enough?
No, not enough. Not enough to put them at number one right now. So I'm going to watch the second half. The good thing for Nebraska right now is a good Tennessee team showed up and playing this football game.
But they are ahead 14-3. Tennessee's made some mistakes. They can play much better, but they have to be encouraged. But I want to tell you, Nebraska wears on you. Trust me. They are big, they're strong, they're physical, and they ain't going to go away. And I use ain't for an emphasis, not because of the English language.
As you said, they only have 69 yards rushing. They average 400 a game. That could really mount in the second half. Coming up, the Orange Bowl spectacular halftime show, Colors of the Tropics, featuring John Cicada when we return to Miami after this.
You don't need binoculars to see why Escort is so popular. It's a value so enticing, it's like getting cake with extra icing. You can get power, lots of power, power galore, to whisk down the windows and unlock the doors, adjust the side mirrors, but wait, there is more. Opt for a remote, AC, a smooth automatic, and a CD player for the music fanatic. And if that's not enough, you can get an anti-theft system to protect this good stuff. The buck starts here for Escort thrills, somewhat higher, loaded to the gills.
Critics call Tomorrow Never Dies the best Bond film ever. A rousing movie that roars from start to finish with a throttle wide open, says Gene Shalit. Siskel and Ebert give it 2 thumbs up. Tomorrow Never Dies. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
Start your New Year's diet with Special K and make up for the way you ate over the holidays. Kellogg's Special K. Lose the holiday fat.
Every 10 seconds or so, a stop sign goes up somewhere in America. And every 30 seconds, a traffic light goes up. It's as hard on your car as it is on you. It's stop and go. Stop and go. Stop and go driving. Use Pennzoil. Formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil.
The University of Nebraska ranks #1 in the nation for graduating academic All-Americans in football, women's volleyball, in fact, all sports put together. And our honors program attracts some of the country's highest-scoring freshmen in fields like physics, computer science, biology, chemistry, and math. So you have an interesting known value for N. There is no place like Nebraska.
It's full court comedy when Team Cosby takes on the women of the WNBA.
Now let's see what you got. You got nothing.
All new Cosby, CBS Monday.
Get ready for the Ray Bowl.
Barone lines up for the kick. It's into the wind.
It's a bit of a drizzle, too.
Ron's been battling a hangnail all season long.
All right, already. Are you ever off? It's good!
Catch the comedy of Everybody Loves Raymond, CBS Monday.
On behalf of all the employees of Federal Express around the globe who deliver the world on time, welcome to the 1998 FedEx Orange Bowl. FedEx has revolutionized the way the world works through leadership, teamwork, and a commitment to quality. That same spirit of excellence has led Tennessee and Nebraska to tonight's championship game. As FedEx celebrates 25 years of service, so does Nebraska head coach Tom Osborne, whose retirement following tonight's game completes one of the most impressive coaching careers of all time. To the players, coaches, and fans of Nebraska and Tennessee, congratulations and best of luck with the rest of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bacardi and the Orange Bowl Committee are proud to present the colors of the tropics and special guest star, Miami's own John Cicada.
Taking a day at a time, dealing with feelings I don't want to hide, learning to love as I go, baby, without taking you. And if there ever was a doubt, you got to believe. never really thought it would come to this. Oh no. And if there ever was a doubt, you got to believe that some things are meant to be. 'Cause no matter how far away you are, I feel you here. As close as my mind can see you, a vision of tenderness and love for us to And if there ever was a doubt, you got to believe that some things are meant to be. 'Cause no matter how far away you are, I feel you here. As close as my mind can see you, a vision of tenderness and love, the kind that gives you more than just enough. You got to believe in the two of us. From that first hello, girl, who would have known I need you so? Baby, yeah, you got to believe. That we were meant to be.
Thank you, Miami. Good night.
Outstanding. The color, the splendor, and the sound of John Cicada. And the College Football Today Ford Division Halftime Report will continue in a moment.
The dance and show choir cast from across America.
Got feeling inside, can't explain, a certain kind, can't explain. I feel hot and cold, can't explain. Head down my soul, yeah, can't explain.
Our competition can't explain why they keep playing Follow the Leader. But then again, they've been doing it for so long, maybe it's just become habit forming. Ford Taurus. Now that explains everything. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Life's a trip, and it takes money to get where you're going. That's what mutual funds are for. At Janus, making money means looking for breaks nobody else saw coming, jumping on and riding them in. No matter what the market's doing, there are great companies to invest in. Janus finds them, so you can get there. Janus no-load mutual funds.
It is a test, not just of strength, but of the power of the mind. And if you complete the journey, you will be changed forever. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Life is about choices. You ask the questions and you listen to the answers. And then you listen to your heart. 4 years ago, I chose the University of Tennessee. I wanted a place where I could grow, a place where my best could get better. Last spring, I made another choice. I chose to stay in school because staying was strongest in my heart. Life is about choices. I believe I chose well.
On the field, sometimes a player tries to mess with me, make me angry. If I let myself be drawn in, it could cost us the game. It's the same on the street, but the risk is greater. If someone tries to draw you into a fight, don't feed into it. Stay in control, talk it out, or walk away. You'll get respect and live to tell about it. So squash the anger. Squash it. Squash it.
This message provided by the NCAA.
Here in Miami at the FedEx Orange Bowl, Nebraska leads at halftime 14-3. And as far as the quarterbacks go in the first half, Peyton Manning 13 of 19, 96 yards. He was picked off once. Scott Frost was 7 of 10. He's thrown for more yards, Lou. He's thrown for 109 in the first half. Tell me about the first half performance by the quarterbacks.
Well, with Scott Frost, he's running play-action passes coming off the running game. The running game isn't working as well, but he's doing the things he's done all year. He's giving good leadership. He did have one turnover, but he is executing the play-action pass well.
Yeah, I thought Peyton Manning, I haven't seen him play in person in a while. I'm very impressed with his poise in the pocket. I thought his control of the offense was outstanding. He doesn't have a lot of yards throwing the football just because his guys are getting tackled as soon as they catch the ball. If those receivers will make one break and go distance, they'll have some bigger yards.
All right, guys, there was a bowl final this afternoon, the Peach Bowl, and for the 14th straight year, the game was decided by 7 points or less. Auburn was down 17-6 entering the final quarter. They outscored them 15-0 in the final quarter, and the SEC is now 5-0 in the postseason. And earlier tonight, live on our College Football Today pregame show, the most rewarding pass play of the season. A 10-yard toss. Terry Fletcher collecting $1 million.
I wanted to work with him, and I offered my advice, but he said I didn't throw the ball well enough at Notre Dame.
Absolutely. He told me, keep Holtz away from me. I don't want him
I'm a passing quarterback. I've changed.
I saw you teaching him how to pitch it through running the option.
No, not at all.
In just 35 days, the Winter Olympics get underway in Nagano, Japan. Stories will unfold, dreams will be realized against the beauty of Nagano. Many stars will certainly shine.
It is a place of mystery and exotic beauty, and a fitting backdrop to the artistry of ladies figure skating, where Michelle Kwan hopes to gracefully ascend to the gold medal stand, but will have to top fellow American and reigning world champion Tara Lipinski. There's one sure way to stir the tranquility of the Nagano landscape. Alberto Tomba, the Italian icon, makes his 4th Olympic appearance. The USA's Peekaboo Street won silver in Lillehammer. She'll be on the slopes of Hakuba seeking gold. Canadian Elvis Stoico will try to jump his way out of a talented field in the men's figure skating competition. The drama, the daring, the desire, and the delights of Nagano, Japan, on display come February.
Be sure to join CBS for live coverage of the opening ceremony from Nagano, Japan, Friday, February 6th at 8 Eastern Time. All right, let's talk about the second half. I know you've been roaming the sideline a little bit, talking to some of the players, in fact. What have you been hearing?
Leonard Little came up to me. This guy, I can't say what he said on national television, but he was very upset with his team. He realizes they're doing a great job of shutting down Nebraska. He said, man, we're giving these guys a football game. They're number 2 in the country. We're better than them. I guarantee you they'll come out with great enthusiasm.
Well, as a coach, you look at your seniors in the eye and you say, 30 minutes to play in a lifetime to remember it. I love you. Let's go play our style of football.
All right, 30 minutes to go in the careers, the college career of Peyton Manning and the coaching career of Tom Osborne. Second half, the FedEx Orange Bowl is next. Nebraska leads at 14-3. It's coming up after this message and a word from your local station.
The College Football Today Ford Division Halftime Report has been sponsored by Ford Division.
Every 4 years, the mountains come alive and we experience something magical. The world's greatest athletes produce memories that last a lifetime. And soon a new generation of Olympians will shatter records and scale new heights in pursuit of their dreams. The Olympic Winter Games return to CBS.
Meet America's Queen of Style.
Where do you keep your melon baller? I don't have one. I guess this is what it would be like if I was forced to cook in a Turkish prison.
Style and Substance series premiere CBS Monday. For college football action, the address is CBS. Welcome home.
You got to surround yourself with talented people, stay focused, and work hard.
Norwest salutes Tom Osborne's 25 years of winning with Tom's Loan Challenge. Take the challenge by applying for any new Norwest loan of $5,000 or more. If you qualify, you'll get a free commemorative jacket or flag.
It's nice to know Norwest is as proud as I am to be part of Nebraska.
Nebraska can make all the winners.
This is Charlie McBride. When I'm recruiting, I look for players that are strong, durable, and ready to tackle the tough jobs day in and day out. Those are the same qualities I wanted in a pickup truck, and that's why I bought an F-150 from Anderson Ford. I found the model, options, and price I wanted, plus the service I'll need for years to come. Whether you're looking for a truck, car, or minivan, do what I did. Go with the winning team at Anderson Ford.
Anderson Ford in Lincoln and Grand Island.
You just feel better when you're working with number one.
If you're a corn grower, you've probably heard about Regent, the new low-dose insecticide and one-pass application system that simplifies handling and completely does away with dust. And this is what's really amazing. A single at-plant application of Regent controls corn rootworm together with European corn borer. Prior to Regent, the only way to do that was to do this.
Regent. From now on, this is how it's done.
Anybody got a towel?
Go Big Red for the best post-game report. Stick with 1011, your capital city news station.
Ready for the start of the second half. Number 2, Nebraska with an 11-point lead over number 3, Tennessee. And Nebraska will get the ball first in the second half. Joe Walker among the men back deep for the Cornhuskers. Chevin Wiggins standing alongside. Here's Jeff Hall with the kickoff. And a good boot with the wind. And it'll be down to the back of the end zone by Wiggins. Sean McDonough and Terry Donahue. Obviously the 3 turnovers, Terry, very costly to Tennessee in the first half. But the good news for them, Nebraska had just 69 yards rushing, and Peyton Manning was not sacked.
Well, the Tennessee offensive line has certainly played better than anticipated. Tennessee's throwing the ball very quickly, though, and they only have 100 yards in total passing yardage. But the shocking thing is Tennessee has rushed for as many yards, more yards. They've rushed for 80. Nebraska only 69. They're the #1 rushing team in America.
Nebraska on the ground in the first play of the second half, and Amon Green went out across the 25.
Sean, during the last 2 years that I've watched Tennessee, I've never seen them play as good on defense as they're playing tonight. They are really doing an excellent job against this Nebraska offensive football team.
Fewest yards rushing Nebraska has had in one game this season is 335. No opponent has held them under 335. It was Texas A&M that held them, quote unquote, to 335 in the Big 12 championship. Frost a late pitch, but right on target. And Amon Green is out of bounds with a first down just across the 30-yard line. Chased out by Gerald Griffin. Here's a look at the first half stats. 3 turnovers, very costly to Tennessee. It led directly to the 14 Nebraska points.
Well, and this is critical right there. And remember, Scott Frost has carried the ball 8 times in the first half for a .4-yard average. He's under a yard per carry, which is just a tremendous job by that defense.
On 1st and 10, Green cuts back and lunges forward off the hit of Corey Gaines. The quarterback comparison, both with an impressive percentage, but as Terry mentioned a moment ago, the yardage totals aren't very high.
No, they really aren't. I think Tennessee in this half will try to put the ball down the field a little further now that they believe they can protect. They proved that in the first half, that they can protect. Peyton Manning, he's on the target tonight. He's on the money. He looks good to me.
5 or 6 hours a day in the training room for Peyton Manning have certainly paid off. His knee is held up well. Makovica rumbling into the secondary. Terry Fair trying to collar him, and finally he did at the 41-yard line of Tennessee. 24-yard gain for Joel Makovica, the junior from Brainerd, Nebraska.
Well, Joel Makovica reminds
the Nebraska people of Rathburn, the great fullback who played at Nebraska, then the 49ers. It's just a little roll play to the fullback. He finds the seam behind the big offensive line, breaks a tackle, spins out, and then drags Tennessee for the first down. This is a walk-on, a former walk-on, one of the famous Nebraska walk-ons.
From a football family, his brother Jeff was Nebraska's starting fullback in 1995. Frost keeps Raynoch Thompson, who's been in and out of the game with a sprained ankle, wrapped up Frost. Scott advanced the ball to the 37-yard line. A gain of 4. We mentioned Macavicka from a football family. Not only did his brother Jeff play at Nebraska, but their dad, John, was an NAIA All-American at Kearney State in the late 60s and was inducted into the Nebraska College Football Hall of Fame in the fall of '96. 6.5 yards per rush. Best among all fullbacks in the nation.
Boy, and certainly Nebraska's best blocking fullback. He does so many things for Nebraska.
Nice block by Billy Legate, who took over from Macavicka at fullback. He cleared a path for Ramon Green. And Corey Gaines and Gerald Griffin had to take him down to the secondary. First down, Nebraska. The Huskers impressively on the move to begin the second half.
Watch Billy Legate, the fullback, number 40, Sean. You mentioned his block. He's right here. He's going to isolate on the linebacker for Tennessee. This is why tailbacks can cut back. He really makes a tremendous block, which opens that hole.
2 minutes into the second half. 14-3 Nebraska. And one long drive in the first half, a 78-yard touchdown drive. They're marching here. That play goes to the 20 for Ramon Green. Leonard Little and Corey Gaines combining to put the stop on Green.
It seems to me like Tom Osborne and his coaches went in at halftime and said, hey, fellas, we've never had 69 yards rushing at halftime against anybody. We're going to go back out there and control the line of scrimmage and start to establish a running game.
Already more rushing yards on this drive than they had in either of the first 2 quarters of the football game. Second down and 7. Out of the shotgun. They love quarterback draw out of the shotgun. And Frost is very close to a first down. Al Wilson and Leonard Little on the stop.
Philip Fulmer seen there on the sidelines, got to be concerned. You know, you go in at halftime, you're in the ball game, you know your team's made some turnovers, some mistakes that has really hurt you in the ball game. You come out, you want to get off to a good start in the second half, and here Nebraska takes the opening kickoff and is really mounting a powerful drive. And I say power because they've kept it on the ground and they're knocking them off the ball right now, something they were unable to do in the first half.
It is a first down. And historically, that's been the case. This Nebraska attack wears out the defense. After a while, it's harder and harder to stand up to the pounding from this relentless rushing attack. From the 13, first and 10. Newcomb. Bobby's down at the 5. He lunged ahead to move the ball toward the 4. He came into Nebraska as a quarterback, an outstanding prospect out of Albuquerque, recruited by most of the top programs in the nation. They moved him to wingback this season, but Frank Solich will be the new head coach after this game. Says he will get a look at Newcomb at quarterback to replace Frost in the spring.
Well, and you can certainly understand that, Sean. He's one of the fastest guys on Nebraska's team. Tom Osborne with a little counterplay there to Bobby Newcomb to take advantage of the fast flow of Tennessee's defense.
Green following Joel Macavicka's block. Green has the first down. And it'll be first and goal for the Huskers at the 2. This is the last game for Tom Osborne after 25 years as head coach. There's Frank Solich. 19 years as an assistant to Osborne, former outstanding running back at Nebraska back in the mid-60s. And Solich will take over. Frank Solich actually knew before the season began that this would be Tom Osborne's last year. So Tom told me this was going to be it. But the two of them kept it a secret. 11th play of the drive. And it is stopped at the goal line. Leonard Little put the pop on Ramon Green. Tom Osborne has a number of longtime assistants, but no lack of harmony on the staff.
The rest of the staff members knew 6 years ago when Osborne made Solich the assistant head coach that really was Tom's way of designating Solich as the man he'd like to see succeed him.
Well, and Tom said the timing for him to retire was perfect because he could help influence who his successor would be. The university president and athletic director agreed with the decision.
Frost up and over and in for a touchdown. An impressive opening drive. Never mind the passes or the play action fakes. Nebraska goes back to its bread and butter. And they made that look easy.
Boy, that offensive line has come out in the second half and reestablished the line of scrimmage. Scott Frost in there by at least a yard and a half behind the big left guard, Aaron Taylor, the center, number 59, Josh Heskew.
Frost might have been shaken up. He's pointing to his left calf. Darwin Walker's going off, grabbing at the back of his neck.
Sean, have you noticed how many Tennessee players have left the game already? One of the difficult things when you play Nebraska, they are so physical and so strong and so deep, they begin to just wear you out.
Chris Brown on for the extra point. And it is good. An 80-yard drive by Nebraska to begin the second half.
Do you think you're getting the best shave? Take the Sensor Excel Challenge. We bet you can't find a closer, safer shave than Sensor Excel. No other razor has Sensor Excel's soft microfins for extra protection and self-adjusting blades for extra closeness. Take the Sensor Excel Challenge. Once you experience the safest way to the closest shave, we bet you won't go back. Gillette Sensor Excel.
Hi, welcome to Saturn. I think I hit a rock. You all right? Yeah, it's pretty big.
You know, I don't see any body damage.
Now I think about it because it was rolling. It may have been a prairie dog.
All right. We'll take a look at the car. Everything checked out with the car.
Really? That's weird.
Hey, how are you today?
Pretty good.
Mr. Finley, your
Yes.
car's fine.
Really? Here comes a whippoorwill to this side of the car.
At Saturn, all our service centers are linked up to a nationwide network of computers that provide us with all kinds of important information.
It is the greatest Western of all time. And on Saturday, the legend rides again.
I hear you fellas are headed for a fight.
We're bringing back the adventure,
Looking for guns to protect an Indian village.
the drama,
Step aside, lady.
We don't hang men around here for no reason.
and the heroes in a new television series that's destined to make history again.
Double or nothing.
The Magnificent Seven, 2-hour series premiere CBS Saturday, contains violent scenes.
An impressive opening drive to begin the second half by Nebraska. And the lead is 21-3 for the Cornhuskers. Tennessee about to get the ball for the first time. In the second half, Cedric Wilson took Chris Brown's kickoff at the goal line. Nice moves to get across the 20. And now he powers out to the 27. Nice return by Wilson. Let's get an update on the condition of Scott Frost. Here's Michelle Tafoya.
All right, Sean. Well, Scott is suffering cramps in both calves, but more in the left than the right. But he told me he's fine. Quarterback coach Turner Gill came over concerned, asking if they needed ice to rub those calves down. But the training staff said they didn't even need that. Back to you.
On that drive, 12 plays, 80 yards, 74 of them on the ground. And the one pass, which the official score deemed a pass, was that shovel pass. They had 74 yards rushing on the opening drive of the half after 69 yards rushing the entire first half. Jamal Lewis out to the 29. A gain of 2 for the freshman.
Sean, in visiting with Philip Fulmer this week prior to the game, he said one of the things that we have to do to win this game, we've got to answer when Nebraska scores. Nebraska's really tough when they get ahead by a couple touchdowns because they control the ball on you because they're a ground-oriented game, and so they consequently eat up the clock. Phillips says we've got to come back and answer. This is an important drive.
On 2nd and 8, and they show patience with the run, but it yields nothing that time. Mike Rucker and Jason Peter at the bottom of the pile for Nebraska. And it'll be 3rd down and 8.
Nebraska's gone to their nickel package, put their 5th defensive back in the game, expecting pass.
3 wide receivers, no tight end for Tennessee. Manning running out of time. He's sacked by Mike Rucker. The first sack of Manning tonight.
Mike Rucker, the left defensive end, number 84. He runs a little inside stunt move. He's the one that comes underneath, slips in a little crack in the Tennessee line there to sack Peyton Manning. Peyton just never had time to get that arm cocked and get the ball down the field.
Now Chris Hogue with his worst punt of the night. But he did get a good bounce. Hogue averaged 61 yards per punt on 3 punts. In the first half, that one wound up going 43. There is a flag down at the 41-yard line. And it's for an illegal block in the back against Nebraska.
Illegal block in the back on the receiving team during the kick. Post-scrimmage kick enforcement. 10 yards from the end of the kick. 1st down.
Sean, I really think the Nebraska offense is one of the toughest in the country to stop.
Back in a moment.
It doesn't matter if you work for a big company or a startup.
Whether you work for yourself or to help others.
Fidelity has a way to help you prepare for the day when you won't need to work at all.
Whether you're changing jobs,
Or happy where you are,
retired,
or just starting out.
more people trust their retirement plans to Fidelity than any other company.
It's your retirement.
It's our job to help you make the most of it.
So Nicoderm CQ's working for you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing just fine, cold turkey.
Oh, well, that's great.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah.
Take a break?
Oh, nice one. Come on, you know we quit for New Year's. Oh, wait, I'm coming.
Jack, no.
Just one cigarette.
No.
Why are you so calm?
Because I got help. CQ, a 24-hour stream of medicine that's always with you, even when you first wake up. Helps calm the cravings, my friend.
All right.
Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
To impress the judges, odor and perspiration must obey. Thus, right guard, clear stick or clear gel. Powerful protection that glides on clear. Blue 22, head, head. Right guard, anything less will be uncivilized.
I can put that spoon down anytime I want.
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, too irresistible for adults.
You just don't get as much milk with a fork, that's all.
Frosted Flakes have the taste adults have grown to love. They're great.
This pilot wasn't the only one who died after this crash. So did one of his 2 mechanics. He shot and killed himself after the Air Force charged him with negligent homicide. 60 Minutes, Sunday.
We invite you to click on to CBS Sports Line, where you'll find a wrap of tonight's game and news and all the college bowl action, the latest scores, stats, highlights, exclusive columns, the latest breaking news in sports. Check out the most in-depth Olympic site on the web. Get in on the action at cbs.sportsline.com. Nebraska on offense for the 2nd time in the 2nd half. They stay on the ground. It's Amon Green with running room again. Out to the 35. Terry, obviously just before the break, you didn't have a chance to finish your thought about the Nebraska offense.
Well, Sean, I was making the point, it's such a tough offense to stop because they run 1-back, 2-back, 3-back offense. They have multiple formations, an option game, a power game with their tailback, a trap game with their fullback, a mobile quarterback, and all of a sudden they just stress you on defense until you come apart. And you couple all that with some quality play-action passing. It's just hard to defend it.
Green up the middle, and he ran into Raynoch Thompson. Might be having the best game of his career tonight. They've seen him several times, and can't remember Thompson being as much of a factor as he has been in this one. Well, some question Tennessee is a number 3 team. The players all talk about it. They've developed a reputation for not winning the big one, in large part because they haven't been able to defeat Florida during the Peyton Manning era, and before that, actually. But I think we're seeing tonight this is a very good Tennessee team. A lot of good athletes who can really run on defense.
No question. They played the Nebraska offense as well in that first half as any defense I've ever seen play against the Nebraska offense. If their own offense hadn't turned it over, I'm not sure Nebraska would have scored in the first half.
Frost pitched it at the last second. Look out! Amon Green with one man to beat. And he could not beat him. Terry Fair made the touchdown-saving tackle at the 21-yard line of Tennessee. A 43-yard pickup for Green.
Scott Frost is the master, the magician with running the option play. He comes down the line of scrimmage here. He gets the ball pitched. Sometimes he never even looks. This time he does. He lays it off perfectly. Makovica leading the way, and Amon Green, the speedster, gets a crack in the defense and then just turns it downfield.
He now has 113 yards rushing. Makovica weaving his way to the right. A gain to the 17. 4-yard pickup. Ron Green and Leonard Little made the tackle. So that's 12 straight games now with 100 yards rushing or more for Amon Green.
And I think you have to ask yourself, what is the difference in this second half as compared to the first half? Why can Nebraska run the ball all of a sudden now in the second half where they couldn't in the first half? And I think it has to do with that intensity of the offensive line. They seem to have a little skip in their step, if you will, in this second half, where in the first half they didn't seem to. And Tennessee is not penetrating quite as much as they were able to in the first half.
Green up the middle. A lot of tired-looking arm tackles from the defensive front now for Tennessee. Corey Noel had to come up from the secondary to help Corey Terry, the defensive end. And it's close to a first down. Terry McCauley, the referee, says it is a first down just outside the 10. So they could get another first down very close to the goal line. And the double whammy for the Tennessee defense is not only is Nebraska moving and scoring points, but they chew up the clock while they do it.
Well, that's the way they play. They love to run the ball, and they're going to get 80 plays a game, and 68 or 70 of them are going to be runs.
Frost keeps. Frost, touchdown! He might still be cramping up a little bit. You saw him trying to stretch as he went into the end zone.
Scott Frost was certainly silenced in the first half, but has responded in the second half. This is a design quarterback keep. He follows the tailback, Amon Green. He's the only guy that's supposed to have the ball on this play. He's a great runner. They want him to carry it into the end zone.
Frost had a Nebraska record 19 rushing touchdowns during the regular season. That's the school record for quarterbacks. And he has 2 tonight. Don't count on the stats since bowl games do not factor in. That run went 11. It's 28-3. The Cornhuskers starting to make a statement.
The nest is empty. Your work is done.
So powerful.
It's time to kick back and have some fun.
So agile.
You got the car now.
DeVille with the North Star system.
For who you are now, you're making whoopee.
DeVille.
for the time of your life.
Oh, look at you.
We're back at Erickson Stadium where we're down to the final seconds of the game and it's still tied. The kick's high. And
Ericsson mobile phones. Catch the excitement.
You know, Mother and I are real proud of you going off to the Winter Olympics in Japan. That's what happens when you're America's favorite. But, well, I know you won't be coming back. But you're gonna make one heck of a French fry.
Who feeds the world's greatest athletes? Did somebody say McDonald's?
We love you!
CBS Sports presentation of the FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by fast, reliable FedEx. It's the way the world works. McDonald's, Cadillac, and by Fidelity Investments.
Sean McDonough with Terry Donahue, Michelle Tafoy, and Ed Cunningham. Delighted to have you with us for the FedEx Orange Bowl from Miami. Nebraska has taken control, leading by 25. Still 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Cedric Wilson ran into traffic at the 27-yard line. Once again, folks, we remind you that the Chevrolet Scholarship Program is in effect tonight, and later in tonight's game, we will be giving you the Chevrolet Players of the Game. First and 10. Tennessee needs to do something, and they need to do it quickly. The pass caught by Marcus Nash, a senior from Tulsa, Oklahoma. With 76 catches coming into tonight, but he's had a quiet night in this one.
Well, he really has, Sean. Tennessee's been unable to get the ball very effectively to Marcus Nash. One of the adjustments Tennessee has just made, they went to the shotgun that time. They've not been in the shotgun very often, but the pressure is starting to mount on Peyton Manning, and they're trying to get him off the line a little bit.
From the 32, 2nd and 6. A lob looking for Nash. He has it. And he's across midfield. Erwin Sweeney made the tackle. They had one-on-one coverage. And Nash has a 20-yard gain on his 4th reception of the night.
Well, this is a great job. Marcus Nash getting off the bump and run coverage of Erwin Sweeney, the freshman, number 16. And Peyton Manning lays this ball up beautifully. Nash goes up. Tremendous concentration. Peyton Manning here under rush. They got him on that knee a little bit.
Jay Foreman hit him after the ball was gone. Jamal Lewis off right tackle, found the hole. He's down at the 41-yard line. Quality gain of 7 on first down for Lewis. There's Jay Foreman, the junior from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, who made the stop. He's had an up-and-down career in Nebraska. Was a starter as a redshirt freshman in '95, and last year he backed up John Hess. Now he's back in the starting lineup as a junior. Second on the team with those 61 tackles. 3.5 minutes remaining, third quarter. Manning throws, caught again by Nash. No, incomplete now, say the officials, and Nash was wide open, but the throw a bit errant.
Well, I think this is what Tennessee has to try and do, is get the ball upfield more. I know early in the game they wanted to hit the short passes, but they need to drive those defensive backs off Marcus Nash. That ball just went right through his hands. Peyton Manning has been plagued all season long with drop passes by his wide receivers.
I take back what I said about that being an errant throw. Nash slipped, and that might have hurt his chances of catching it. Manning throws short of Jermaine Copeland. Now it's 4th down and 4, and down by 25. I don't think Philip Fulmer has any choice here, Terry, other than to go for it.
Yeah, Grant Wistrom, the great defensive lineman, the Lombardi Trophy winner, he has been quiet in the first half, but he's starting to turn it up, and he's a guy that just gives you great second effort all the time. He's always working at getting to the quarterback.
Big play here for Tennessee as they cling to hopes of a comeback. 4th and 4, blitz, caught, first down. He had the forward progress beyond the marker as Eric Warfield put the collar on Jermaine Copeland, but it is a first down just inside the 37-yard line.
Jermaine Copeland just ran right down the field, turned around and stopped, and Peyton Manning threw the ball right at him. It's a great throw. He hits him right between the numbers. You can watch him in the slot. He just turned around. The ball's there on time. Copeland gets the first down.
Clock down to 3 minutes and change remaining in the third quarter. Lewis close to another first down. He had one man to beat, and he was gone. Instead, it's a gain of 9. And it'll be 2nd and 1 at the 28-yard line of Nebraska.
Well, Sean, that was a nice cut by Jamal Lewis, the freshman tailback. He made a couple Cornhuskers miss there. He is a powerful runner. We're looking at a guy I think will be the next Heisman Trophy candidate at the University of Tennessee as he gets a little more experience, a little more maturity.
He is 67 yards rushing tonight on 13 carries. He gets the handoff again, burst through the hole, ran into his own man, and that might have prevented a touchdown. Instead, he's down at the 5-yard line. Tackled by Eric Johnson, a reserve linebacker. 23 yards on the rush for Lewis, and the Volunteers are on the move.
Well, Jamal Lewis on the isolation play finds a crack in the Nebraska defense. He will go ahead and cut this ball back, and he's going to run in to Jermaine Copeland. Number 6 is right in the way. He makes the tackle, or at least prevents the touchdown for sure.
Hold him down long enough for Johnson to make the stop. 1st and goal at the 5. Manning looking in the end zone, running out of time, throws, touchdown! Peerless Price with the reception for the Tennessee score. And it appears they will go for 2. You saw Manning holding up the 2 fingers, and the sideline held up 2, looking back at the offense.
Peyton Manning is a quarterback who can throw on the run as well as he works out of the pocket. Tennessee does a good job. They get him away from the pressure of Nebraska by sprinting him out, buying him time enough to find the open receiver.
It's amazing how much better Peyton Manning's knee is in just a couple of days. We watched him practice that play a couple of days ago, and he really hobbled as he rolled to his right. Tonight, no sign of any hit.
Sean, it's amazing. I didn't think he was healthy for the ball game, but he clearly is.
Out of the shotgun, the try for 2. He throws incomplete. Looking again for Peerless Price. Erwin Sweeney had the coverage. So it's 28-9 with 1:58 remaining in the third quarter. The FedEx Orange Bowl from Miami.
It's the storm of the century.
Are we all gonna die?
And the opportunity
We just want the money!
of a lifetime.
But you're the sheriff. I'm the what?
Morgan Freeman, Christian Slater. Hard Rain, rated R. Starts Friday, January 16th.
My grandson's a cute kid, but one tough businessman. Hey, buddy, how much to fix my car?
Upfront pricing? What do you think this is, mister? That new GM Good Service Plus?
What a kid. Got upfront pricing, plus a lifetime guarantee on parts and labor, plus courtesy transportation. New GM Goodrich Service Plus. The little guy was right.
The plus means better.
Call for the select GM dealer near you.
Every family dreams of making it to the Olympic Games. Fortunately, you don't have to go through all this to get there. Just look for specially marked Minute Maid packages and watch the Olympic Games on CBS to see if you've won your family trips to the Winter and Summer Olympic Games for life. Minute Maid gives you the taste of eating a fresh, ripe orange and probably your best shot of going to the Olympic Games for life.
The madness is coming.
Wittenberg, it's a long ways. They won it! To Leitner, puts it up. Yes! Milestone victory for Arizona. Simon Says championship.
March Madness, only on CBS.
Back in Miami at Pro Player Stadium. The second year, the home of the FedEx Orange Bowl. And Smokies here for the first time since 1968. That's the last time the Balls were in this game. This is their fourth appearance in the Orange Bowl overall. They're 1-2 coming into this one. Good kickoff by Jeff Hall with the wind, and Shevin Wiggins had to down it. Well, we want to thank Captain Larry Chambers and the entire crew of the Goodyear Stars and Stripes. If you want to learn more about the Goodyear blimp, check it out on the internet at www.goodyear.com and click on at the controls. Now it is official. Everyone has a website. The Tennessee scoring drive, 9 plays, 72 yards. Jamal Lewis, the main man. And they scored relatively quickly. I thought at this point, Jerry, they might even try an onside kick. I know there's more than a quarter to go, but the way Nebraska is holding on the ball and eating up the clock, they need plenty more big plays to the Volunteers.
Well, there's no question about it, but Sean, you're scared to death to onside kick, because if you don't get it, you're giving Nebraska such a short field to operate into, and it's hard enough trying to stop them when they have to go 80 yards.
D'Angelo Lloyd, the injured player. He's a true freshman from Charlotte. John Chavis, the defensive coordinator, tells us he is an outstanding prospect. He has great speed off the edge. Unfortunately, not as much speed to the sideline as a result of the injury. Tomorrow, the legend rides again here on CBS. The Magnificent Seven, the greatest Western of all time. Now a series, and don't miss the exciting 2-hour premiere tomorrow right here on CBS. Frost hands off. Amon Green. Terry Fair in pursuit at the 40. And Fair took him down at the 32-yard line. 47 more for Green.
Watch Aaron Taylor, number 67, the left guard. He'll come down and crush the Tennessee nose guard. That creates a huge opening in the defense that allows Amon Green to get through it. The Nebraska offensive line has really come to play in the second half.
The veteran group, they'll lose 6 of their top 7 offensive linemen to graduation, so that'll be the first major challenge for Frank Solich as he takes over as head coach. Joel Makovica banged down to the 25. That's a gain of 8. Nebraska had 69 yards rushing in the first half. They now have 271 for the game.
And the last 2 runs, Sean, have come right behind the center. Josh Heskew, number 59, and Aaron Taylor, 67, the left guard, along with Fred Pollock, 73. They run again to the left.
And Green is close to another first down. He appears to have it at the 22-yard line, under a minute remaining third quarter. Now you start to wonder if it stays this way, if Nebraska builds on the lead, what is happening to minds of pollsters in the AP poll and in the coaches poll. I think Tennessee has proven, despite the score, it's worthy of a very high ranking. They're certainly one of the best teams in the nation, and Nebraska is starting to take firm control, something Michigan never did yesterday. Touchdown, Amon Green. Flag down at the 3-yard line. And it is a touchdown, says Terry McCauley. 22 yards on the run by Green.
this play is successful because Scott Frost is the master at running the option. But what a block by Joel Makaveka, number 45, the fullback. He'll be way out in the corner. Frost comes down, pitches. Watch 45, the lead blocker. He gets the Tennessee man down that allows that crease to open up for Amon Green.
Chris Brown adds another extra point. Makaveka playing courageously with a very sore hamstring, but he told us a couple of days ago there would be nothing that would keep him out of this game.
Well, and he just won't come out of a football game. They say if they do get him out, he'll rest a play or two, and he'll want right back onto the field. And I think you have to credit the wide receivers of Nebraska. They're doing a great job downfield. Number 14, Lance Brown. There's just blocks all over the field that allows Amon Green to hit those creases.
.29 seconds remaining in the third quarter. There's Aaron Taylor, the outstanding left guard in his final game in Nebraska.
Sean, what you have to do now if you're Tennessee, Phil Fulmer's got the toughest job on his hands. He's got to get his team over here, and he's got to say, hey, listen, fellas, we've got to keep competing. We're playing against a great football team. We've got to show our stuff now in the fourth quarter. We've worked hard. We've had a great season. You look back, Tennessee's been in sudden death ever since they lost the Florida game. Every week's been sudden death for them. Now they've got to sit in there and be competitive and just not get run out of here.
Sudden death because they knew after the one loss to Florida, if they wanted to win the SEC championship, which they said is their main goal, and be in the alliance, which has eluded them in recent years, they needed to win out. So every game had that sense of urgency, and Coach Fulmer's team did run the table to earn him a contract extension announced a couple of days ago through the year 2003 with a hefty pay raise. He'll make about $750,000 per year over the course of that contract.
Oh, it's amazing what's happened to contracts in college football.
Said that as if you might ponder going back.
No.
Darden out to the 30-yard line. 22-yard return. Well, Philip Fulmer doesn't get much attention around the country. And believe it or not, he does have some critics in the state of Tennessee. But all he's done is become the winningest coach of all time by percentage among those with a minimum of 5 years coaching. Phillips in his 6th. And Tom Osborne is number 2.
I think Philip Fulmer is a very underrated, underappreciated at times coach at the University of Tennessee, and primarily because of the Florida series. That's been the series that he's just not been able to get over the hump with.
Just a couple of wins against the Gators. He would be a fully beloved figure in the state of Tennessee. Lewis tackled from behind by Jason Peter. Terrific play by Peter when it looked like Lewis was ready to break away. You wonder if the balls are going to go without a huddle now. They won't have time, it seems, to get another play off in the third quarter. They do not. The third quarter dominated by Nebraska. The Cornhuskers trying to make a statement for the national championship. End of 3, 35-9 Nebraska. We'll return to the FedEx Orange Bowl after this message and a word from your local station.
Nothing goes together quite like the great taste of Tostitos tortilla chips. And Tostitos salsa. Tostitos, the perfect chip for the perfect salsa. Now's a good time.
Start your New Year's diet with Special K and make up for the way you ate over the holidays. Kellogg's Special K. Lose the holiday fat.
Think you're getting the best shave? Take the Sensor XL Challenge. No other razor has Sensor XL's microfins for extra protection. It's the safest way to the closest shave. Take the Sensor XL Challenge. We bet you won't go back.
The Olympic Winter Games return to CBS. Share a moment with the world.
If you
you could choose one gift for yourself this year, what would it be? Well, this year, get exactly what you want during the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event. How about a full-size Chevy pickup with 2.9 APR financing? Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Drive away a Chevy CK with 2.9 financing. There's great offers on other 98 Chevy cars and trucks. Finally, a gift you'll want to hang on to.
Get 2.9 financing for a limited time at your local Chevy dealer today.
Grandma's value number 1.
A job well done is time well spent.
Value number 2.
You can't put a price on quality.
But you can get quality at a terrific price at Runza, like our 100% ground beef burgers, special Runza sandwiches, or hand-sliced onion rings and great French fries. Value number 3.
It's better to give than to receive.
Thanks, Grandma.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
If you've been postponing the thrill of driving a new Dodge, we have to ask why. Because by acting right now, get up to $1,000 cash back on America's best-selling minivan, Dodge Caravan. Or choose this Dodge Caravan that's loaded with all these features. Get it around $17,200, it's still America's lowest-priced minivan. But don't delay, because the thrill of driving a new Dodge may not always be so affordable. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Well, back in Miami in an artist at work. Tom Osborne and Peyton Manning, each in his final game at his respective university. Manning throws very short out to the 34-yard line, perhaps the 35, a gain of 2. Well, it used to be people would talk in college football about if you rely on the run, you can't score quickly. That's one of the weaknesses. Well, we saw 21 points in a blizzard of rushing yards. Unbelievable performance in that third quarter by Nebraska.
No question about it. What's interesting is why has it happened all of a sudden? And I think one of the reasons Tennessee's not tackling as well this half as they did in the first half.
Nebraska 227 yards rushing in the third quarter. Jamal Lewis chopped down short of a first down, about a yard short. Brandon Harrison, junior from Gainesville, Texas. Backup cornerback made the tackle. He's in his first year at Nebraska as a junior college transfer. Arlen Mays down 35-9. 14 minutes left. 1 yard to go. They're punting. Bobby Newcomb waiting for the punt from Chris Hogue. Well, they're offside and then some. Grant Wistrom very anxious. Coming around right end. Question is, was he drawn off?
Ball start.
Yes, he was.
On the offense. 5 yards. Fourth down.
Wistrom said it would be just awful. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if Nebraska did not win Tom Osborne's last game. And his teammates and Grant himself delivering a big performance tonight. So now it's 4th and 6, and Newcomb goes back to the 22-yard line with Chevin Wiggins waiting for the punt from Chris Hogue. Another nose-up spiral of beauty again. Chevin Wiggins from the 20, straight up the middle and down to the 28-yard line. 48 yards on the punt by Hogue. Frustration continues for Peyton Manning and Tennessee.
No, I won't be afraid. I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me.
Buick LeSabre is built to keep you safe and secure. A comforting thought, especially for those who aren't even in the car.
Stand by me.
Hey, stranger, where you been?
I don't smoke anymore.
Sorry. I mean, great. How'd you do it?
Nicoderm CQ.
CQ? Isn't that the patch with the, 3 steps?
Mm-hmm. I'm doing the steps.
Nicoderm CQ has 3 steps, so you gradually step down your dose the way doctors and pharmacists prefer.
Steps, Dad. It's the way to go.
Nicoderm CQ, the power to calm, the power to comfort, the power to help you quit.
Every player has a weakness. Tonight, Mr. Grant Hill's weakness takes center court.
There's only one place to go for the irresistible taste of America's favorite fries. Did somebody say McDonald's? Now come to McDonald's and vote for your favorite NBA All-Star.
Oh, they never have the movie I want. So I end up watching Barn Animals Attack Part 4. Wait a minute. They actually have it.
More copies of new releases than ever before. Believe it.
What's going on around here, huh?
Go home happy.
The first theory Jerry Fletcher ever got right may be the last one he'll live to tell.
If you hurt Alice, I'll kill you.
Jerry! Conspiracy Theory, a Richard Donner film, rated R from Warner Home Video. Rented tonight at Blockbuster Video.
CBS Sports presentation of the FedEx Orange Bowl is sponsored by fast, reliable FedEx. It's the way the world works. Buick and your local dealers. Visa. And by Nicoderm CQ.
Well, they're starting to sense it in the Nebraska section. And in the Tennessee seating areas as well. You make that observation because a lot of the Volunteer fans have left. Jay Sims in at I-back. Back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Here's Michelle.
Well, guys, Mike Osborne, the oldest of Coach Tom Osborne's 3 kids, is down here on the sidelines with a handheld video camera documenting his father's last game. He told me right now he's just really focused on the game, but if it keeps going like it's going, he's bound to get nostalgic, and he's sure his dad is too, guys.
And as was mentioned before the game, the biggest reason Tom Osborne wanted to step aside now was his family. He admits that his wife Nancy more or less raised their children by herself. He was putting in 17-hour days coaching football. Sheldon Jackson tackled by Corey Gaines. A rare pass here in the second half called by Coach Osborne. And it's another first down for Nebraska.
Sean, most coaches' wives raise the families. Coaches are gone 12, 15, 18-hour days at times. And the wives are called upon to do that. And certainly Tom is no exception when it comes to that.
Well, Mike is hoping he can turn his dad into a golfer. Tom Osborne prefers fishing in his rare free moments. Frost, the keeper, now to the 45. What a turnaround it's been for Scott Frost at Nebraska. He took over for Tommy Frazier, one of the most popular players and successful players in Nebraska history. And they were coming off with back-to-back national titles when the team struggled early last year. Had that loss at Arizona State. Much of the criticism from the Nebraska fans directed at Frost. He was booed, and he bristled at that, spoke out against it. Now he has been embraced, but you get the sense talking to him, he still remembers the boos too.
Well, there's no question. Scott Frost made a poor decision out of high school when he chose Stanford because he didn't fit in the Stanford offense. Stanford's a great school, but he didn't fit there. He wanted to play for Bill Walsh, but he didn't have the kind of throwing arm you needed. He made a great decision when he decided to come back home and get into this offense because he's a dominant player in it.
He was the backup to Steve Stenstrom for 2 years at Stanford, 2 losing seasons. He wanted to go back where he knew he would play on a winning team and be a key member. Frost close to another first down at the Tennessee 37-yard line. Nice blocking by Jeff Lake. The wide receivers really are glorified blockers in this offense.
Boy, they do a tremendous job on the perimeter with those blocks. Scott Frost running the option to perfection. He loves to keep the ball and hit the crease in the defense. The big red machine right now is starting to roll.
What was interesting about Frost's decision to go to Stanford, too, is that he has a lengthy family history at the University of Nebraska. Both parents were athletes at the State University. His dad, Larry, was a football player. His mother, Carol, a track athlete. Mother Carol won the discus in the Pan Am Games in '67, went on to the '68 Olympics.
Now, Scott's a great student as well, and, you know, he talked about wanting to get the education at Stanford and wanting to just kind of get away from Nebraska, try something new.
Interesting about Carol Frost, she remains involved in sports in football. There's Larry Frost and Carroll. Larry Frost is the head coach at the high school which Scott Frost attended in Wood River, Nebraska. And Carroll Frost is an assistant coach. He coaches the wide receivers and the defensive ends. And the other day, when most of the mothers of the Nebraska players went to the Seaquarium here in Miami, Mrs. Frost said she'd rather stay in the hotel and watch the NFL playoff games. And that's what she did. Frost on the carry. Close to a first down at the 28. Deion Grant made the tackle.
Well, you can see Scott Frost, when he has the ball in his hands, he's following Amon Green, the tailback here. This is a design keep. Amon Green blocks the linebacker, and there's a hole in the defense for Frost. And he's like having another tailback in the backfield. You're talking about a guy that weighs 220 pounds. He's strong, tough. He's got it all, except he's not a great thrower.
Has an awkward motion, which undoubtedly Bill Walsh would like to have worked with had Scott stayed there, and had Bill Walsh stayed at Stanford for that matter. But he is effective despite the throwing motion.
No question. He's thrown for over 1,000 yards, mostly with play action type passing.
He's going to play in a couple of the postseason senior all-star games, and while he would like to play some quarterback to prove that he is one of the best quarterbacks in the country, he realizes that he probably should play defense, because if he has a future in the NFL, and many think he does, it is as a defensive back.
He reminds me of Nolan Cromwell, the great option quarterback from Kansas, who had a wonderful pro career. That's who he looks like.
On 4th and 1, Frost. The pitch to Green, and it's a loose ball. Leonard Little ran by it. Now it's picked up, and you cannot advance that pitch. But Darwin Walker recovered, and didn't really matter because it was 4th down anyway. Tennessee was going to get the ball, and they have it at about the 32.
Terry Fair, number 13, the defensive back from Tennessee, does a great job. He makes the quarterback pitch this ball. He stretches it, then all of a sudden the ball's pitched. The lead back, Amon Green, had gotten ahead of him a little bit, and Frost didn't get it done.
And the coach's Frost upset about an opportunity gone awry.
I will not accept anything less than a perfect quad twisting triple.
I will not accept anything less than my personal best.
I will not accept anything less than 80 miles per hour.
I will not accept anything less than 1 minute 17 seconds.
I will not accept any card but Visa.
At the 1998 Olympic Winter Games, only the best is accepted. Visa, worldwide partner of the Nagano Games. It's everywhere you want to be.
Ever notice that a year goes by quicker these days? Which means the weeks go by quicker. And the days. The minutes.
The new supercharged Regal GS has more standard safety features than any car in its class, plus loads of room, so you can pack even more into your supercharged day.
Hey, when life is fast,
life is good!
The new Regal GS by Buick. Official car of the supercharged family.
Hey, let go of my ego. Okay, thanks.
Having successfully cloned himself, Randolph no longer had a problem letting go of his Eggo waffle. No matter what, one of him always got it.
Hey, let go of my ego. Hey, let go of my ego.
Which one, however, became an issue. Crisp, delicious Eggo waffles. Too good to let go.
Get the story on your favorite players and teams fast. Exclusive columns by top writers. Detailed stats and interviews on the net. CBS.sportsline.com.
Sean McDonough, Terry Donahue, Michelle Tafoy, and Ed Cunningham back at the FedEx Orange Bowl in Miami. Nebraska takes over. 9:14 remaining. Manning's pass incomplete. Here's Ed Cunningham, a Hall of Famer, better known these days as Peyton's dad.
We're here with Archie Manning. Archie, I know it's not how you wanted it to turn out, but can you talk about the emotions you're feeling right now?
Well, you know, I hate to see them lose. Nebraska's a great team and all, but in a way, I hate to see it come to an end for Peyton and all his buddies that are seniors, because it's been a great ride for them. I'm sure they'd like for the night to be better, but this is a great team, and it's been a great experience for them. It's been a great experience for the Manning family. We've had a wonderful time.
Take a short break for the play.
And as a light rain begins to fall, Manning's pass to Lewis. And Jamal thrown for a loss back to Ed.
As a parent, he made a huge decision last year to turn down a lot of money and come back. What was it like as a parent to see him make that decision?
Well, we were proud of him. It had to be his decision, and we were going to support him if he'd have come out. But in his heart, it's what he wanted to do, and we were proud the way he did all the research and his due diligence, and that's what he wanted to do. I think it said a lot. I think it had an impact on some others, and you know, I'm glad it worked out for him. I'm glad he was able to stay healthy this year, and they won a championship. And I'm glad he stayed. He is too. We're proud of him.
Archie, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the ball game.
Pass incomplete. Here comes the punting unit. Well, believe it or not, there is another Manning coming along. Peyton's younger brother Eli is a high school quarterback, a junior in New Orleans. Some say at that stage of his development, he's better as a junior in high school than Peyton Manning was, and if that's the case, it's a frightening prospect. But Eli already very highly recruited.
No question about that, Sean. But if he is, he's something special, and I'm sure he is. But Peyton Manning, he represents everything you like about college football. Everything. I can't imagine having a more complete player and person than this guy is.
You can't carry yourself as a college athlete with any more class or dignity, grace than Peyton Manning has. 39-yard punt. Back in a moment.
The first monuments built for the pharaohs were impressive, but unpredictable. Eventually, they designed a wider base for better balance, proving that wider is better.
The writing's on the wall with the Wide Track Grand Prix Sports Sedan. Its unique Wide Track design sets the wheels wider for better balance and monumental control.
The inscriptions still read, Ne feu ce qu'un quête ne vet.
The Wide Track Grand Prix, driving excitement by Pontiac. Wider is better.
In 1984, two computer scientists envisioned the impossible, a seamless network of computer networks. They invented the router, and Cisco Systems was born. Out of Cisco came internetworking, and now directing millions of messages a day. Their equipment makes the internet possible. Cisco will be there as web users soar to 200 million by the year 2000. Where do you learn about companies so integrated into the future? NASDAQ, shaping the new world of investing.
Горбачев, из-за него мы на краю экономической пропасти.
Да благодаря ему у нас свобода.
Из-за него мы на краю политического хаоса.
Благодаря ему мы теперь свободны. И можем дойти до края этой пиццы.
The Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut with no outer crust, so the toppings go all the way to the edge.
За Горбачева!
За Горбачева! За Горбачева!
Almost everyone's been to the edge. Have you?
Saturday, meet the original America's team.
Time's up.
The Magnificent Seven, 2-hour series premiere CBS Saturday.
Time for the game summary. All of a sudden, Nebraska has 327 rushing yards. They had 69 at the half. That's still their lowest total of the season. With 8 more, they'll match their lowest total. And Amon Green has a chance at the Orange Bowl record for rushing yards in a game. 205 is the record. They give it to Amon Green. And he's to the 35 for a gain of 1. Monday on CBS, kick off the new year with a night of great television. Fun starts with Cosby, as it always does. Then it's the show critics are raving about. Everybody loves Raymond. Followed by Bob Newhart and Judd Hirsch and George and Leo. Then say hello to the new Monday comedy Style and Substance. Finally, the most important new drama on television, Brooklyn South. All Monday night on CBS. Newcomb takes the pitch. He can fly. He's still flying. Flag down to the secondary. Newcomb inside the 25. And down to the 16. An important flag, perhaps, for Nebraska and for Michigan. Because you wonder, Terry, as people look at comparative scores, if 35-9 isn't enough to sway some, would 42-9 be enough to sway some? And I think that's why the Frost family, for example, was so agitated in their reaction to that failed 4th down. They know every point could be crucial.
No question about it. That turnover that Scott Frost had on that option play, now this big play called back again, it probably will influence some voters one way or another. Eric Anderson, number 70, the big right tackle, he hustles down the field after trying to make his block, and on the pitch play, Bobby Newcomb comes down the sideline, and Anderson, right in the back there, pushing in the back, gets called and brings that play back.
Good call.
It was a good call. They saw it right.
They've done a very good job tonight, these officials from the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Eric Anderson, number 7 on Deion Grant, the defensive back for Tennessee. And it's the officials right there on the spot. And you hate to bring a play back like that, but that's what happens.
Walked off from the spot at 2nd down and 6. Huskers at their own 38. Frost, the pitch to Green, running room in the corner. He's into Tennessee territory. Down at the 47-yard line.
You know what's interesting too, Sean? The Nebraska offense, you could only run this style of offense in certain atmospheres. There's a lot of places around the country you can't run this offense. The fans don't like it. It's not wide open enough in some people's mind because it's so run-oriented and people want to throw the ball. But this offense is perfect for Lincoln, Nebraska. They love it. All they do is win, set a 5-year record for the best record in the history of college football with it.
Makovica dancing through traffic. Look at Frost hustling downfield to throw a block. Torrey Noel made the tackle with a 37. First down, Nebraska.
The physicalness of the Nebraska offense has just worn Tennessee down in the second half. Tennessee played tremendous defense in the first half, but now that powerful offensive line and that relentless attack by the Big Red is just wearing them down, and they've had a lot of injuries as well on defense. A lot of players have left the game.
Jay Sims back in an eye bag. Here he goes. Almost went the distance. Deion Grant made the tackle. 14 for Sims. He is the eye back. Ahman Green is 1 yard short of the Orange Bowl rushing record with 204 yards tonight.
Well, I think it's safe to say if Ahman Green gets back into the game, he'll get that Orange Bowl record the way these holes are beginning to really open up against the Tennessee defense.
The true freshman, Burrell Buckhalter, is in it. Eye back now. And Frost might be changing the play. 5 on the play clock. Here's Buckhalter. Fresh legs driving down inside the 15-yard line. Unprecedented run of success for this senior class, the recruiting class of 1993 for Nebraska. The 48-2 record, the best ever. 2 national titles, perhaps a 3rd. 3 conference titles and a perfect record at home. Other than that, they didn't do much.
Sean, the offense is overpowering. It might be easier to stop the Big Red Army of China than the Big Red Army of Lincoln, Nebraska.
Green needs a yard to tie the record. That looks like a gain of 2. Jonathan Brown made the stop. That is a 2-yard gain officially for Green, and he now has the Orange Bowl record for rushing yards in a game, 206 on 29 carries, breaking the mark set by Roland Sales of Arkansas against Oklahoma in the 1978 Orange Bowl. Makovica inside the 10, fumble, and it's still free. And you wonder, not to overly dramatize the point, if that could be a national championship saving recovery for the Cornhuskers. If every point matters and votes are being swayed based on comparative scores and the like, then this is big.
You watch the power and the precision of the Nebraska offense, and it's unmatched in the country. No one has an offensive team as powerful as this one. They just don't. Michigan certainly has a top-ranked defense, the best defense in the country.
Frost scores another touchdown. His 3rd of the night.
Well, Scott Frost certainly has stepped it up a notch here in the second half. It's the fake to the fullback, follow the tailback. It's a design keeper. They've run it about 8 times tonight. That's what Scott Frost has responded with in the second half.
Chris Brown added the extra point. 42-9 Nebraska.
Greetings and salutations. Don't touch that dial. You're going to want to hear this. As I speak, a team from MCI is arriving. Why is MCI here? For openers, we have a staff of 10 just to handle telecom bills. We have MIS people who haven't had a day off since Roosevelt was in office. Employees who are totally unreachable outside these doors. And of course, we have this lovely PA system. What will the MCI team do differently? To begin with, there will be one team, not many. They'll provide answers in the form of technologies like intranet, extranet, video, and internet conferencing. Now turn your gaze to the squawk box nearest you and ponder this. When the MCI solutions arrive, you will never have to listen to me again.
Wouldn't you rather have something under the hood than on it? This is the supercharged Bonneville. One of the world's most powerful sports sedans. Inside and out. It's time traditional luxury collected some dust. Luxury with attitude. The Bonneville by Pontiac.
Tonight on Dave, Kevin Klein, Kevin Sorbo, Kevin Brennan. 3 Kevins, no waiting.
Oh, by the way, I don't know what that means.
Tonight.
3 touchdowns tonight for Scott Frost. 42-9 for Nebraska. The question becomes, is it enough to get the Cornhuskers a piece, at the very least, of the national championship? Tom Osborne's 1-2. Been a part of the program for 4 in his 36 years at Nebraska. Started in 1962 as an assistant to Bob Devaney. Chris Brown to kick off. That's Cedric Wilson back deep. Good kick with the wind. Wilson, it's a touchback. And it looks like Peyton Manning's career at Tennessee is over. As T. Martin has a helmet on, he's ready to run onto the field.
Well, I think this is certainly understandable. Peyton Manning has done absolutely everything he could in his power for the University of Tennessee. This is a good opportunity for T. Martin. Also, you make sure Peyton Manning comes out of this game healthy. I think this is the right decision.
Why not give Manning one more play and let him run off to an ovation that he has deserved?
Well, either way, but not a lot of Tennessee fans left here, John.
Handoff up the middle. Travis Stevens, a true freshman, taking the handoff. Manning ends his career holding every passing record at the University of Tennessee. The SEC Player of the Year this year. And he ranks #1 all time in the SEC in completion percentage and completions and in lowest interception ratio.
And you know he hates ending his career like this. He's such a fierce competitor.
Martin over the middle to Sean Bryson. Well, the point was made at the top of the telecast. He might have cost himself some money because he didn't come out last year. I think he could care less about that. He's going to make more money in all likelihood than he'll ever need.
That's right.
And he came back because he wanted to be a senior in college and experience the entirety of what that entails as a student and as an athlete.
You know, Sean, you're right. He came back for all the right reasons. Things didn't work out exactly probably as he would have wished, but that's life, and you learn something there too. That's all part of the experience, and he talked about the experience. That's why he came back. He wanted to continue with his college education and with that experience.
Let's turn our attention to the larger issue now. Who is number one? The best team in the nation. This situation again cries out for a playoff because it's obviously difficult to choose either team. Whichever team is not the national championship is going to feel that it is shortchanged with good reason. But here's the statistical comparison. Our crew, I don't think, was overly generous in awarding Nebraska a victory in this game. Nice throw by Martin. And Andy McCullough's running free in the secondary. You know, much was made that Michigan played the tougher schedule, but I think as we look at the bowl game results, Terry, the Big Ten might have been exposed for not being as strong as people said it was all season long. The Big Ten really struggled in bowl games, 2 and 5, including Michigan's victory. And their out-of-conference games, Baylor and Notre Dame and Colorado. Beginning of the year, that looks tough, but Notre Dame had a disappointing year. Colorado had a very disappointing year. Baylor was not a very good team. Where Nebraska, out of the league, went out and played a very good Washington team in Seattle, as you know, one of the toughest places in the nation to play, and won easily.
Well, I think if you're one of the AP 70 writers who are going to vote on this decision, or one of the 62 coaches who vote in the coaches poll, you've got to really sit down and think about this, because it would be in many ways, to me, a tragedy if Brian Griese and Charles Woodson, you look at Griese, the road of a walk-on to MVP in the Rose Bowl, Woodson, the Heisman Trophy winner, if they don't get a share of the national championship, there's something wrong. They did everything they were asked to do. But at the same time, Scott Frost and Joel Makovecka and those guys, they did everything they were asked to do.
Yes, they did. Martin lost his helmet, and he is sacked, and there is a flag thrown in the secondary. It's the second sack of a Tennessee quarterback tonight. 2:04 remaining. Nebraska leads 42-9. And the officials confer about the penalty. Chevrolet most valuable players of the game are Peyton Manning of Tennessee and Amon Green of Nebraska. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund to reward outstanding students for their academic achievements and to assist those in financial need. Could also be Amon Green's last game. He told us the other day he's not certain he'll come back for his senior year. Penalty against Nebraska. Well, I think if these two teams play, Michigan and Nebraska, Nebraska would be the favorite. Remember, we listened to a radio program here in South Florida today, and who cares what the odds makers say, but they called out, and the odds makers said Nebraska would be the favorite in the game by about a touchdown. That doesn't matter. But I think both teams are great on defense. You have to say Nebraska has an edge on offense.
Well, that might be, but Sean, I have my own personal beliefs, and I really think that the national championship should be shared by these two teams. That's just what I believe. I remember in '90, Colorado, Georgia Tech, they shared it.
I agree with you, by the way.
91.
I'm just saying,
I know you
for
do.
those who awarded the thing to Michigan after they won yesterday, that really shortchanges this Nebraska team.
That's just
and,
not.
I agree with you. They both deserve it. One, if it isn't a split, somebody is going to be deservedly very upset.
I remember in '91, Miami, Washington. I had a vote in the coaches poll in '90 and '91, and I voted both teams in the first place. And I just think you better weigh it, because, boy, a national championship is such a special thing to players and coaches. It means so much.
Team Martin can really run. He's inside the 5 with 1:02 remaining, an 11-yard gain. Well, it's up to the voters now. Each team stated its case over the last 2 days. And unfortunately, that Super Alliance, which comes in next year, may not solve the problem. This year, you could have had 3 undefeated teams, all with a great claim for #1, if Florida State had won at Florida. Then what do you do in your Super Alliance? You got a game with 2 teams, 3 who could make a claim. Back in a moment.
We drive family sedans, 4x4s, and small city cars. We carry groceries. We carry lumber. We carry life. And we all want to feel safe doing it. Making a lot of different cars and trucks makes us, well, the car company. Making them all deliver the things that matter most makes us GM. The company you count on wherever life takes you. General Motors, people in motion.
You know, Mother and I are real proud of you going off to the Winter Olympics in Japan. That's what happens when you're America's favorite. But, well, I know you won't be coming back. But you're gonna make one heck of a French fry.
Who feeds the world's greatest athletes? Did somebody say McDonald's?
We love you!
It doesn't matter if you work for a big company or a startup.
Whether you work for yourself or to help others.
Fidelity has a way to help you prepare for the day when you won't need to work at all.
Whether you're changing jobs,
Or happy where you are,
retired,
or just starting out.
more people trust their retirement plans to Fidelity than any other company.
It's your retirement.
It's our job to help you make the most of it.
Brooklyn South. The season's most talked about new drama.
Sniper!
See how it all began. Brooklyn South, the first episode, CBS Monday.
A minute and 2 seconds remaining in this college football season. Husker Illustrated has proclaimed Nebraska #1. First and goal from the 3. T. Martin into the end zone. Touchdown, Tennessee. Andy McCullough. Well, the heir apparent to Peyton Manning drives the Volunteers down the field, and final act for Grant Wistrom and Jason Peter at Nebraska, it seems, will be to give Tom Osborne a bath.
Well, you got to be impressed with T. Martin coming in off the bench. He took that team right on down to the score and throws across his body there and finds an open receiver in the end zone.
Well, they're all set.
I'm telling you, that is cold when you get that little shower there, but you love every second of it.
Now the try for 2. Martin was 4 for 4 on that drive. He swings it out, and there's the 2-point conversion for Travis Stevens, the true freshman from Clarksville, Tennessee. 42-17, Nebraska.
This morning, a quiet man in Wales decided to stir imaginations around the world. Soon, classrooms became kingdoms. Dinosaurs roamed the earth, and all it took was the wave of a wand, the twinkle of an eye, and suddenly he could open minds, take dreams farther, and create more excitement than ever before. He wasn't always so powerful, but with FedEx, it's the way the world works.
And now, our FedEx delivery of the game.
And the FedEx delivery of the game from Amon Green. You saw him celebrating his second touchdown of the night, a 22-yarder. He has delivered a record-setting performance tonight.
Only the real good players on the team, Sean, dare carry that bucket. You know, you look there, Jason Peter, Wistrom, those are the kind of guys that carry that bucket to get the old head coach.
Looks like they're trying to give him some sort of a championship cap, and Tom said, that's okay, I like the one I have on. You wouldn't expect him to change. So little has changed about the man and his program over the last 36 years. And they still run the same offense and defenses that Bob Devaney put in with help from Tom Osborne. They have the same numbering system. I mean, it's as if nothing has changed in that 36-year span. The one thing that certainly has not changed is winning. They've had 36 straight winning seasons.
Well, I look at Tom Osborne, 25 years head coach, 25 straight bowls. I mean, it's incredible the job that he has done.
As college football fans well know, he's not an emotional man, but you sense looking at the face that the emotions are now stirring the realization that in 58 seconds he'll walk off the sideline for the last time. And Nebraska will be the land of Oz no longer. Onside kick recovered, but he was out of bounds, it seemed, from here. Yep, flag comes out. Andy McCullough fielded it, but he was on the Nebraska sideline. Wistrom and Peter inching closer.
On the kicking team, penalties decline. First down.
And the legacy of Tom Osborne.
Here we go.
There, ooh. Another bath added to that legacy. And a hug from Jason Peter. And you can say what you want about the decisions he's made relative to some players over the years, but by and large, the vast majority of Nebraska players have been outstanding in the classroom, outstanding in the community. They have had some problems off the field. Some have questioned Osborne's decisions in that realm, but you can't deny that he does care unbelievably about his players, and they return that affection.
No question about it. And there's not a program in America that hasn't had some form of problems. Nebraska isn't any different than anybody else when it comes to that.
Clearly one of the great coaches of all time. And he's 20 seconds away from the career-ending victory. Only fitting that it would end with a victory and perhaps a national championship for Tom Osborne. He leaves us with 255 wins. And not a happy ending for Peyton Manning as he heads toward the NFL. Tom Osborne heads for a fishing pole. Let's check in with Armin Katayan.
Peyton, obviously, first 3 turnovers in the first half. Tough to overcome to give the ball away to Nebraska.
Yeah, that killed us. So you can't turn the ball over against a great team like Nebraska and expect to win. And that really hurt us. We were hoping to play mistake-free football. We didn't do it. That hurt us.
The wind, the pressure from the defense?
Not really. Really just hurt ourselves most of the game. They're a great defense. And, you know, if you give them anything easy, their offense is going to make you pay. But, we really hurt ourselves all night.
One professional question. Indianapolis has the first pick. Does that matter to you?
I really don't know at this point. You know, it's my last college game, but now that it's over, I'll kind of make the next move, and we'll just see what happens.
Class act, Peyton. Sean, back to you.
Thank you, Armin. Nebraska, a winner. 42-17 the final. As the Cornhuskers close out the 9th undefeated and untied season in the history of Nebraska football. Stay with us for the College Football Today Ford Division postgame show coming up right after this word from your local station.
Now that Monday Night Football is over, men everywhere are being reunited with their families. Doug Bremen meets your lovely wife.
I have a baby? Mom, Dad, you're still alive. Rex, you're not a puppy anymore.
And even better, they're being reunited with TV's best Monday night comedy lineup. Tell them, Johnny.
How do you feel about Cosby? Everybody loves Raymond, George, and Leo, and the all-new Style and Substance. It's good.
Welcome home.
For college football action, the address is CBS. Welcome home.
New Raptor soybean herbicide. It's hungry for weeds.
The pass is complete. No, he's out of bounds.
He was in bounds? Now that catch was good.
After the game.
Sarah, I want to see
No,
this.
don't push her like that.
Will you all get out of here? I just want to see this
Are
game.
you betting again?
Don't bother me. Just get out of here, all of you.
You promised.
I don't want to talk about it.
To a compulsive gambler, it isn't a game. There is more riding on the outcome than you know.
To learn more about compulsive gambling and to get help, call 1-800-560-2126.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
The Nebraska fans chanting, "We're #1," following the victory in the FedEx Orange Bowl over Tennessee tonight. Time again for the FedEx delivery of the game. And here it is. Amon Green, second of his 2 touchdowns, 22 yards, part of his record-setting performance tonight. Now let's check in down on the field with Jim Nance.
All right, thank you very much, Sean. So in the second half, Nebraska tonight piles up 340 rushing yards in the second half alone. Craig and Lou, you forecast that, Lou, for the second half. They would start mounting that big yardage. The big question, though, now, who's #1? Coach?
Well, I think that it's difficult not to give it to the University of Michigan. They did everything they need to do, went undefeated. But how do you look at Nebraska and say, hey, you put on an awesome performance all year, I can't vote you #1. I think they both ought to share it. I really and truly do, until we have a playoff system, because they both did everything you needed to do, which was go undefeated.
Well, I can't straddle the fence. I've got to have a vote on this thing, and I've thought long and hard about it here in the second half, and I've really talked to a lot of people that I trust their opinions, and I think everybody just like me. This is unfortunate that we've been placed in this position here. Both of these football teams, Michigan and Nebraska, deserve to be national champions. So I've taken it down to this. Who would I vote for #1, or who would I vote for on a game like this, Nebraska or Michigan? I think Nebraska and their option would win the football game, and their defense would win it for them. I'm going to vote Nebraska #1 in the country. I hate to do it because Michigan's done everything they should have done to win a national championship, but we got to vote, and I've done it.
Why couldn't all the voters get together tonight, the chairman of one of the polls, say, hey, guys, give me your half vote to each team and go ahead and announce some co-champs? Why couldn't they do that?
Because they won't do it, because they say they have to vote, they select one. But Michigan did everything you could possibly do, but so did Nebraska. Now, it doesn't matter to the coach, it doesn't matter to the fans. It does matter to the players, because years from now to say I was part of a national championship, and there's no way that I think you can say no to either one. And I'm being honest the way I feel.
And I think it's going to be unfortunate, because it's going to come out of vote, and there's going to be controversy, which is going to continue to fuel all the spark and the desire for a national playoff on the field.
Well, Coach Osborne goes out with his 4th straight bowl victory. He is a man who never changed in 25 years, a phlegmatic, unflappable figure on the sidelines, off the sidelines as well, a man of deep faith and at times blinding loyalty. But at all times a man devoted to his team, to his state, and to the pursuit of excellence in football. He's leaving in his absolute prime, winning precisely 60 games in his last 5 seasons, an unheard of 12 wins per campaign. So congratulations, Coach. Regardless of what the pollsters tell you, you went out on top in your silver anniversary season, leaving nothing but golden memories. It's time for the presentation. Let's take it back to the field and to Michelle Tafoya. Michelle?
They are chanting T.O. in the crowd for none other than Tom Osborne, who has just coached his very last game. But without further ado, let's turn it over to Leslie Pantene, president of the Orange Bowl, to present the Orange Bowl trophy.
On behalf of the Orange Bowl Committee and all the people in Miami, congratulations to the Nebraska Cornhuskers, and especially to Dr. Tom Osborne. Thank you very much.
Also here, Commissioner of the Big 12 Conference, Steve Hatchell, to present the Alliance Trophy. Steve?
Thank you, Michelle. On behalf of all of the conferences and teams in the Bowl Alliance, we'd like to present this trophy to you, Tom, for not only an outstanding season, but to a great career. We want to congratulate the University of Tennessee for a wonderful football season, and to the Southeast Conference for all of the great things they did in football this year. And in presenting this, Tom, I think the best part is that maybe tomorrow there'll be another trophy you can get as well. Congratulations.
You want to hand it to somebody, Steve? Okay.
Coach, congratulations. A decisive win, to say the least. And given that and all of the other circumstances, what are your thoughts tonight on the national championship picture?
Well, I'm very proud of our team. I think we did all we could. We won 13, and that's all we played. And so I'm very proud of these guys. I thought they played a great game.
This is the last game for you. In 25 years at Nebraska, you've coached your last game. How much of that has sunk in so far?
Well, it's a kind of a bittersweet moment. Very proud of the players. Have great appreciation for our coaching staff. Most of what's happened has been due to their efforts and the players. We have great fans. I want to thank them for being here. So it's a great night for Nebraska.
Coach, congratulations.
Thanks, Michelle.
I'm joined now by Scott Frost, the quarterback of tonight's winning Nebraska Huskers. What a game. Just describe the feeling at this point and also your thoughts on the national championship picture.
Well, it feels great. I'm so proud of this team, and I'm just so proud to have had a chance to play for Coach Osborne. And I just want to say this about the national championship. You know, if all the pollsters honestly think, after watching the Rose Bowl and watching the Orange Bowl, that Michigan could beat Nebraska, go ahead and vote Michigan by all means. But let me finish. I don't think there's anybody out there that with a clear conscience can say that Nebraska, and especially Tom Osborne, that great man, doesn't deserve a national championship for this, at least a share.
Scott Frost has made his case. Nebraska seems to have made theirs. Let's send it back now to Jim Nantz.
Yes, indeed, Michelle. An urgent plea from Scott Frost, and there was a lot of Frost in the end zones tonight here. 3 touchdowns by the quarterback, but Amon Green, 206 yards on the ground, leading the way for the Huskers. Back with Phil Fulmer in just a moment.
Well, if I had money, I'd tell you what to do. I'd go downtown, buy a Ford truck or two. I'm crazy about a Ford truck. Lord, I'm crazy about a Ford truck. I'm gonna buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road. I'm gonna buy me a Ford truck and cruise it up and down the road.
For the last 50 years, there's only been one truck built Ford tough.
From the moment you draw your first breath, you're different.
Unique in look and personality.
Footprints and DNA. And no one understands that more than the men and women of Fidelity,
who work with 12 million investors,
no two of whom are alike. How you work with us is your choice.
Because it's your money. And helping you make the most of it is what makes Fidelity different.
All right, you got the list on you?
Yeah, I got the list right here.
We're going to Napa. It's the best place for parts.
Fine. You know what? If I ran Napa, here's what I would do. I would widen the aisles a little bit. I would put a brand new sign so it'd make things easy to find.
All right.
Okay. And I'd have a state-of-the-art computer system to be able to find those parts like that.
Okay, but you've got to admit you can't beat Napa for the knowledge. I mean, they carry more parts than anybody.
I agree.
Oh, you agree for a change?
Yes, for a change. All I'm saying is they should fix the stores up a little. Wow. I could live with this.
Magnificent Seven, 2-hour series premiere, CBS Saturday.
Coming up tonight on CBS, your late local news and late show with David Letterman. And Saturday night, or later tonight for some of you at 8, the CBS Television Network presents the season premiere of the Magnificent Seven, followed by Walker, Texas Ranger. Just a short while ago, our colleague Ed Cunningham visited with the Tennessee head coach Philip Fulmer. Here's what he had to say backstage.
Coach, kind of a tale of two halves. The first half,
You guys had them in control. What was the difference in the second half?
Well, the first half, the 2 turnovers didn't help things. Obviously, we played pretty darn well. This third quarter, particularly, you know, we've been beaten a few times in the 5 years that I've been the coach, but I don't know we've quite had our butts handed to us like we did physically in the third quarter. Nebraska's a very, very fine football team, and that's one thing we did not want to have happen is them get momentum gained rushing the football. Excuse me.
Peyton Manning spent 5 years with you. Can you even put into words the emotions you're feeling right now with his last game?
No, I can't. Peyton is everything to everybody at Tennessee, and he's most of all a great person. And we're going to miss his leadership. We're obviously going to miss his ability, but we're going to miss Peyton Manning, the person, the most.
Coach, you have a vote in the coaches poll. Is Nebraska the best team in America?
Well, I haven't seen every team in America, but Nebraska is the best team that I've seen, and they'll have my vote.
Coach, thanks a lot, and best look in '98.
Thank you. Thank you.
I doubt there's any other way tonight after that performance by Nebraska against his team. He could vote any other way. We'll be back with more after this.
You don't need binoculars to see why Escort is so popular. It's a value so enticing, it's like getting cake with extra icing. You can get power, lots of power, power galore, to whisk down the windows and unlock the doors, adjust the side mirrors, but wait, there is more. Opt for a remote, AC, a smooth automatic, and a CD player for the music fanatic. And if that's not enough, you can get an anti-theft system to protect this good stuff. The buck starts here for Escort Thrills, somewhat higher, loaded to the gills.
At Pennzoil, we know brutal driving doesn't just take place on a racetrack. It begins at the end of your driveway. You stop, you go. You stop, you go. If this reminds you of your commute, we recommend you use Pennzoil motor oil. Pennzoil, formulated for today's stop-and-go driving.
Morning, Bob. Morning, Henry.
Stop, go, Pennzoil.
Come closer. I smoke, but can you see tar stains on my teeth? Or smell tobacco on my breath? My mouthwash is Targon.
We stain tiles with tobacco tar. After rinsing in Targon mouthwash, the tar is gone.
Make Targon your brand.
Another breakthrough from the 1 Hour Labs of Lens Crafters. New Featherweights Plus lenses. They're lighter, they're thinner, they're more impact resistant. And now they're twice as scratch resistant compared to regular plastic lenses. New Featherweights Plus, only from Lens Crafters, made in about an hour.
You know, the real me is pretty basic. I'm even a little practical. Like a while back, I noticed I had some flakes. So naturally, I started using Head & Shoulders. It helps keep the flakes away. And if it leaves my hair looking like this, why mess with a good thing?
A new set of academic standards for freshmen is now in effect.
To practice, play, and receive an athletic scholarship, freshmen will need a minimum grade point average in at least 13 core courses in high school and a corresponding minimum score on the ACT or SAT. Ask your coach or guidance counselor about the new sliding scale and requirements.
Prepare yourself now. Want to play? Know the rules.
This message provided by the NCAA.
And a reminder, be sure to join CBS for live coverage of the opening ceremony of the Winter Olympic Games from Nagano, Japan, Friday, February 6th at 8 Eastern. And again later today or Saturday for some of you at 1 o'clock Eastern, Olympic Winterfest Countdown to Nagano featuring the ladies' professional figure skating championship. And then at 4, CBS Sports presents NCAA women's basketball. Third-ranked UConn taking on the top-ranked and defending national champion Tennessee Lady Volunteers. There's really an unfulfilling feeling to this, knowing that tomorrow someone's going to wake up, they're going to be denied that national championship. What are your closing thoughts?
Well, it happens far too often. It happened to Penn State a couple of years ago. It's going to happen to either Michigan or Nebraska, and I feel bad about it. I do want to say thank you both for being professional, for helping me through my first year. Thank you to CBS for having me. It's been a wonderful experience. I just enjoyed being with you thoroughly, and thanks to all the fans, how great they've been.
We enjoyed being with you. I think, you know, when you look big picture, the things that are going to happen here in the offseason, is I think that the people that run college football really have to take to heart the lack of attendance at some of the lesser bowl games. They need to make sure that they really consider what's going on in college football and the fan interest level. They've got to make sure that they do things to help conferences like the Big East. They've got to keep the fan interest level high and not let it slip off.
All right, Craig, Lou, look forward to being back with you next season. This was a college football season that was memorable for many reasons. A farewell to not only Tom Osborne, but the ageless Eddie Robinson, too. The Nebraska miracle at Missouri, Charles Woodson's improbable yet commendable rise to the Heisman, the first defender to claim the award. The bonus for all fans of college football, savoring just one more season by Peyton Manning in college, and the grace with which he handled defeat. Regrettably, in the end, the treasured American freedom of voting is what will most clearly define this year, though, not only because of the Heisman controversy, but for the teams as well. In a little more than 2 hours, the voting will be tabulated, and unless it's a split, one team will be undefeated and underappreciated. For no logical reason, this great sport is left to the judges, no different than boxing or figure skating. Until a true playoff is constructed, college football may as well elect its champion the first Tuesday in November, as opposed to the first days of January. Congratulations to Michigan and Nebraska. You both answered every challenge. For everybody at CBS Sports, Happy New Year and good night from Miami, Florida.
Tonight, Dave hosts a very cool all-Kevin spectacular. Kevin Klein, Kevin Sorbo, Kevin Brennan, and more. But first, your local news.
If you're anticipating the most incredible deals of the year, tune into your local Ford dealers' year-end clearance, where you'll ring up low lease rates and low financing on America's best-selling trucks. Get into a new Ranger for only $169 a month. Score on Explorer with $4.9 for 48 months or $5.9 for 60. Get a Ford F-Series for just $219 a month. And check out America's best-selling Ford Expedition. But don't wait. Miss year-end clearance and you won't get a replay for another year. Year-end clearance. Tune into your local Ford dealer now.
Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Yes, that's why I don't go there anymore.
In the spirit of great comebacks, McDonald's presents the McRib Sandwich. It's back for a limited time and just as good as you remember. Get it in an extra value meal with a large order of fries and a medium Coke for $3.29. Say the word and we'll supersize it for free.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Come back in the morning for a McDonald's new Western Omelet McMuffin extra value meal with hash browns and small coffee for only $1.99. Only at McDonald's.
For 25 years, he led our team with personal integrity, and for that dedication, we say thanks. Coach Tom Osborne will be back in Nebraska Saturday morning, and we're asking for your help in welcoming him home. In Saturday's Lincoln Journal-Star, you'll find a full-page poster thanking Dr. Osborne for his outstanding career in Nebraska football. 1011 in the Lincoln Journal-Star asks that you prominently display this poster in your business and home as a great way to say, thanks, Coach. Saturday morning, let's show Tom Osborne our appreciation.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island. 1011N Report, Showdown in Miami, is brought to you in part by your local Dodge dealer, Pizza Hut, Good Samaritan Hospital, and your local Chevy dealer.
And the legacy of Tom Osborne. Here we go. There, ooh. Another bath out of that legacy. And a hug from Jason Peter. And you can say fitting that it would end with a victory and perhaps a national championship for Tom Osborne. He leaves us with...
Oh, the fans go crazy, and the team gives Coach Tom a final victory. We're live from the Orange Bowl and Lincoln tonight. Big plays, big scoring, and certainly a big victory for the Nebraska Huskers. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for being with us. What a win. The Huskers 42, the Volunteers 17. It was all turned around in the second half. Third quarter rushing 229 yards by the Huskers. Second half rushing more than 340 yards. Amon Green, the offensive player of the game. He set a Orange Bowl rushing record for 206 yards. The action is at Pro Players Stadium in South Florida. So let's not wait. Let's go live to Scott Kilberry on the sidelines tonight. Scott?
Thanks a lot, Bill. Who would have thought it, but we knew that it would happen. Here we have the second-ranked Cornhuskers. Could they be number one? Your read on the game. I mean, after such a convincing win, Michigan's lackluster victory yesterday, what do you think?
Well, I think it's going to be a tough choice. You know, the voters really have to go to sleep tonight and have a lot of thinking, because after a nice performance, how can you deny Nebraska being number one also?
You talk about the performance at halftime. Who would have thought that Scott Frost would be out throwing Peyton Manning and then Tennessee would be out rushing Nebraska? But of course, like you said, things turned around in the second half, and of course, Amon Green, he caught fire.
Oh yeah, Amon Green came out big tonight. He started off slow, but once Coach Osborne made the adjustments with the offensive line, it was all Amon tonight.
Now, as far as the second half, Coach, you think the players just thought in the back of their minds this could be our last game as far as the 23 seniors, and then for Tom Osborne, you think the emotions helped kind of give him the outlast Tennessee there?
Well, they knew in the first half that they could play better. You know, a couple turnovers here late in the first half, mistakes here, mistakes there. But I figured that after halftime, talking about Coach Osborne, the players really came out and ran old-fashioned Nebraska football, pounded down their throats.
Now, you talk about old-fashioned Nebraska football. In the first half, we saw a little mixing things up. In fact, we saw 4 consecutive passes in the first half. They're introducing some plays we haven't even seen all season long. Your read on that?
Well, you know, it's that time of season where you have a month to work on something, and of course, a team is going to put in some new wrinkles, and that's what Coach Osborne did. Tennessee never really saw half the plays Coach Osborne ran after halftime. Like I say, Coach Osborne and the coach staff did a great job in coaching these guys.
Now, as far as introducing that scheme with the passing coming out there, obviously it took Tennessee kind of off guard in the second half.
Yes, when you look at Nebraska's film, most of the year, all you saw them was come out and run the ball 75% of the time. But tonight, I think it kind of surprised them because they came out throwing the ball, and Tennessee wasn't really prepared for it.
Now, we'll have an opportunity to talk to some of the players. They're in the cooling off period as we speak. Some are in the press conference. We're going to have some more coming out on the field. In the meantime, Bill, back to the studio.
Hey, Scott and Tommy, in the second half when the team came out, was there a different look in their eyes? Because they really took it to them in the second half.
Well, there was a different look to say, hey, they wasn't satisfied with the way they played in the first half. You know, offensively rushing the ball, they knew they could do better. And defensively did a good job, but they still gave us some big plays here and there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, definitely, when they're going into the locker room, you sense that it wasn't enough. The players wanted more. They come back out. They were even more focused, I believe. And you can see, like you said, the look in their eyes.
Well, that focus took them right to the end zone on the first drive, and it seemed like every drive after that, except when they had that fumble and that bobble in the fourth quarter. We'll get back to you guys live in Miami in just a moment for those player interviews. Meantime, tonight's big win, 42-17, has downtown Lincoln hopping tonight. 1011's Doug Walker is live downtown in the thick of it. Doug, are you there?
Yeah, I guess you could say I'm in the thick of it, Bill. Thousands of fans are down here screaming in celebration of the win tonight. They are all over the streets. Fans are packing the streets with cars and themselves. After the win, the fans just absolutely flooded the streets. We've got some video of people in the streets we're going to show you right now. No doubt Nebraska fans are proud of their Huskers as thousands of people that were hurling into the streets reminiscent of the first national title night.
I think we have some chance. We should have a chance because we just beat a team. I think
can see that people are absolutely thinking we're number one. Right now, we're going to go back to Luke Stuckmeyer, who's standing by live in the studio. Luke, things are a little more calm back there.
Well, Doug, I'm here with Eric Stokes, former Husker. It's a little more calm here in the studio right now. And Eric, it was a great game. I didn't know if the Huskers could win that big, but boy, they really poured it on.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, coaching adjustments at halftime was the big difference in the ball game. And the guys just came out, you know, like they say, with a whole new focus. And it really made a big difference in the ball game. Came out, established the run, and ran the whole time. Basically, didn't even need to pass, and that was definitely the difference in the ball game.
Let's take a look at some of those first quarter highlights. The Huskers come out of the tunnel, and what's that kind of like? I mean, it's a pretty good feeling, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's a real good feeling. I know the guys are really fired up, this being Coach Osborne's last game, and I know that they're ready to go out and give tremendous effort this evening.
Okay, we go to the first possession here. Tennessee takes a pitch. They really didn't pass the ball deep at first.
Yeah, I was surprised that they didn't try to throw deep, you know, even the first play of the game. I thought they would, but they didn't. They stayed pretty conservative.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to head back to Miami while the action's still hot there. We're going to take a look at the rest of these first quarter highlights in just a little bit, and certainly the Huskers start to really develop their game plan in the second quarter.
Right, definitely. That was, you know, a turning point. I was actually a little worried because they weren't really running the ball that strong in that first half, and yet they really weren't stopping Tennessee's run. But all that turned around when they came out of that tunnel to start the third quarter.
Boy, it sure did. We're going to toss it back now live to Miami. Scott Kilber is there with one of Eric's former teammates, Tommy Frazier. Guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, Luke, standing next to us isn't quite Coach Tom Osborne. Next best thing, his son, Mike. Now, you were there the whole time on the sidelines, and, of course, you caught it on your special handy cam there. Your feelings in a nutshell for your father?
Well, it's a happy, sad deal. You know, it's been a long 25 years and a short 25 years. We're happy he's getting to move on and do some things that are really important to him, things that will probably be centered around his faith. But he's also sad because there's parts of it that he'll miss, the players and the X's and O's he'll really miss.
Now, like the players yourself there on the sidelines with your father, a special moment to share with him.
Well, I didn't really talk to him at all, but I saw him just a minute ago and I told him congratulations. He was hugging all the players and they were kind of misty-eyed, and it was a great moment in the locker room.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I'll give you an opportunity now to join your father. Thanks for joining us. Now, Tom, you got a special guest over there of your own.
Yeah, I'm here with the governor, Governor Ben Nelson. I just have a few give me some of your thoughts on the game tonight first.
Well, I think Nebraska played as well on both sides of the ball as we could have ever expected them to, and certainly we deserve to win this game in a big way tonight. And I don't see how, even in the case of Michigan, voting for #1, that even Bo Schembechler can vote Michigan #1 over Nebraska this season. I think at the very least it's a shared national championship. And when you compare the scores, Nebraska really was a class of the field.
Yeah, you're right there. Coming into the game, you know, everyone knew this is Coach Osborne last game. His emotions are going to be high. Did you talk to him before the game?
I didn't get a chance to talk to him before the game, but I suspect we'll do a little hunting and a little fishing after the season's over. He'll have a little bit more time, and who knows, maybe I'll have a little bit more time. Certainly in 1999, I'm going to have enough time.
All right, I appreciate that.
Good to see you guys. You bet.
Now back to Bill.
Well, yeah, one last question, Governor.
Sure.
You have the likes of Coach Tom Osborne representing the state of Nebraska. Could you ask for a better diplomat?
Oh, no. We've got Warren Buffett doing it on the financial side. and when it comes, not to take anything away from Warren, but when it comes to the human side and the personal side, Tom Osborne's a great spokesman. He's a great representative of Nebraska, and a great Nebraska.
You're right. You couldn't ask for a better representative. Now, Bill and Luke, I know you guys are back in the studio. You have an additional reads on the game as we wait for some additional players to come out on the field.
We need the governor on that AP Writers voting poll, and with the, everybody else who's going to vote for #1, don't we?
That's right. That's right. We certainly do. They're saying that we need you on the writers poll with that AP guys who are voting.
Well, when you look back at that Washington State-Michigan game yesterday, those refs and the timekeeper, really there were some strange things that happened there at the last 2 seconds. I'm just glad that the timekeeper isn't keeping time on us. We'd be twice as old as we are. That's the fastest 2 seconds I've ever seen in my life.
I'm sure you got a lot of Nebraska fans out there who agree, and just impartial fans as well. But as far as we're thinking right now, the read on the game, an incredible game, like 42-17 is the final score. In fact, we look up at the big screen right now, still in the middle of the press conference, Coach Tom Osborne, he's flocked by many of his players, and many of his players, like his son was saying, are a little misty-eyed because what else can you say? An end of an incredible coaching era that spanned a quarter of a century as a head coach and 36 years with the Nebraska football team. Luke?
Bill?
Okay, Scott, you know it is icing on the cake. We'll get back to you guys in just a moment. Now, let's go over to Luke Stuckmeyer and Eric Stokes for that first quarter analysis. Fellas?
Well, it was an exciting quarter, Eric, and it started off right away with Tennessee, as we mentioned, not really doing what we thought they were going to do. We thought they'd go deep on them, but they didn't.
No, they didn't. They tried to nickel and dime their way down the field, and like I said, they weren't going to be able to do that, and they didn't. They didn't have the patience, with their offense, and they just stumbled throughout the game. They really never got into a rhythm. You see Jay Foreman there making a nice tackle, and they just didn't have any rhythm in their offense all evening.
Now, this was a big punt, 78-yard punt, and field position wasn't really going great for the Huskers at the start of this game.
No, it wasn't. I know that's a big part of Nebraska's offense is field position, and they did. That's partially why they struggled running the ball early on in the game, because they just didn't have the field position that they needed in order to run the offense.
And you don't want to be throwing on third down when everybody knows you're going to be throwing on third down there either.
Definitely not.
Now we get Peyton Manning here. He goes back for another pass. And we get Erwin Sweeney. Had some big plays in the first quarter. You mentioned they really tested Erwin.
Yeah, they did. They tested him early, but he rose to the challenge. And after that, they really didn't try to challenge him deep anymore the rest of the game. So, our corners, Ralph Brown obviously caused a fumble later on, and Sweeney played really well.
Now the Huskers get a big play here, and this is one of your former teammates.
Yeah, Ralph, he's a great hitter, and he came up, made a tremendous hit on the running back Lewis there, and Rucker was there to recover fumble, and big turning point in the game there.
What does Ralph do? He's just trying to make the tackle. He's really not going for the fumble there.
No, it's a run support defense primarily for the corners, and he just made an aggressive play and caused the fumble.
And then the Huskers go right back to the pass. We thought they'd run the ball, but they do some play action stuff.
Yeah, I think Tennessee, they were not prepared to handle Nebraska's play action pass. They had so much focus on stopping Nebraska's run that they completely forgot about how well Nebraska does with counter play action pass plays.
And then we get a couple of new wrinkles here on the offense. Coach Osborne pulling out all the tricks.
Yeah, kind of like what Tommy said. I know the offense, they hide a lot of plays, and they probably had those plays in since the middle of the season, but Coach Osborne will save them, and he knows when to call them.
Okay, 7-0 after one quarter of play. We're going to be right back with more action from Miami. We'll be talking to Bill Byrne and a couple of more Huskers when we come back.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust, so the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Join me.
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Pizza Hut salutes Tom Osborne for his dedicated years of service. Best wishes from your Nebraska Pizza Hut.
You got to surround yourself with talented people, stay focused, and work hard.
Norwest salutes Tom Osborne's 25 years of winning with Tom's Loan Challenge. Take the challenge by applying for any new Norwest loan of $5,000 or more. If you qualify, you'll get a free commemorative jacket or flag.
It's nice to know Norwest is as proud as I am to be part of Nebraska.
Nebraska can make all the winners.
Everyone seemed to know I had a gambling problem, but me.
I never missed a game. I always had too much money at stake.
My life revolved around gambling. I was never there for my family.
I became so good at lying about my losses. I was even fooling myself.
Family arguments were always about money. The money I was losing.
These people got help. You can too.
This time of year, Mother Nature can be so unpredictable. Everything's great, and then she shakes things up. During the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event, get the vehicle designed to respond to whatever nature dishes out. Chevy Blazer with the driver control system, and get 2.9 APR financing or cash back on Blazer. Check out great offers on other 98 Chevy cars and trucks. Get to the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event now.
Get 2.9 financing for a limited time at your local Chevy dealer today.
Welcome back, everyone. What a win, 42-17. No time to waste. Let's check in with Scott Kilberry at Pro Player Stadium. Scott's standing by with Athletic Director Bill Byrne and Coach Ron Brown. Scott?
That's right. Here's Athletic Director Bill Byrne. Now, what can you say? Kind of a bittersweet end. You have a great finish to an incredible, remarkable career with Coach Tom Osborne, but hate to see it end.
Well, you hate to see Tom's career end, but, you know,
the one thing that he has set such a stage, and in listening to him talk to the athletes after the game, he reminded them about the future of Nebraska, and that the program is such that we need to continue this, and the underclassmen who are coming back next year need to continue this wonderful tradition we have here at Nebraska. And I think that will be the legacy of Tom Osborne. Not only the 25 years where he was our head coach, but the foundation he's built for our future. I think that's what people are going to really be proud of Tom and the great program he's built here. Tommy, what do you think of that?
Well, I think it is a bittersweet ending, but you know, like to say, good things have to come to an end, and the future starts now. Coach Solich is going to have to go out there and do the best that he can to keep the team to where they are now.
Yeah, he'll do a great job.
Now, you talked about Coach Solich coming into the picture now. You had a decision there. Was it even a hard one for you?
No, I mean there was no doubt who our new football coach was going to be. I mean, what we wanted to do was continue this tradition, and we needed someone who understood our culture, who understood what it took to win at Nebraska, because this is a unique place. I mean, we do things a little bit differently here, and you need someone who understands that, and that's why selecting the next football coach was just no problem. Frank was going to be the guy.
Now, with assistant coaches that have stuck around for many years, you have another one here, Coach Ron Brown, a receiver coach with the program. Now, it's assistant coaches like this that stick around that make the program that much better. Ron, I mean, your read on the game and just seeing that this an incredible career coming to an end, like we were talking to Mr. Byrne here, it's kind of a bittersweet finish.
We're going to miss Tom. There's no question about it. Not only as a coach, but just as a man. I mean, the guy is really a very sensitive human being and just a great person to be around. But life moves on, and I'm looking forward to the next chapter in everyone's life. His life, I think, is going to move on in a very positive way. I think God's got great plans for him. He's not only a great coach, he's a great man, so his thing won't stop. And I really believe the same thing about our football team. Frank Solich has been around a long time. He's going to do a great job. He'll be supported by us very well, and I'm looking forward to the future.
Now, as far as the future is now, as far as this game is concerned, and you really got a mix of those receivers in there this time, and you caught Tennessee by surprise.
Well, we were able to do a lot of things. You know, we hurt them early in the passing game, play-action passes. They were sniffing around the line of scrimmage, their defensive backs, et cetera, and Tommy can tell you that just the idea of 10 guys up around the line of scrimmage, you got to open things up a little bit. So we were able to do that, soften things up. We got in that double wing set, ran some option football with Chevin and Bobby, and again that opened things up as we got into the second and third and fourth quarters with the inside running game, particularly to the I-back. That cut-back draw play was a killer for him. Kids really blocked hard all night long and made some big plays.
They certainly did, and what a big game it is. In fact, number 2 Nebraska may just very well be number 1. We'll soon find out when the voters tally all of those votes out there. Luke, what do you think?
Well, I think it was just a great game plan by the Huskers and certainly just a better team today on the field. But the big thing, I think, Scott, had to be the fact that, Eric, there were just a lot of turnovers at the game, something that Tennessee did in the SEC Championship. They had 6 turnovers in the SEC Championship, and luckily the Huskers keep that rolling again today.
Yeah, I mean, it was crucial for them. I mean, those 3 turnovers were basically the difference in the ball game because Nebraska really hadn't done a lot in that first half, but those 3 turnovers allowed them to get confidence, gave Tennessee a whole lot of doubt, and basically just propelled the Huskers on to another win.
Well, let's take a look at some of those second quarter highlights. We start right off with one of those big turnovers. Terry Fair coming up on the muffed punt here from Jesse Cush. We get the muffed punt, and Lance Brown recovers it. I didn't know the rule here. I thought it was a touchdown.
I didn't know the rule either. I thought that this would be a touchdown, but I guess in college, the ball is down there. You can't forward the ball. So, unfortunate thing, but, Nebraska, they capitalize on it and go on. So.
Tennessee 90th in the nation in turnover ratio. That is not good. And then we get Chevin Wiggins on that same pitch play.
Yeah, that's that new option there that they ran. And Tennessee didn't have any idea how to defend it, and we get 7 points.
Okay, now we're going to see the Huskers finally starting to get some stuff going here on defense. Some short passes underneath by Tennessee. Still, they're not going long here.
Right. Nebraska, they kept everything in front and really conservative with their defense.
And then we get the field goal here. That made it 14-3. And the Huskers go and take that 14-3 lead into halftime. And right now, Eric, we have another one of your former teammates. We have Amon Green joining Scott Kilberry live out in Miami. Guys, you have him on for us.
We certainly do have Amon. Your read right away, Tommy. This guy had a great game.
Yeah, he did have a great game. Amon, Everyone wants to know out there, well, what did you do different, or did you prepare yourself any different for this game?
I say no, because I've been preparing myself like I did all season long. You know, just mentally, just run the ball, have fun with it out there, and that's what I did. You know, O-line, they stepped it up another notch, opening up some huge holes for us back there, and just pounded it to them all game.
Yeah, it looked in the first half that our defense, front seven, was really aggressive. What did Coach Osborne do differently at halftime?
He made adjustments of running right at him. We was running a lot of outside, you know, from 11 walls, 19 walls and stuff like that. So he was like, we just pounded to him with 47 dives, 32 traps, and just wear him out come third, fourth quarter.
Speaking of Coach Osborne, this has been his last game. How special was it for you to go out and perform well and send him out as a winner?
It's just something I can't really put into words. I mean, it's just something I know that going into this game, this would be the last game. I got to give it all I got, just leave it out on that field. I mean, if I had to just do whatever to get the ball in the end zone down the field to win that game, I was going to do that.
Now, a question that everybody wants to know, you saw Coach Osborne in his last game. Did we see Amon Green in his last game as a Husker? Or?
I don't know yet. I'll give it a couple days, think about it, and let everybody know. I say next week, about Wednesday, Tuesday, whatever.
All right, we appreciate that.
No problem.
All right, great game, Amon. Great game. Even got himself a trophy, a little mini trophy here. Take a look at this one if you get a look at that one. Definitely one of the most valuable player in that. Yeah. 206 yards, a new Orange Bowl record, and he definitely poured it on in the second half. Luke, what's your read on this?
Well, I just think Amon had a good game, and they just take over in the second half. The Huskers really start to dominate this game. We've got a whole lot more coming up in this second segment here, this next segment of our post-game show as we continue live from Miami and here in Lincoln. The Huskers win big, 42-17. We'll be right back.
It took a lot of people to bring me back to life, especially the people at Good Samaritan Hospital.
We stabilized Gary, and heart catheterization showed he needed emergency angioplasty. Good Samaritan is only 15 minutes away, and time was critical for Gary's survival.
When Gary arrived, we placed a stent in his artery, interrupting the heart attack. Here at Good Samaritan Hospital, we rapidly normalized blood flow, saving his life.
I'm back, and I'm doing great.
Good Samaritan Health Systems, heart care close to home.
Yes, we've discovered that Nebraska lottery winners all exhibit remarkably similar physical effects. A sudden interest in kitchen renovation, an immediate improvement in television reception, the desire to spend more time outdoors, an expanded knowledge of home electronics. And in absolutely each and every case, some real wicked grins.
If you've been postponing the thrill of driving a new Dodge, we have to ask why. Because by acting right now, you can get $1,000 cash back on the technologically advanced 98 Dodge Stratus. The fun-loving Dodge Neon comes with $1,500 cash back. Or choose low 1.9 financing, which over 60 months can save you over $2,700. But don't delay, because the thrill of driving a new Dodge may not always be so affordable. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
If you're a corn grower, you've probably heard about Regent, the new low-dose insecticide in one-pass application system that simplifies handling and completely does away with dust. And this is what's really amazing. A single at-plant application of Regent controls corn rootworm together with European corn borer. Prior to Regent, the only way to do that was to do this.
Regent. From now on, this is how it's done.
Anybody got a towel?
Well, welcome back to the post-game show. Huskers win 42-17. Maybe a shot at number one. Eric Stokes, Seattle Seahawks safety and former Husker. Eric, first of all, do you think they did enough to get number one?
I definitely think they did enough to be number one. I thought all along that if they went ahead and won the game, probably like 21 points, that they'd be the number one team. And they went out and just had a dominant performance and definitely deserved to be number one.
Third quarter, we see that the Huskers decide they are going to run the ball. What's Coach Osborne like in that halftime speech?
At halftime, I'm sure Coach Osborne, like Amon said, look, we're going to run the ball, and we're going to make them prove to us, that they can stop it, and if they don't, we'll just keep on running it down their throats, and that's exactly what they did to start the half off.
Trying to make a goal line stance here, and you don't stand a chance against that line.
Now, 4th and inches, you can basically, give it to them.
So we're up 21-3 at that point, and then the defense finally gets the first hit on Peyton Manning here.
Yeah, what they did was they ran a twist stunt down at the bottom there with Jason Peter and Mike Rutger, and it opened wide open, and Rutgers came in, got a sack on Peyton Manning.
And then we go back to the run again, and it's Amon, and 100 yards in every game except for Akron this year, 206 tonight. Just a big game.
He just had a tremendous performance. As you can see, the wide receivers, downfield blocking. I mean, that's option football, Nebraska style right there.
And then we get Scott putting us up here. 28-3, the Huskers go up. He had some cramps. That's not an easy thing to play through either.
No, it wasn't, but, they seemed to be pretty minor, and he handled it well.
And then we get Peyton Manning here. He starts to feel the pressure in the second half even more. He's throwing off the back foot.
Yeah, at this point, Manning was really getting frustrated, and, they had really gotten his head, and, like I said, their offense had no rhythm.
And Amon, just the third quarter was unbelievable rushing the football.
Yeah, he was amazing, and, that's basically what he's been doing his whole career at Nebraska. And, he's just a tremendous athlete, and he'll be a tremendous player at the next level.
And really, when you look at Amon run the ball, he's been breaking tackles like that all year round. He gets the touchdown there, and the Huskers have the big lead, 35-9 after 3 quarters of play. We'll take a look at those fourth quarter highlights in just a little bit. But we're going to toss it downtown to Chris Hunt. 10-11's Chris Hunt is down there, and there's all kinds of excitement down there. Chris, are you surviving?
As the game begins, hundreds gather at guitars and Cadillacs. They just want to be around other Husker fans.
To drink beer, have fun, and watch the #1 Huskers beat the Tennessee Volunteers.
We're going to watch the Huskers kick Tennessee's butt.
You can follow the game by the crowd's reaction when Nebraska does well. And you can see the expressions change as a Tennessee drive ends in a fumble. It's a rowdy night. Radio station Froggy 98 pumps them up.
It's so easy. We're at the Orange Bowl. No matter what any poll says, Nebraska's got to be #1.
It's even a party for the few Michigan fans on hand, although Nebraska fans keep on them.
A lot of grief from everyone in the whole city.
At halftime, it's dance time. And in the second half, even Scott Frost's old high school classmates are in on the celebration.
Let's go, 7!
Jared Lambert of Wood River played football with Scott Frost in high school, and he hopes tonight's game will help Scott Frost earn a lasting place in the memory of Husker fans.
He's got a lot to prove to a lot of Nebraska fans that early in the season said he couldn't get it done. I think tonight he's showing he can do it.
Scott Frost showed everyone tonight that he certainly could do it. Chris Hunt is down there, guitars and Cadillacs, or somewhere as far as we know. He's okay, but we just couldn't hear him for right now. You know what the Huskers did, what they do to everyone. They simply wore them down and then pulverized them right into the ground. Let's go back to the action. Miami, Florida. Scott Kilberry standing by with Mr. Excitement, Bobby Newcomb.
Bobby Newcomb, that's right, the true freshman. Kind of some mixed emotions for you. I mean, you come to Nebraska your first year, and next thing you know, T.O.'s retiring. Your thoughts?
Well, Coach Osborne's just, greatest coach in college football, and I just wanted the opportunity to play for him.
Tom, what do you think?
First big bowl game. How did you feel out there?
Well, at first I felt real nervous because I've been waiting for this moment since I was a real young kid, and then to have it be Coach Osborne's last game and a game that's going to go down in history, it just made the nerves fly even more.
I was sitting up in the stands watching the game, and all I can hear is, get Bobby Newcomb the ball. Do you think that every time that you touch the ball that you're going to make something happen?
I believe that every time I touch the ball, I'm going to try to make something happen and, just get the opportunity to do something.
Like we said earlier, Coach Osborne's last game. Personally, how does that affect you?
A lot of emotions run in me because, he's one of the biggest reasons I came here, and just to have him leave I'm just happy I got an opportunity to play under him for a year, and Coach O's is going to do a great job next few years.
Now, as far as an underclassman that we were talking about, as a football player, you're going to all these bowl games, especially at Nebraska. You don't spend much time home at the holidays. Was it tough for your first year, being away from home?
It was a little tough, but I had my little 800 number that I can call 1-800-COLLECT. Run up my dad's phone bill a little bit.
Now, I know that folks back in Nebraska are really excited about this and a little mayhem in the streets, but it's deservedly so. Who knows? They could just very well be #1 come tomorrow. You think you guys should be #1?
I definitely think we should have a shot at #1.
I think everybody else out there agrees. Bill, what do you think?
Oh, absolutely, Scott. There's no question. Tell me, would you ask Bobby for me what's in his future as a Husker? Is he going to continue in the wingback position and punt returning, or is he going to take over the reins as quarterback sometime in the not-so-distant future?
Well, in the studio, we're talking with Eric Stokes in the studio, and he wants to know that what's your train of thought next year? Do you want to stay at wingback, or do you want to have your fair shot at quarterback?
Well, I've really enjoyed playing wingback this year, and it's helped me gain a lot of experience playing, and game experience, and I think that's a decision up to the coaches whether they want me to play wingback or stay at quarterback. Whatever's going to help the team out the most.
Is there any preference, though?
I'm sure there's a little preference inside of me. Tommy Frazier had his preference when he was here, so.
Following in the footsteps of Tommy Frazier.
You know what can I say? You want to follow in the footsteps of greatness.
Well, speaking of greatness, I think we have something like that or close to it back in the studio. Is there?
Oh, yeah. Well, I tell you what, fellas, we're going to get back in touch with you guys in just a moment, and we will have post-game from Coach Tom Osborne. We'll get his thoughts on his final game after 25 years at the helm. Right now, let's take a break. We'll be right back.
This is Charlie McBride. When I'm recruiting, I look for players that are strong, durable, and ready to tackle the tough jobs day in and day out. Those are the same qualities I wanted in a pickup truck, and that's why I bought an F-150 from Anderson Ford. I found the model, options, and price I wanted, plus the service I'll need for years to come. Whether you're looking for a truck, car, or minivan, do what I did. Go with the winning team at Anderson Ford.
Anderson Ford in Lincoln and Grand Island.
You just feel better when you're working with number one.
Last year, the Bryan Heart Care team traveled more than 1 million miles and never left the state. When it comes to putting the heart of Nebraska first, the Bryan team has always been second to none. Bryan, the first name in heart care.
Grandma's value number one.
Here, look over here, come on. Honesty is the best policy.
Value number two.
You get what you pay for.
Like the honest meal at an honest price you get at Runza. Bigger portions, higher quality, better value. Nobody gives you your money's worth like Runza. Grandma's value number three. Only the best will do.
Live a little.
Runza, food just like Grandma used to make.
When Cooper Tire asked me to be their spokesman, I wanted to make sure it was a good match. So I took a tour of one of their factories. I found out that Cooper's been around since 1914, a time of grassroots values that still drive the company today. Hard-working folks dedicated to their craft. My kind of people, always striving to be the best.
STC is proud to distribute quality American-made Cooper tires throughout the Midwest.
It is a perfect end to a perfect season for Coach Tom Osborne. Here's what the coach had to say after today's 64th Annual Orange Bowl.
Team, I thought that, starting last January, this was one of the most focused group of players I've ever been around. They knew exactly where they wanted to be this January 2nd, and the reason we were here was not by accident. Some of the guys here, a lot of the guys in that locker room, made a commitment to get here. They worked very hard in the off season, and they worked very hard this fall. So they've done all they can. We can't do any more than win 13, and very proud of them. And we'll just let the chips fall where they may, as far as the rest of it goes. Great way to end 25 enjoyable years. There've been a few bumps along the road, but can't think of a better way to go out. And I just hope for the guys coming back next year that they keep the program rolling, and that Frank Solich has every opportunity that I've had. He has a great staff, great tradition, great fans, and so a lot of things working for us right now at Nebraska, and I'm glad that that can continue. Again, I don't have much more to say. Just really care about these guys. Really am grateful for the kind of people they are, the kind of effort they've given us, and the kind of relationship that I've had with them. And the one thing that will be very difficult in leaving coaching will be the relationships. The winning's nice, the rings and all that, they're okay, but the relationships will never be replaced, and the memories will never be replaced of the people I've worked with, the people I've known, and the things that we've done together. So it's been a lot of fun.
And there he is, the inflappable, the steady, the solid Coach Osborne. I love the quote, we won 13, and that's all we played.
That's right, and certainly I think they deserve to be #1.
It was a great showing.
Certainly, of course, my opinion doesn't really matter that much.
Well,
but, certainly a great game, and I wish all the luck to Coach Osborne.
The AP poll's going to be out in just a couple hours, so we'll see how everyone votes. Meantime, it's the end of the nice weather, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. A beautiful day today, but it looks like we have some cold weather to talk about and maybe some icy roads tomorrow. Right. So I do have some weather moving in. Let's take a look at the high temperature today in Lincoln. 56 degrees, the high 29, the morning low 52 for Grand Island, 32 the morning low. Let's take a look at the high temperatures across the state. A beautiful day, the warmest day of 1998 so far for several places. 68, a record high temperature in Valentine, 57 for Concordia, and 52 degrees for Grand Island. Here's the current temperatures, 37 degrees right now with 37 dew point, 100% humidity, a calm wind, 29, 70 and steady is our pressure. Moving on now to the current temperatures across the state. We have cooled down a little bit, but still very mild for this time of year. 36 for Grand Island, 44 at Concordia, 26 now at Valentine with 17 degrees at Rapid City. Some of that Arctic air is now beginning to filter in to northwestern sections of Nebraska. Here's a look at the satellite loop across the country for the past 24 hours. A lot of cloud cover, a lot of mid-level and high-level cloudings, but we do have some clouds moving in from the lower clouds moving in from the north, and that's going to give us a chance for a little bit of precipitation. No organized storm system, but as this cold air meets some very warm air to the south of us, we're going to see the chance for precipitation developing across the center part of the country. Right now, not a lot going on to the north of us, but once again, moisture now coming up from the Gulf, as you can see right here, is going to meet that colder air, and that's what we're going to see the chance for some precipitation developing by tomorrow morning across a good part of the state. Here's the current temperatures, and you can see it's very cold across southern sections of Canada, northern sections of the United States. 1 degrees right now at Great Falls, but still very mild out ahead of that storm system. 55 degrees right now at St. Louis, so very warm conditions, but this cold air is going to drain into the Central Plains over the next 12 to 24 hours. Here's the current surface map right now. This cold front will begin to slide on through over the next 12 to 24 hours. A little disturbance will form and move into eastern sections of Iowa. We'll see scattered areas of a mix, maybe a little bit of freezing rain, light snow, and drizzle over the next 12 to 24 hours. Nothing heavy at this time, but it looks like it could cause some road problems. Even a little bit of freezing rain can cause problems. Tonight, 15 to 25 to the northwest, 25 to 35 across central and eastern sections, with southerly winds becoming northwesterly by tomorrow. During the day on Saturday, temperatures will continue to fall. These highs will be early in the day, 35 for Lincoln, 34 for Grand Island, with northerly winds developing up to 25 miles per hour. And once again, we will have that mixture of freezing rain, sleet, and a little bit of light snow. Sunday, clouds early, then partly sunny skies, 25 to 35, 29 for Lincoln, 30 degrees for Grand Island. And your extended forecast calls for the brief Arctic air will leave, and we'll see warmer temperatures by the time we get to the middle part of next week. So just a short period of cold air and then nice temperatures coming back for midweek.
Thanks very much, Brad. Okay, no time to waste. Let's go back to Miami with Scott Kilberry and Tommy Frazier standing by with offensive tackle Eric Anderson. Fellas?
That's right, Eric Anderson. He is a senior. That means it's not only T.O.'s last game, but it's also this big guy's last name. Kind of mixed emotions.
Oh, definitely. You know, not only Coach Osborne's last game, but 20 of my greatest friends. It was our last game too. It's last time we get to put on the red and white. So it was a pretty tough game. Just for it to be over.
Well, for you, I mean, what a way to go out, both for Osborne and yourself. You guys had a lot of fun in the second half.
Oh, definitely. You couldn't have scripted a better ending to that game. And, we really wore down their defense in the second half and, just took control of the ball game.
Yeah, talking about wearing down the defense. The first half looked like Tennessee pretty much was fired up and they was determined to stop the running game. What did Coach Osborne and Coach Kemper do differently in the second half?
I think we just really simplified the offense. We went to a lot more dives and, isolation plays right up the middle where it was just man-on-man blocking. We just simplified it and, they got extremely tired in the third quarter and we just, ended up wearing them down, incredibly bad.
Yeah, we were talking here earlier about you already have 2 championships with a chance to win the third one in 4 years. I'm kind of jealous, but how do you think the voters should vote?
Well, I think, looking at the score, what we did, if Tennessee's, the number 3 team in the nation and we beat them by, 20, 30 points, I have a hard time seeing them not vote us at least part of the national championship.
Well, you heard it here. There's no doubt that you're going to vote for yourself, but I'm sure there's a lot of people at home and across the nation after today's performance and a convincing win are going to do just that. Well, we're going to have an opportunity to talk to even more of the players. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back after this break.
Alliance Cellular would like you to meet two powerful little Huskers.
We refuse to lose!
No, that's not quite what we had in.
Nothing but net tonight.
No, we mean the Husker phones, exclusively at Alliance Cellular. Available as a Motorola personal or bag phone with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phones. Great phones. And a great way to say, go Big Red.
You're gonna buy a net. Put some more filling into it, buddy.
Go Big Red!
Alliance Cellular, making it easier to communicate.
When Cooper Tire asked me to be their spokesman, I wanted to make sure it was a good match. So I took a tour of one of their factories. I found out that Cooper's been around since 1914, a time of grassroots values that still drive the company today. Hard-working folks dedicated to their craft. My kind of people, always striving to be the best.
STC is proud to distribute quality American-made Cooper tires throughout the Midwest.
Yes, we've discovered that Nebraska lottery winners all exhibit remarkably similar physical effects. A sudden interest in home decorating, a significant drop in stress levels, a fascination with rock collecting, the desire to visit local clothing merchants, and in absolutely each and every case, one honkin' big smile.
Listen up. I have been to the edge and back, and I will tell you what I've learned. What I have learned is you don't need outer crust.
Introducing the Edge Pizza from Pizza Hut, a new pizza with no outer crust, or the toppings go right to the edge.
I have been to the edge and back. Joe and
16 pieces of pure pulchritudinous toppings. Have you been to the edge?
Pizza Hut salutes Tom Osborne for his dedicated years of service. Best wishes from your Nebraska Pizza Hut.
You're watching KOLN Lincoln and KGIN Grand Island.
Well, what a send-off it was for Coach Osborne. His final game on the...
There's no reason to wait. 12-month no-interest financing means you can start enjoying your healthy lifestyle today. Body Basics, Lincoln's Treadmill Superstore, Alamo Plaza, 56th and Highway 2.
From KOLN Lincoln, Nebraska's capital city, and KGIN Grand Island, this is 1011 News.
Lincoln police swarm on the scene of a North Side shooting. One man's peppered with bullets. He's in serious condition tonight. Good evening, everyone. The victim's still in the hospital, and whoever pulled the trigger is still on the loose. 1011's Gina Greco joins us now with the latest on the situation. Gina?
Well, the Lincoln police believe it all started early Saturday evening. Investigators say two groups got into a confrontation. Hours later, at least two gunmen, possibly several, opened fire, blasting 22-year-old Jackie White multiple times. This is the scene near 26th and Orchard late Saturday night. At least two gunmen opened fire in a crowded alley.
My kids were all hollering, saying they shot through the house too, you know, so it just was just crazy. Everything just happened like real quick and crazy.
22-year-old Jackie White is hit multiple times. Police believe the Missouri native was the intended target.
We have no indication at this point that this is related to any other acts of violence. We believe that this particular incident took place after a confrontation between two groups of individuals earlier that evening.
Witnesses say suspects continued to beat White as he lay bleeding in the alley.
This dude was kicking him and beating him with this stick. You know,
even after he was shot?
Yeah. This dude, after he got shot, he was just laying down over there on the side of Grandpa's. Dude was just beating him with this stick, and he was kicking him.
Investigators recover bullet casings and shotgun pellets from the scene. Tonight, they are still trying to piece together exactly what happened and who is responsible.
We are looking to talk to anyone that may have seen or have information material of that particular shooting.
22-year-old Jackie White underwent emergency surgery. Tonight, he remains in serious but stable condition. And so far, Bill, no one has been charged.
All right, so all these shots, bullet casings, shotgun pellets, what about other leads?
Well, they have interviewed several witnesses and also several possible suspects, but police tell me there's so many people involved that it's going to take some time.
All right, well, wait and see. Thanks, Gina. You've heard the expression, lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place. Well, certainly don't tell that to a Lincoln family. You see, they've been burned out of their home twice in 6 months. 1011's Chris Hunt is in our newsroom with more on this story for us. Chris?
Well, Bill, fire has wiped out everything the Breathauer family owns, and it's not the first time it happened. This was the scene last night as fire sweeps through this Northwest Lincoln duplex. By morning, it's gutted. Everything inside is destroyed. The same thing happened last year at the same place to Jeffrey Breathauer and his family. Now they've had enough. They will not rebuild.
Well, you figured you lived through it once and you're going to live through it twice. Why go the third time? I just don't want to go back.
Even as the fire burned last night, neighbors thought it just couldn't happen twice to the same family.
If it wasn't for bad luck, you wouldn't have any at all.
Fire investigators aren't sure what started it, but new firefighters had a big fire on their hands even when they were blocks away.
We knew that the fire was quite advanced and producing quite a bit of heat and smoke.
That heat did most of the damage. Inside, dishes are melted, a little doll is charred, the ceiling is badly damaged.
Flames were shooting like 50 feet up in the air, and the firemen were, telling everybody to move back.
As firefighters tried to knock down the flames, the heat was exploding the windows.
The glass were just popping out like popcorn, just pop, pop, pop.
Now what's left of their belongings are heaped on the ground. Damage is estimated at $85,000. The Breathauers do have insurance and believe it will cover the damages. They're staying with neighbors tonight. Bill?
Obviously lots of damage there, Chris, and lots for investigators to go through. So when do they think they'll finish looking into this situation?
They hope to have it wrapped up tomorrow, Bill.
All right, Chris Hunt in the newsroom. Thank you, Chris. On a lighter note tonight, the accolades keep rolling in for head Husker Tom Osborne. Big news, January is officially Tom Osborne month here in Nebraska. The governor delivered the proclamation today at a special Monday morning news conference, and Dr. Tom accepted the honor in his usual calm, cool, and distinguished manner.
Very kind of the governor. He and I have been friends for a long time, going back to graduate school days at the university, and appreciate his kindness, and maybe we'll go out and do a little hunting or something now.
All right, I think we're ready. You bet. Thank you.
And who can forget the big post-Orange Bowl celebration? O Street turned into Husker Street. Well, as it turns out, the fun wasn't so fun for everyone. Lincoln police report one stabbing. The 20-year-old victim was released from LGH today. 7 people were cited by police. 3 were taken to detox, and another was jailed for an outstanding warrant. And we're told police say they worked traffic control until 2 in the morning. Well, the welcome home celebrations continue in Lincoln, but not so fast. You see, the Huskers aren't the only heroes returning home. The last members of the Nebraska Air National Guard returned to Lincoln today. Their duty is done in Operation Northern Watch over Iraq. The Lincoln Guard worked refueling missions over the no-fly zone. Now they're just happy to return to their families.
We're pleased to be back with our families. It's been a long month, and I think we're ready to maybe go back and celebrate Christmas now.
Members of the Air Guard refueled more than 1,200 planes during their 39-day mission. It is a big night for razzle-dazzle right here in the capital city. The world-famous Harlem Globetrotters take center court at Pershing tonight. Scott Kilberry is live at the site of the fun this evening. Scott?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to whistle. Sweet Georgia Brown, yeah. As a Globetrotter, of course, you got to know that song. And with me now is Paul Gaffney and Juan Verscher. You know the song, Sweet Georgia Brown. How's it go?
I heard it a few times, but I wasn't. when I was young, I wasn't allowed to whistle, so I can't whistle for you right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's the case. So part of the initiation isn't that, right? Well, what would you say the initiation's got to be? You guys got to know some tricks, and of course, it has to be gratifying to bring smiles on people's faces as a living.
Yes, it's good. It's great, to go around the world and make people happy and make people come out and enjoy us over 70 years. And, being basketball players first and coming to the Globetrotters, that's something that we will talk about, the clowning around and the ball handling that you're going to see tonight.
Now, the background that you have, you said you're playing basketball. Give us an update on what kind of background someone like yourself would have in basketball.
Well, I came out as an honorable mention All-American from Tennessee Western University. And Juan Verscher played at Arizona State University. So we both have basketball background that we came about, and we come to the Globetrotters, our personalities and winning smiles won over the judges and the Globetrotter cap. And so, first they look for athletes, and then we come out and give them the show part.
Okay, now speaking of show, Juan, you can tell us a thing or two. Part of the reason for the Globetrotters or the success is the crowd interaction. Is that something you guys are pretty good at?
Oh, yeah. I mean, our job is to entertain you. NBA, they're out there to win a title. We're out here to make you laugh. for you to have something to go home and smile about. And that's what's keeping the Globetrotters around for 72 years.
Now, you could probably teach me a trick or two. Let's see if we can do something here. Okay, what do we got going?
Hey, let me hold this.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm your new reporter today.
All right. Let's do it. What do we got
let me
going?
see that. Let me see that. That's the finger right there.
Okay.
Woo!
Oh,
hey, he's a natural. Oh, man. He's a natural.
But
we'll have to sign you up.
That's okay. All right, well, there's still plenty of good seats available. Of course, the Globetrotters are performing tonight at 7:30 at the Pershing Auditorium.
I have one thing to say. I'd like to say hi to all my national champs out there. Y'all my national champs. All the Nebraska Huskers. Y'all my national champs. I don't care what they say.
Of course, we'll have more about the Globetrotters and the national champs coming up later on in sports. Bill?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. Scott, it sounds like they're ready to please the crowd.
They sure are.
Thanks, buddy. Well, still ahead tonight, those co-national champions. You know, some don't like the idea, but what do you think?